the freezing temperatures of the game.
No kidding.
Oh, that's weird.
No kidding. And I'm like, I've been playing all 3 years, and I was never approached with this damn pill. And I'm out here freezing.
I wonder if
Oh, like
that's
a vasodilator, right?
I wonder if that was like straight adrenaline or something.
No, I'm thinking vasodilator, so your skin doesn't go, so your blood doesn't go to the surface of the skin, so you don't cool off.
I used to do
something
like
that dilates your veins, makes it smaller.
Yeah, but like the capillaries, it'll dilate the capillaries. Not
Capillaries, yeah.
Let's
Well,
stop.
I hear you.
Hold on. Let's stop. He was going to say that he did take. What did you take, man?
Well, I didn't take anything, but I put like Vaseline on my legs and arms to like prevent like that's what I had to do because there was no way to like deal with this damn weather. Like there's no way.
Wait a minute. What position did you play again?
Running back and receiver, offensive side of the ball.
Okay, so if you had Vaseline on your legs and your
Hey, that's what
it wasn't like it wasn't caked on, but it was
slipping off of you that no one could tackle you.
Jack LaLanne, listen, it must work because Jack LaLanne put that all over his body and swam the English Channel with Vaseline on his body.
Yes, he did. You're right.
Who's this? Jack who?
Jack LaLanne.
Jack LaLanne.
Jack LaLanne.
That was to prevent water absorption.
No, for heat retention.
So it can retain the heat. Yeah, that was an older guy, little workout guy, but yeah.
The first Iron Man.
It's true. But it's true. You're warmer with oil on your body. Some kind of oil on your body. You're warmer.
Yeah.
He towed like 100 rowboats while swimming with his like teeth or something.
Yeah, he did that.
Serious, man. He did
that. Listen, he did that across Santa Monica Bay from Santa Monica Pier, I think, to Catalina Island.
Yeah, and he was like 60 years old or 70 years old or something.
26 miles.
That's SoCal. That's Southern California.
Yeah, it's 26 miles.
They forgot to tell you he was high.
He was high on methamphetamine, so they just forgot to tell us that part.
Well, yeah,
he was a real badass, Jack LaLanne.
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to that dude was like, listen, he was old, but like, I don't know, man.
He was ripped. He was buff.
Check it out. A lot of those people. I'm sorry.
He was ripped like Meggie.
A lot of those people were hanging around where I grew up in Southern California in the 70s. There was Lou Ferrigno, lived right down the dock from us. You see him all the time. Let's see. John Waynesboro was a couple.
Name drops.
John Waynesboro was just a couple of inlets down from us.
What was the name of his boat?
Did Lou Ferrigno read lips?
Shit, I don't even remember.
If not, that you could get away with swearing at him because he was deaf.
Who else was
I hate to bust up this wonderful party, but we got a Glober that's in the chat.
Oh, well, that takes precedence.
That Mayhem dude.
That's priority.
Just saying, man. Just throwing it out there.
The Mayhem.
Unmute Mayhem.
What's up, Mayhem?
What's up, Plague, man? You guys are. I had you guys on speaker. I was cruising around Walmart, man.
So we have
taking them down to a memory lane or whatever.
Globers are blind. Is that the guy?
That's cool. Yeah, is that him?
I don't know.
I only said Glober on there. I'm like, what the fuck? All right,
hold on. So, so I just want to clear something up. When we unmute somebody that doesn't have a tag, we need to just make them agree to the rules verbally before we move on.
That's because
some of the people have been getting a little out of control. They can play dumb, like I didn't read the rules. So just make sure
maybe we should have Plague Man flat smack this guy.
Just have him regular smack the guy.
Well, you know what I was thinking.
You can do that already, but
if anybody knows whether they're moving or not, it would be the ball players. Absolutely.
Okay, ready? Countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So Globers are blind. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Oh yeah, sure. Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
That's a laissez-faire kind of attitude. Okay, go ahead.
Because anything you say can and will be recorded for humorous clips.
Yeah, so I'll just clarify something. Yeah, I'm an anti-Glober.
Okay, anti-Glober.
That's why I call myself Globers blind because I did surveys, and I realized that 99% of Globers wear glasses and they can't see what they're looking at.
Yeah, but we still got to pat you down, right? Because we got to check for weapons or whatnot.
Well, okay. So hold on, man. Everybody slow down. Okay, do you want the VC verified tag? Right, then you can come back in here at willy-nilly whenever you want. Right?
Well, sure.
The rules are in the welcome channel. Make sure you read them at your earliest possible convenience. You don't have to do it right this second. But for now, don't post any porn, spam, Rex, gore, anything like that. Try to act civil. Try to act like a normal human being. Otherwise, you'll be banned without warning. All right?
And if you troll, make sure
all
it's
right.
funny as hell.
It's a yes or no question. Yes or no. If that's
all
right.
I'm not going to do. I'm not going to do any of that shit.
All right. Awesome. Carry on.
Yeah. So what brings you by to this server? Like, what did you click a link? Just referred by a friend?
No, someone invited me from another server last night.
Okay. And what is your position on the topic of the server? I don't need to ask, but I want you to clarify.
That's a good question. Do you filter a lot of people out of here?
No, we try to give them a chance. We try to work with people, but sometimes people don't like to cooperate. So
yeah, I know, because all these Glober servers have turned into Autism Awareness Month areas.
Where's the Glober servers? I haven't seen any.
Yeah, I'll point you to one. It's called Debate Flat Earth and More.
No, that's a degenerate server posing as a Glober server.
Yeah, they're all commies. They're all commies and queers. It's fucking whack.
There is a correlation there, but
whack is a technical. Whack is a technical term around here. That's true.
Yeah.
At any rate, so you come here to this server, and how long have you been researching flat Earth?
Several years. Okay. But the thing is, look, we knew as kids that the Earth wasn't a globe because we used to go mountain climbing. Our dad used to take us mountain climbing. So, like he thought the Earth was round, but we knew it was flat. Then in school they fed us all this bullshit with basketballs and spitting balls and shit. But we just knew there wasn't any basis. There's no scientific basis for any of that globe shit. So.
You knew that is
good. That it's real.
There wouldn't be anyone.
It's good that it's real.
There wouldn't be any science to begin with anyway. Right.
Interesting. Yeah.
Right, because whether the Earth is flat or a sphere is outside of natural science's purview.
Yeah, it's anti-science to believe in spinning balls, so it's interesting. But I need to clarify something. I've gone away from the flat Earth label to an anti-global label.
Oh, you have?
So people say, yeah. Yeah.
Like you're a real trailblazer, like an aristocrat or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say that. Because the problem with the label flat Earth, it's now been hijacked, even by government.
No kidding.
To label someone as disabled or mentally challenged or something. And they've been very successful at using that. So
that's okay, though.
As you said, I'm not trying to trailblaze. I think that Earth is just hijacked now. It's destroyed.
So if they hijack that term, are you gonna change that word into claiming something else? What if they take that anti globe? What if they take that away from you? Are you gonna then change over to something else?
Because I can prove an anti-globe, but I can't prove a flat Earth categorically.
Oh, really?
Hey, buddy.
That's interesting.
I can prove a flat Earth.
Same.
Well, it's difficult because the problem I found with the autistic people is that at the Arctic, right? When the lines of longitude and latitude get shorter and it goes to a point, right?
Conceptually, yeah.
This is the problem, right? Because you can overlay maps of northern Canada and northern Russia to prove the otherwise.
Where'd they get the latitude lines from?
What do you mean?
Where did they get the latitude lines from? How is latitude derived? on a globetrot?
Well, they used they won't know.
I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Globetards won't know where that came from, but that's the Greenwich Meridian system.
The Greenwich.
That's zero.
How is latitude derived on a globetrot?
Well, that's interesting because the maps overlay the basketball, so nothing makes sense.
That's not answering my question. How are latitudes derived on a globetrot? You can look it up.
The North Star.
Maybe you should clarify what you're trying to say here.
Yeah, hang on, Sheepdog.
Pick me.
Yes, latitudes are derived from elevation angles to Polaris, and it turns out that to acquire an elevation angle, that there must be a right angle triangle, therefore no curved adjacent or baseline. So the Earth must be flat even to acquire a latitude or an elevation angle.
Oh, that's what you guys were talking about the other day.
Therefore,
that was my argument. Yeah.
Yeah, therefore you can say the Earth is flat, stationary, or flat Earth. No need to run away and call yourself anti-globe.
Anti-globe.
Yeah, because you don't use the word globe, because if you use the word globe in your name, people may assume that you're on the globe side.
That's
even
fine.
though it says anti.
That's a good discussion point, though.
Well, it's just saying that there's no need for name changes, or listen. Anything that's used as a description, you don't need to say, well, that they've hijacked something. Now we need to change to another name or whatever. It's just a description. That's all it is.
Yeah, but you go out to this guy. You know this already. If you go out to the general public or to university or to any other person, you talk about flat Earth. Instantly, they have like this brain reaction where they have to say the person's crazy. So it's a problem.
We care about their how they feel about
Stand your ground, brother.
And the thing is, because government controls perception and culture, they control reality for these people. That's why they push communism and globe Earth and fake science. Yeah,
it's all perception of narrative that they craft. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's all government does. All day, every day, is they manipulate.
So we're supposed to conform to whatever makes them feel good and how we present the truth. Yeah. Is that right?
No, I know what you're saying.
Well,
actually,
I know
what she's talking about.
I know what girl. Oh, Sydney. Yeah. Listen, what we do here is we provide evidence for the truth, and when the truth stands to be that it's flat and stationary, we're not going to change our vernacular just because we're going to pander to a crowd that doesn't understand what reality is. You know what I'm talking about?
That's what I was getting at. Yeah.
Well, we should get there together in the fact that we're not going to be changing words and things because somebody can't agree because their feelings are hurt by saying the word flat.
They want to be a basketball.
And to be honest, they shouldn't hurt too much.
Miggy's trying to insult you, sir.
No, that's fine, but I'm happy with my position on anti-globe because
they can do whatever you want. I'm just telling you,
way to hold your ground.
But the thing is, I keep getting a couple of stumbling points when I try to describe flat Earth.
What stumbling points do you have?
Well, there's just a lot of things that do add up and a lot of things that don't add up.
And give me the things that don't add up. We'll talk about.
Well, okay,
one thing.
So I've noticed the government, which is who's in the American government, who's controlling these narratives or parts of these narratives, they've taken a different direction. Whereas instead of trying to educate directly on the globe, they're going for total discredit. So you'll notice this. Professor Dave put out a video the other day. I didn't know who Professor Dave was, but this whole video was counter narratives. So he's not trying to push the globe. He's not trying to push truth. All he's doing is trying to discredit people, and that's it. So that's what I'm saying. They're on their last legs.
Yeah, I agree.
They're desperate. And there's a British guy put out a video last week. It was just total garbage. All right, and so all they're trying to do is gather the retards and the disabled people now.
Yeah.
They are trying to bring back things from like 2, 3, 4 years ago, and where to try to make it relevant at this point, like they are backtracking. You're right.
That's what government does: is recycles information at events.
Exactly. Perfect example.
When it's convenient for them. Yeah.
Hang on, Sydney. What were you saying?
Effort on Band.video and Bongino and all of the other ones that you know who owns them, and it's like all within a week's time last week, and it was exactly what you just said. It was the backtracking. I was yawning. I was saying the Earth is flat in the comments and the paid ones, and it was great. Making my exit on that note, and then of course I always struck the chord, and then the next day he talks about real things and makes fun of flat Earth, doing the hand gestures. I'm like, come on, Bongino. Anyway, it's exactly what they're doing though. So I was just agreeing.
Right, but now Glober, anti-Glober, you said that this thing is a stumbling block to you, right? Is that right?
Yeah, because I tried to use the flat Earth narrative to talk to people, but as I said, you get this weird glazed over reaction, like you're insane. So we in our circles, we know what we're talking about because we can provide evidence and verifiable proofs, yeah? But to the normie and the government type people, there's just no getting through. So I'm not saying we're wrong or right, but actually I'm doing the same thing the government's doing. I'm changing the narrative, aren't I?
No, you're just revealing the truth. You're not changing anything. You're just showing them what reality is actually, instead of what they've been told, which is a hijacked understanding of what reality is. So I'm just getting back.
You don't know what's wrong or right.
The stumbling block part of this whole thing. I don't know how you're stumbling over this. Like, if you're speaking truth, where is this? Where are you stumbling? Like, why do you stumble?
Well, it's because it's just because you can't get through to people. There's straight away.
You're saying that's the stumbling block, not getting through to people.
Yeah. So the biggest stumbling block I found was saying the word flat Earth. So also they started using the term anti-glober. And I'm getting a different reaction.
So the different reaction meaning that they're more receptive to anti-glober.
Yeah. Not receptive, more taking a different angle. Because people say anti-globe. What do you mean by anti-globe? Because, well, I can't prove there's a globe.
Once you get down to the brass tacks and start explaining to them what your position is, do you think that's going to change the outcome of their reaction? Because it's going to be visceral. It's going to be visceral.
But eventually they're going to think you're a flat earther, Exactly.
Right. So why? Let's cut through the old crap cake, right?
Yeah, I see where you're going with.
Right. So I like to cut out the middleman and not make them feel comfortable like sitting across the couch. I want to talk to them directly because I'm an honest Joe. I want to listen. Like, they've been lied to all their lives. Why am I going to try to comfort them in the truth? Like, this is something they either are going to take in and look at, or they're going to be like, you know what, you're fucking retarded. Get out of my face. Either way, you've spoken your piece. You said what it needed to be said. And they take it or they leave it. It's up to them. But it's not. You're not going to arm wrestle them into like the truth. You're going to give them the information, and regardless of how they take it, they're going to mull over that information, possibly come back to you if they're receptive of it. But if not, they're probably never going to talk to you about it. Either way, you know what I mean. The truth is something that's going to be said, but it might take you a while. But excuse me, it might take you a while. But when you get there, it's still going to be the end result that they're going to have that visceral reaction. So I don't know. It's just delaying the inevitable at some point.
Yeah.
I think that words are just so important.
Globers, Globers are blind. When you came in, you were mentioning the autistic population.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there is a large population of autistic people on the plane right now?
Damn.
Okay, no,
I don't know where we're going with that. Like, I think that's
this is
like
why
a side
you get
topic.
muted, dude, because you take turns, dude.
You just went off.
Okay.
Now we'll be talking about autism instead of flat Earth.
Yeah, we're not doing that. So,
well, yeah, I understand this, but
have a seat, Strange Days. If you don't mind, mute yourself, please.
Yeah,
hey, but I'll shut up. I'll shut up about it. But just
I shouldn't have used that term, but I was just in the other chat as I was in the other chat debate flat Earth, right? And it's just, I won't even say the word. It's just silly.
Right.
You know,
but let's so we're just addressing.
Let me say something real quick.
Go ahead.
So let me get this straight. You came in here from a place called Debate Flat Earth and More, where there's people we call anti-flat earthers, and now you're coming in here trying to get us to say anti-globers and call us.
I'm not trying to control speech, no.
Oh, okay. We already have a name for that. We call it a globe skeptic, right? So if you call yourself a globe skeptic, sometimes the reaction isn't as bad from people.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call yourself an anti-glober because that's like shot, anti, you know what I mean?
I think it's anti-knowledge and intelligence.
Right? Oh, sorry, Sydney. Go ahead.
You're good. It's just, it's overutilized, so it has no meaning anymore. Anti-fill in the blank. It's just because of all of the people that are like complete chills in media, especially, but they've just literally shove it down your throat now to where it has zero meaning. And it's like, I don't like it titled the genre, the boxing, either way, you know, it's like not accurate. So I agree.
Yeah, it also gives an air of substance to whatever you're saying you're anti against, right?
Yes, exactly. Gives it power. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like anti-glober to me seems like a religious belief. Like you're just going to be anti against it.
Yeah, or anti-globalist.
I am against it. That is a good point. But actually, that's a better word, globe skeptic. I like that.
Yeah, we have a globe skeptic role here because we have a lot of people that come here like, I don't know if the Earth is flat, but I know the globe's bullshit. I don't know what to call myself, so we have a globe skeptic role for that.
No, whoever came up with the skeptic title is the best term for it, for real, because like they've perverted words so often now that like I got pissed enough when it was they turned Behemoth into Behemoth, and I'm like, no. So like nowadays it's just crazy how backwards and perverted things have become, with things not meaning what they originally did. So that's all I meant. I wasn't trying to talk smack at all. So
you're right.
It's like neuro-linguistic programming, right? So that's actually what's happening.
Yeah, we're about to, in like, I guess in some minutes, we're probably going to go live on Chill Chat. We're going to all be on webcam. We're going to.
Yay!
So I just wanted to
keep your pants on too. Like none of that.
What the heck? Nah.
I wanted to talk to anti-glober here just for a moment, just about like it's not it's the content of what the message that you're providing for someone. So don't worry about like you get hung up on these labels and that, like that's not what it's about. It's about the content of the message. So I think that's the most important thing. And if you're speaking truth, then you could try to make this as civil as possible, but some of these guys in the arena that are against us, they are real well versed in just being like weasels. Like they try to get around things, so they thrive on polite conversation. It's what gives them power. When they know that they can just be saying nice things for as long as they can, they'll keep the party going as long as they can. So you just be concise and I guess direct. You don't have to be worrying about like what other people think. Yeah. If you're so concerned about other people's feelings, then you're going to have to be changing who you are every single time, and the content of the message might just not come across direct. So.
And here's the other thing: you can't, like you said, like change the narrative. You can't look at it like that. You're not going to out brainwash them. Yeah. They have more people. They have more media. They've been doing it longer. They like started with these people. They're 45 years old. You're not going to just say a bunch of words and like change their mind. They have to change their own mind. Really,
it's true.
You can only like help them figure out how to determine what truth is, right? By using like scientific method, logic, you know what I mean? And like the difference between claims versus evidence, right? You have to like basically lead them like it's not changing the way they're thinking, it's changing how they determine what truth is. Because at this point, most people, especially the people that are resistant to the information, they think truth is determined by asking somebody else. They've outsourced their intellect. They go, well, I don't know the answer to that. There must be a scientist somewhere that knows, and I'll just trust him because I'm lazy.
Well, they actually say don't critical think now. So.
Well, they don't know how to. You literally have to teach them like scratch, like children.
This was an argument I was having yesterday. They don't have a belief in themselves strong enough where they can research and find out information. As you said,
they view the world as oppressor and oppressed. That's the sad part. Yes.
Yeah.
I say this all the time. You can give them all the information in the world. If they do not know how to analyze it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, that's terrifying that we've got to this stage where grown-ass, mature men are still little boys who don't know how to read. And I'm just like, this is terrifying.
Well, they do it in the media, right? So they'll say things like, the climate consensus and 3 out of 4 doctors tried at
settled science.
So they use logical fallacies openly in politics, in media, in advertising. It's used. Logical fallacies are just used openly. People actually think that. But people think this is actually a form of rational thought. They've never been taught just basic logic in school, so they think that this is logic.
Yep.
Yeah, it's spell casting. A lot of these people, government uses spells.
Yeah, you call it that.
Just take a look at all of the new graduates of law degrees. It's so backwards from what it was. That's the perfect example.
Yeah, they're not actually looking at law, they're just regurgitating laws, which is all creation of man, so it makes no sense.
Yes, that's one of my biggest pet peeves. Whoever said that, good on you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People, they go on about law of gravity. And I'm like, you know what a law is, don't you? And they go, no. And I said, that's a creation of man. So it has no basis in science.
That's not an argument.
Right.
It's a belief.
That's not an argument. Really?
Yeah,
So the second law of thermodynamics is a belief, really?
Well, there's elements that don't make sense.
What elements of the second law of what's the second law of thermodynamics? And then tell me what the elements that don't make sense.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and debate individual points.
Why have you not got one? The whole point.
To debate individual points.
That's the entire point, dude. What the hell?
I'm not going to. I'm not going to debate thermodynamics.
Well, can I just hand wave this whole thing? Because the word law means that which is fixed. That's all it means.
Yeah.
So
you can destroy
law in a law written by men. It just means that which is fixed. That's what is.
Okay, that's actually a good argument there. I can destroy gravity, but I can't debate thermodynamics. So what does that tell me?
Gravity's not a law.
What does that tell you is that gravity is not a natural law.
It's a mathematical relationship from Kepler's quote-unquote law.
It's used in word only.
Wait, what?
Natural laws.
What chat room am I?
That doesn't refute natural laws just because they say the law of gravity, which has been debunked for over 108 years.
Yeah.
Right?
Which VC? I'm so confused.
Which VC? That helps the conversation.
I'm so sorry. I just keep.
Don't go anywhere yet.
My bad. Okay, thanks.
Always type questions, can't we?
I'm so sorry. I see shiny, flashy things in my peripheral. My bad.
All right.
Got distracted.
Back to the natural law thing. See, you said law are man-made things. I suppose you're talking about man-made laws, but natural laws and man-made laws, those are two different things.
Yeah, no, we just discussed this, right? Because you got to stop at a stop sign, right? Whether that's code or law or whatever, it's going to fall in the same category. So you talk about laws; it's a dogmatic belief in something.
It's not a law, it's a regulation.
It's not a natural law. That doesn't fall in the same category.
I'm just saying, whether it's a code or regulation or law or whatever,
you know what you're doing?
People still look at it through the same dogmatic prism.
You're doing?
What?
You're equivocating fallacy. You know what that is?
I'm not referring to me. I'm saying this idea of a law has been perverted. That's my point. So people look at things through this dogmatic prism all the time, and the government feeds them all this ridiculous propaganda. We just discussed all this in another option, another angle.
Oh my God, the dumbest person in here is talking the most as usual. Shut the fuck up. My God, you got diarrhea of the mouth. I said you're equivocating fallacy. You know what that is?
You can say no. You don't have to be embarrassed, man. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not embarrassed. I'm just saying why are you going against what I'm saying?
Because it's stupid.
You haven't answered the question.
No, you're making a law to call me stupid. You're doing the same thing.
Oh my God!
What?
Please.
You didn't even hear what he has to say yet. Why don't you listen to what he has to say first, and before you make a judgment on it?
Do we even want to go any further with that last statement?
I don't know, man. You're gonna go. It's not gonna be good.
What do you mean making up a law? What was that?
We're just
made up a law.
We're poking the bear at this point.
Do you think he made up the law?
I don't.
I am the law.
See, when you have a qualifying word in front of another word, then that means it's a qualifier. It changes what it is, right? So if you say natural law, and then you have human-made law or man-made law, they're different things because they have a different qualifying word. So the second law of thermodynamics is not a law in the same sense as, stop at a stop sign. Why do I have to explain this shit, dude?
That's what I was thinking.
I just feel that, this guy, he needs to be in this chat with, himself on mute and just listen to what happens here.
Well, if he wasn't a native English speaker, I could understand, but he sounds like he's a native English speaker.
Perhaps this is why the stumbling block that he was talking about was maybe this.
Oh, communication skills?
Yep.
I mean, give him a break, I guess.
Well,
I'm being a terrorist sympathizer right now.
No, what I'm saying is,
I a second ago too.
Listen,
yes.
If that's the case, then he could just be on mute, listen, maybe pick up some points and jot them down or whatever. But to be in a conversation and start articulating, I don't think that's a strong point for him right now.
Yeah, he might want to
take a couple weeks.
Learn the ropes a little bit, man. This isn't an easy topic to I shouldn't say it's not that hard, but it's not for the rookie. You know what I mean? To just jump in and do kung fu.
I mean, we got some people that come in there like, I've been in Flat Earth for 10 years. I can't tell. They come in here and they sound like they're buffoons when they're talking. It's like, this is crazy. I mean, you should already be advanced. You should be teaching me.
Get their ass handed to them by Donald C.
I don't know, man. That's fine, but as long as they can just stick around and listen and whatnot, and that's that. I mean, it doesn't need to. At any rate,
because
I feel like any.
I want to help. If he's sincere, I want to help him. But if he's not sincere, I want him to kick rocks. So I really can't figure out which is which. I think he's sincere and kind of not. I don't know. Seems to be.
Is that those weird Aussies again, Miggy? Is it?
Dude, I'm not even saying it, man, bro.
Blood flowing to your head.
I won't say anything. I already told you, man. You and yours get your shit out of there because we're about to send about 5 nukes down there. So we're gonna end it all for you guys. We're gonna decimate that place.
You only got to hit 2 places. The rest of it's desert already.
And here's what that's going to sound like.
Sounds like a 70s porn film.
You drunk again, Sonny?
Yes.
Yeah, that answers it. He's probably taking a swig right now. He was yesterday.
70s porn.
Oh, yesterday it was funny.
At any rate,
I wasn't drunk. I wasn't drunk yesterday, and I'm not drunk again today. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's about 6 o'clock. Hilly already drunk.
So we got Richie in here. He's VC verified. Any y'all talked to him before? How's it going?
What's up, Richie? How are you?
Oh, we talked to Richie earlier.
If you don't answer, we're going to call you Brokey.
How'd that go?
Well,
he got on the fence, flat, globe, confused.
No,
I can hear he's breathing.
That's you breathing? I hear you breathing.
No,
you got a mic?
Everybody's. Thanks, QE.
I'm glad you like that, QE.
Anyway, did the guitar come through okay? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, it was terrible.
Nah, we couldn't hear it.
It was dope. Okay, thanks.
Don't
Thanks.
shut up. He'll do it again. Stop that.
Shut up, QA.
We're starting to eyeball QE as a provocateur, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I know,
right? You're just starting to do that.
You
what?
just started getting that.
That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? Where have you been, man?
We got a professor in the house. Professor Eli. Why don't you tell us what your profession is, buddy?
I don't got nothing interesting to say.
It's your profession.
Interesting profession.
Welcome back, bro. Welcome back.
That was just a dumbass spinoff of Professor Dave.
How? I just gotta say, you know.
Okay, that's okay. Whatever happened before is fine. You can switch over to Professor of Flat Earth.
I was thinking of Professor Fowler because it has more of a ring to it.
No, that don't suit you.
My last name.
Are you a fake professor like Dave?
Oh no. Well, Dave isn't a professor either.
Yeah, that's why I said a fake one. A fake professor.
You got that right.
Shoot. I didn't hear that.
Are you a fake professor? Or are you real?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not particularly knowledgeable in any one area.
A jack of all trades, he says.
Master of none.
Yeah, sticking to the same thing.
Isn't that copyright? Somebody already has that.
All you got to do is grow a plant, and you could become a scientist yourself.
Jack of all trades. Yeah, they call that duct tape.
We're looking
What?
for
How does
prey.
plants grow with duct tape?
That's what a jack of all trades use. Just duct tape everything.
That's what they use to plug a hole in the ISS too, I think.
Nah, just let it leak.
Thought that was gum.
I'm pretty decent at welding.
If it has a leak, it just has a leak.
You just get a leak.
So the manual was reading the package of the gum. I had to consult the safety manual on how to stop this leak. Chew gum.
I think that's racist against little Dutch boys.
In case of emergency, break glass.
Yeah, there's a pack of Trident in there.
Put little Dutch boy's thumb in leak.
No, it's Orbit. It's Orbit, Indio. Come on.
It has to be Orbit gum. That's right.
Okay, have little Dutch boy chewing Orbit gum first.
Trident say you're on a sub, right?
Yeah.
We got the wrong gum. They sent us the wrong gum.
Shit.
We're all gonna die.
And don't forget, man, we're still live streaming on Rumble.
I was gonna say, let's kick it off, maybe.
Yeah. Let's get down. Let's get down.
So where do I do it? Where's the face thing? This one. Ha!
No, not here.
Should we make an announcement?
They're gonna jerk us all out over to some other room, and then.
Well, no, check it out, man. 25 of us can only go there because that's the limit for the cams. So we're gonna have to.
So were you going live stream too?
Oh, I think they're.
No.
Well, unless Indio ups it, unless Indio makes it more people.
You can't up it. It's a Discord limit.
No, it's not. It's not locked. It's a sliding scale. You can change it.
Wait, hold on. Let me.
Okay. I'm using like the voice works only on my phone. I can use.
Oh, you want me to do it for Chill VC?
Yeah. Well, what do you think is a good number? 40
for Chill.
Yeah, we can all go in there. You can all, whoever wants to get on cam.
I better change shirts.
Why don't you set it for like 40 for now?
Shirts. What the hell?
I just make sure my stains were out of the screen.
Yeah, brush your hair and fix your teeth because.
Put your teeth in.
Yeah, I just like I said, I got rid of a lot of hair, so it's all good now. It's a lot less time.
Cool. We got a bunch of people who said they'd be interested in joining. Chill chat. I might be able to do it right now. It's set for 99. So what we'll do is we'll move in and then we'll just reduce it from there.
Yeah, Vortex
chat. Oh, there it is.
Where the hell did it go? Just
all right. I'm just gonna go. So Blue Jumper, is he? He's not here. Well, we'll just take a video on in the live stream one. For anyone that wants to stay in live stream one, just move. You're going to have to move back in. We're just going to move this whole panel into the chill VC. If you want to stay, you're going to have to pop back in here. All right.
Let's get down business.
All right. We'll see you all in there. Here we go. Radio check.
Yo.
Vortex is still moving people in, so it might be a little slow.
So if we have more than 25 users, none of us can go on camera.
Oh, yeah. For 25. Right. So yeah. So whoever wants to stay, or I guess whoever wants to go on camera is going to get obviously.
All right. I'll go on. Jim will go on camera. Mm-hmm.
All right, Jim.
We can't go in there. It says video.
Can't go in now.
Yeah, that's what.
25.
Yeah, 25's the most.
25's the back.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to kick out anyone that doesn't want to participate for the most part.
Jim will go on camera.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, someone's got a.
It says video chat is not available.
Yeah. Oh, Jim, you're gonna have to mute the watch.
Yeah, because if we're over 25, they won't let anybody do it.
That's correct. We're gonna kick out anyone that doesn't want to participate for the most part.
Yeah, someone's playing it in the background, and that's like a 10 seconds.
Mute your watch page, or I'm booting you for 7 days. Those are the options.
Yeah, Jim, you're gonna have
to
Jim.
All right, goodbye, sucker. Random countdown incoming. All right, you've just made it.
So hey, why is he I'm unsure what the hell's happening here.
Oh, I gotta move the Helio stream.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
I'll go on camera.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
Planet?
Okay, so what is the thing that we're on right now?
It's a commonly held misconception that the Earth is a spherical object that revolves around the Sun. But the fact is, of course, that surrounded by a barrier of ice that explorers have been attempting to penetrate for centuries. 2,000 years ago, an Egyptian scholar by the name of Eratosthenes performed an experiment that he claimed proved the Earth to be a sphere. However, there are serious doubts about the accuracy of his data and his scientific procedures. Dr. Leo Ferrari explains.
Oh, the Eratosthenes experiment is an experiment supposedly conducted in the 1st century, whereby this ingenious person was supposed to have proved, I say that in quotes, that the Earth was a sphere of some 4,000 miles radius. Eratosthenes one day noticed that the sun was directly overhead in Syene, whereas he noticed that on the same day, at the same time, the sun made an angle of 7.2 degrees to the vertical at Alexandria, which was some 530 miles away. How did Eratosthenes in the 1st century know what the sun was doing on the same day in two places which are 530 miles apart? One can take all those same data, knowing that the Earth is flat. In one place you have the sun directly overhead, and at another place, at the same time, at 530 miles away, let us suppose that it does make an angle of 7.2 degrees to the vertical. Then we have a right-angle triangle, which it can be easily shown that the sun is some 4,000 miles up in the sky. These superficial, even, considerations show that it's impossible. The whole thing, it's a story, a fairy story made up and mindlessly repeated in textbooks.
Fortunately, not all scientific arguments are based on such questionable research. The Greek astronomer Ptolemy determined to everyone's satisfaction that the Earth is flat, circular, and the central body in the universe. His theory went unchallenged for 1,200 years. Not surprising, really. One need only look around. However, the notion that it was some other shape gained some acceptance during the Renaissance. In 1543, the Polish astronomer Copernicus suggested the bizarre notion that the Earth is a round ball that circles the sun. But his book emphasized it was only a hypothesis. He further avoided controversy by withholding the book for 13 years, and then by dying on the day it was published. So Copernicus' notion that the Earth was a ball you couldn't fall off of was readily embraced by businessmen. And when Magellan's crew claimed to have circumnavigated the globe in 1522, it was seen as a new piece in the scientific puzzle. But more importantly, it was seen as a strong psychological boost for free enterprise. The argument, for all practical purposes, came to an end when the Church of England was established by law during the 16th century. They rejected many laws of the ancient Catholic Church, and to appear forward-thinking, they embraced many radical scientific notions prevalent at the time, including Copernicus' round Earth theory. With this endorsement, the theory found its way into the schools, which were then largely controlled by the Church. It has remained there to this day, and many children have accepted it without question.
There's all kinds of proofs right around you that show that the Earth is flat. A very simple one to think of is that we use plumb bobs to build buildings. In other words, to get the wall of a building going straight down, you'll take a string with a heavy weight hanging from it, and you make the building follow that string. That plumb bob will point to the center of a round Earth. That means that if you imagine that this was the correct Earth, you can imagine a plumb bob held here would point in that direction, and a plumb bob held here would point in that direction. That means the buildings would be bigger on the top than at the bottom.
It would also mean that boats would constantly be sailing downhill. And invariably, in any discussion about the shape of the Earth, the first argument used in support of its rotundity is that as ships sail out to sea, the tops of their masts are visible longer than the hull.
The fact is, of course, that the light rays from the lower part of the ship are no longer reaching the shore.
The sailor thinks that he's traveling around the Earth this way, when in effect he's traveling around the Earth this way. And he's creating a circle. He's moving in a continuous direction around. He goes through the various parts of the circle, and he comes back where he started from, so around this way.
Does running round your neighborhood prove that the neighborhood is round?
Samuel Burley Rowbottom, better known throughout the scientific community as Parallax. In 1881, he had published this book, Earth Not a Globe. Outlining dozens of experiments performed over many years, it quickly became the standard authority for anti-globularists. Perhaps the most significant experiments were those carried out on a canal known as the Old Bedford Level. Located in Cambridgeshire, England, the canal is perfectly straight over an uninterrupted 6-mile stretch. While there, Parallax conducted many experiments, all towards one conclusion, to prove that the surface of the water in the canal was indeed perfectly flat. In one experiment, a boat carrying a flag rowed from one bridge to another 6 miles away. An observer with a telescope placed 8 inches above the surface of the water found that the flag and the boat were distinctly visible throughout the entire distance. If the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, then over a distance of 6 miles, the second bridge should mathematically be 16 feet below the observer's eye line. Through time-lapse photography, the velocity of these clouds has been dramatically increased. While they were actually drifting over the mountains at approximately 27 miles per hour, they now have the appearance of moving at well over 100, 4 times their normal speed. If the clouds were stationary and the Earth was revolving underneath them, this is how it would appear if the Earth was spinning at 100 miles per hour. Yet we're told that the Earth is spinning at 10 times that speed. Consider this. Those who maintain that the Earth is a globe that spins suggest that people standing at the equator are being whirled around at approximately 1,000 miles an hour. They further maintain that the Earth is spinning around the Sun at a speed of 67,000 miles per hour, and that our Sun is supposedly racing around the center of our galaxy at some 600,000 miles per hour. And yet, you and I both know that on many days it's possible to stand outside without a single hair being messed up by the breeze.
You put your hand outside a window of a car which is going even at 80 kilometers per hour, a terrific wind goes blasting by and pushes your hand back. Imagine putting your hand outside the window of a car that's going 1,600 kilometers per hour. You just take your hand right off.
With a sphere of 4,000 miles radius, being spun round once every 24 hours, a little bit of calculations will show that that person there is being spun round at about 1,000 miles an hour and it doesn't know it. I mean, this is obvious nonsense. You go on a merry-go-round and it goes, I doubt, more than 10 miles an hour and you get off all dizzy. You mean to tell me that people can be spun round at approximately 1,000 miles an hour and not know it? Why, if this is so, this whole room that we're in, it is supposedly being spun round as something of approximately that order of speed, and we don't know it.
There's all kinds of evidence for the phenomenon of what's called continental drift. This means that the continents are able to move as if they're floating on a fluid. Now, if the Earth is spherical, and if it's spinning, anybody knows that if this is spinning very, very, very fast like that the continents should all be located at the equator, because centrifugal force would move the continents from the poles to the middle. One of the real big problems that maybe is a little bit easier to understand, sound doesn't travel nearly that fast. So, for example, if you're at the equator and you wanted to shout to warn somebody, it's quite possible they could never hear you, because if you were shouting, say the Earth was spinning in this direction, and you were shouting in that direction, the sound could never catch up to the person who's, of course, being carried away by the Earth. Now, an interesting thing happens at the ends of the Earth. You see, when you go from on a car trip from point A to point B, you're moving through what's called space. And it takes time to get through space. But if there is space, there must also be non-space. It's kind of like saying, if there's wet, there must be dry. You can't have one without the other. It's obvious. So when you get the end of the pizza model of the Earth, you're actually moving from space into non-space. Now you can move through non-space in no time. See, it takes time to move through space, but it takes no time to move through non-space. As they cross the Earth, they will then go into this non-space region. They will instantly then be able to reappear back where they started by taking a non-space route. The moon does this, the sun does this, and stars even do this at a very, very slow rate, moving from space into non-space and then reappearing back where they started from. This is due to a property of reflectivity and complementarity that is a well-known phenomenon.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Wait, do you Sneeko?
This isn't Sneeko, but we Indio and I went over to a Sneeko server a couple.
No, I'm
Sneeko,
Sneeko, yes. I'm Sneeko.
Oh, I like if it's the same one that Nick Fuentes did something with the other week or whatever.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Tell him to say what up.
Who was it? Ash Cookham?
Ash Cookham.
I see Ash Cookham lighting up. Is that who you're speaking to?
Yeah, he was just in the server. Yeah, bro, welcome back, dude. What did you want to share with us?
Bro, I just think I found a video that, because listen, I'm about truth, right? And I just think I found a video that proves that the Earth is round.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Yeah. Okay. Well, send it to any one of us.
Drop that bad boy.
So, in order to give us globe evidence, you do have to understand what you would expect on a globe, right? Does that make sense?
I mean, what?
You don't know what you're looking for unless you know what you're looking for, right? Otherwise, somebody can say they have a Ferrari and you say, "What's that?" and they can show you an orange if you've never seen one before, and you're like, oh, "Okay, cool."
Yeah, that's why I wanted to screen share so we can talk about it. You know,
we can talk about it. If you don't know anything about what you're looking at, then it'll be fruitless. But go ahead, post it.
I sent you a DM, so
he's got to send a DM.
Check your DM.
I'll send it to Creation. Yeah.
Alrighty. Creation better.
Who wants to take point on Ash though? Because I don't want to jump. I don't want to step on someone's flow.
Shut up. I got a prediction that it's Dude Perfect. That's my prediction.
Yeah. I'll take point if anybody doesn't have any objections, or if you guys, Eli, if you want point, I'll back up.
Who's taking 5 on that? Dude Perfect.
Well, I've got seen it now, so it's not DP.
Bro, the guy has 30 subscribers.
I'm too hyped right now. You guys go ahead.
Shit. Indio's here. Indio, you want a pound of flesh? It's up to you, bro.
Wasn't paying attention. What?
Indio, they're gonna be perfect for this. It's the IS. It's the your friend Ash, you're going to need to know the size of the Earth. So this looks like it's claimed to be in the cupola, which you're gonna want to know how far off the ground that is, and if that's even close to being high enough to see curvature.
Yeah, well,
That's
newsflash, it's not. It's nowhere even close.
It's
All right, so we're gonna. Yeah, that's great. You got a nice video, Ash. Yeah, go ahead, Indio.
Yeah, so let me show you something. It's better to just show it. Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
I don't want to get in my
I'm
spiel.
all for. I want to be convinced. Otherwise,
Just let me show you something.
Yeah, hold on a second, Ash.
Why are you like backpedaling before I even do anything?
Just relax, bro.
Yeah.
Promise, this ain't gonna hurt you.
Sweetheart.
So this is what the Chinese show from their space station, which is 23 kilometers lower than the ISS.
what am I looking at? Where?
This is the China live stream voices. Yeah.
This is what the Chinese show.
This is what the Chinese show. This is from a spacewalk. Chinese spacewalk from the Chinese space station. This is a YouTube screenshot, right? So you can read at the bottom what video it is. You can just type that and search. Dude, I'm not bullshitting. I didn't do anything to this video. So who do we believe? As a Chinese lying or as NASA lying? Or is the math lying? Because if you just do the math, you shouldn't see Kerr from that altitude. It's nowhere near high enough. And it's easy to tell you why. From that altitude, you only see like 3%.
Let me look at the video first.
Oh, okay. So from that altitude, we would only see, from the altitude they claim the ISS is at, they claim you would only see 3% of the Earth's surface. You gotta remember, the ball is supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter. 250 miles is 1/16th of that.
Yeah, but like this video looks fake.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Right.
Does
it?
Another issue that I see.
No.
Another issue that another issue with your video.
Hold on a second.
Wait. One issue with your video is that you know how fast the ISS is supposed to be circling the Earth. I don't see any movement there.
Wait.
So let me ask. Yeah, that's cool. Let me ask him a question. Ash, you said this doesn't look fake. What is the basis for that? What are you comparing it to?
My video?
Yeah. So you said this does not look fake.
Yeah, I'm comparing it to my.
Comparing it to what? Like home video you've taken, a movie you've taken, like other video you've seen. Like, what are you comparing it to? Have you seen this viewpoint in real life?
To my sanity.
Sanity?
Yeah, it's actually not an argument. Yeah, you actually don't have an argument.
All right,
so you actually have no. Hold on. I just want to, pin the tail on this donkey. You don't have a frame of reference on whether to on how to evaluate the authenticity of this video because you've never seen the Earth from this position, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like comparing one photo of Santa to another photo of Santa and saying that photo's fake because this other photo of Santa I believe is real.
Have you heard the background noise and stuff?
Yeah. Try to focus. Go ahead, Miggy.
All right. So you brought in a video, right, as evidence that the Earth is a globe. Is this the hardest evidence you have against the case for the flat Earth? Like, is this the best that you have for globe Earth proof? And I'm only going to say that so that I can lead into the next thing I'm going to tell you. So I'm just giving you an opportunity.
Yeah, because
okay. All right. So if I was to give you these 3 questions that are fundamental to the globe's existence, would you be able to tell me your intellectual honesty in these questions?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to ask you.
I mean, are you asking if I have knowledge about it or?
No. I'm going to ask you some questions. And basically what it is a baseline knowledge for your understanding of the Earth being a globe. Okay, and you just tell me, just tell me if you know. If you know, just go into detail. And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you 3 questions. The first one is simple, right? So who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, has directly measured it with drop over distance? Do you know?
No.
Okay. Second question. They're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? So at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, the Earth is spinning on its axis. So who has directly measured this axial rotation to be what they say? Okay, that's fine. All right, so we'll go to the third question, and which is it's the vacuum of space adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe. So they're telling us that we are breathing this air pressure here on the surface at 14 psi, but the surface is also adjacent to the vacuum of space. So the furthest you go up into the atmosphere, you're going to reach like the exosphere, and beyond that, you'll reach into low Earth orbit, which are telling you it's super low pressure, but it's adjacent to the pressure that we breathe here. So how is it possible to have this gas pressure in an open system like they say we have the globe, right? So the question is, how do we have gas pressure without a container? Do you know?
That makes no sense.
Why, right. But would you have a rebuttal to why we have this gas pressure here?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
All
maybe
right, so,
gravity, but like, I don't know.
Well, no, that's fine. If you don't know, you can say, well, I don't really know. And
Yeah, I don't know.
kind of. Okay, so 3 questions that I asked you. Let me summarize. So basically, the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have right now. It's a blind belief, let's say, because you don't know that it's a globe. You just blindly believe that it is. And with that comes all the information like these images, videos, and whatever else.
I don't blindly believe, right? I just want to know the truth. Is all. No.
So I'm talking about the information. Ash, listen to me. The information that's been given to you, like, hang on a second, bro. The information that's been. Let me finish telling you real quick. I'm trying to clarify the point. I know what you're going to say.
No, you made a claim. You made a claim about me, bro.
Ash,
You made a claim.
Relax.
But you made a claim about me, no?
Well, you're not taking it easy, bro, and that's the hard part. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just talk about what that means.
And I'm gonna correct it.
It's fine, but wait till I'm done, and then you can correct it, right? So the implications of the information that's been given to everybody, not just you, is that the Earth is a globe by way of videos and articles, whatever it is, people talking about it. It's in the vernacular, right?
In school, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So everybody's got this information. So it isn't just you that I'm targeting. I'm targeting everybody who's heard this. So even the video that you have, it wasn't directly given to you. It was to the public, right? So the information is for public consumption. So when it's put out there, it's meant for everybody to understand that we live on an Earth that's a globe, right? The video of the guy in the cupola. So that video is showing people that it's a globe, right? But that's why I'm saying to you that that's all we have. And as far as like this Earth is, like from presentation from those guys, they're telling us that this is where we live due to this video. So it's a blind belief in the sense of saying like they're giving it to you without any information how to verify it. So you can't verify. You can just say, okay, there's a video of some guy looking out a window and now he sees the Earth as a globe. And that's all I have. That's a blind belief. Without any verification, it becomes a blind belief. So I'm not saying that you right now believe that. I'm saying it's a blind belief to say that this video is evidence for the Earth being a globe. Okay, now that I made my statement, you can see if there's any way I'm saying that you yourself are blind believing the globe.
I mean, do you think that?
I can't say it. You can only tell me. If I tell you that, I'm projecting something on you that you are not telling me. But what I'm saying, though, right. So what I'm saying, though, this is what they're good at. They're good at this information that they give us, and they elaborate with like other things, right? With people saying these anecdotal testimonies that they've been to a place that you can't go to, right? They've been to low Earth orbit and on, right? Rocket rides to space and whatever. So we have this people saying things, and all we are doing as the people who receive the information is believing them blindly. That's it. So that's all we have from that side. On this side, however, we have empirical evidence to state the fact that what we know the Earth to be is indeed flat and stationary. Okay, so I'm just separating the fact that we're not going to give you things just like they have, which is a blind belief in things and videos and such. Okay.
Can I tell you how I got to this video? I was about to go off PC, right? But then a thought came in my head, like, well, what would it like? Why is there no picture, like videos or pictures of? Why is there no pictures or videos of someone like being in space, right, without a fisheye lens, right? So I Google like picture in space without fisheye lens, and that's how I got to this video, right? And I get to this video, and it looks real to me, right? It doesn't look like it's fisheye lens, and I can see the curvature in here, right? But then I also think about, what if this curvature is not really the curvature of, like, what if this doesn't prove that the Earth is round, but it's just like, because it's so far, it's like, because it's like a disc, you know, like if you would look at a plate, would also from above we would also see some curvature, right?
Yeah, Ash, what we do here though is we want to have to give the people who are listening to us the ability to verify things for themselves. So when we go to things logistically that are impossible for you to actually, like, let's say everybody in this Discord right now, if we're to tell them that there's a guy who went up, 180,000 feet and looked down and he saw a pretty flat Earth, right? So how many people are going to be able to replicate what I just told you that guy did? Not very many, right? Few, if that. So what we do here is we do things that are things that can verify things, like the ability to do things that are within everybody's immediate reach. So if I tell you something, I'm not going to say you need to get on a rocket ride to go really far in elevation and then look down and see the flat Earth. Like that's something logistically that's not going to be something reasonable, right? So I got to target something that's possible for you to do. That's something logistically could be even more feasible for you, right? It's like go to a beach, let's say, and do a line of sight test. That's more along the lines of something that's reasonable for anybody to test the Earth to see what it is. And that's where we're at today. We're showing people that you don't have to go on a rocket ride and look down and see the Earth flat. That's not what we're saying. And that's a whole wrong approach anyway, right? Because the Earth that we're testing is on the ground. If there's any curvature, the surface curvature, it would demonstrate itself on the ground and we could then measure drop over distance, which was the first question I asked you. Mm-hmm. So that's important because if we don't have a baseline for our fundamental understanding of the Earth that we're on right now, then we become lost, or we don't know, or anybody that presents information like videos and or any kind of rhetoric, magazines or whatever, then we can be taken in by that information because we don't have a baseline of knowledge of how to discern. We don't know how even to think about to measure this Earth, or if there's any way that we can find out, right? So anyway, I'll stop there. But now that you understand that anything that comes from those guys is just really a blind belief because they don't have evidence. They can't show you, Ash, go to the Earth and measure the Earth for the curvature because they don't have that. And so that's where we're at. If they're telling you the Earth is a globe, then the next thing you have to do is tell them, how did you verify this? Because I want to verify this information myself. And if you can't do it, then you're blindly believing that information, whatever it is.
But how would you explain this video? What do you think about this video that I sent? Do you see it?
It's a video. That's all I can say. It's a video of a guy looking out of a window and seeing the Earth looking like it's curved. Is it objective reality? How is it possible? If we don't measure, if he sees curvature in that window of that cupola, let's take a look at it like this. Let's translate that curvature to the ground. If he's seeing curvature from that cupola in that video, then let's measure to see if we can find curvature on the ground. If we can't measure any curvature as drop over distance, then that video is not telling you the reality that you see out in the world. Does that make sense?
Look at that screenshot, man. Just take a good look at this screenshot.
What screenshot?
The screenshot I took from the video you posted.
9 past the hour.
Do you see it?
Yeah.
Say this was a ball that's 1 meter in diameter. How far away do you think you'd be from that ball? From this viewpoint? Pretty far, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not far. That you don't understand. They're not far.
What? Why do you say they're not far?
Because they claim the altitude is 250 miles. Look in the VC again. This is to scale of how far. This other image, this is a scale model. This is to scale. That white circle, that's their view. That's their entire view. That's the entire horizon. Where the white meets the blue, that's the horizon. Now, go look back at the image from the video. Do you think that this is an accurate representation of the geometry that they claim exists 250 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter?
So you think it will be like he would like see a lot less?
A lot less. This is like the Sea of Oman, and up top, and that's the Nile Canal, right?
Yeah.
And up top, that's like the Mediterranean. This circle, like these features that you can see, that can't even be like 600 miles. It's supposed to be 25,000 mile diameter or circumference.
Oh.
This is not representative of what they claim exists. It's not even close.
Do you see how that doesn't translate, Ash?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just going, oh, I see curvature. They must be very far away in space. This would be probably like 4,000 miles away. But they're 1/8 that, according to them.
Correct.
They're not even 1/8, 1/16 of that. In 1/32nd the diameter that they claim it is, right?
It's not even mentioning the radius. So I mean, think about it. Like all the metrics to the Earth being a globe, diameter, radius, circumference. It's not proportional. When you actually look at it from the image from that, that video, it's not proportional to the Earth that should be the size that they say it is. And that's where you start to find out, well, something's not adding up. The math doesn't fit the size of the globe that you're seeing.
I agree. That's exactly what my artist eye was like offended by. And that's kind of what kind of made it more solid for me to get, comfortable with the flat earth truth. So thank you for that. I didn't know if I was like on the money with the radius thing or not. I was like, that sounds right. Feels right.
It's on the geometry. Yeah.
This video looks so real for me, no?
Well, so do movies. You go to the theater, you see movies that look so real, but you don't think they're real, right? Because they're
wait. How does it look real? I'm confused.
Like it looks real, right? Even the noise and shit, like everything looks real, no? Like even the station.
Right, but fair, but that would represent an Earth that's about 1/8 of the size of the Earth they claim. That's primarily taken up with the landmass of a specific geographic region, which is only a tiny portion of the entire Earth. So it can't look real because you've seen a map before and you know that the scale of that territory is off.
What is I don't know the word in English, but like if you let's say, right, the Earth is a globe, let's say the Earth is globe, how many miles is there if you wanted to go around the Earth?
What, the circumference?
I guess, yeah.
24,901 miles.
Hey, watch the Morgan Freeman, not Morgan Freeman video. It just proves how easy it is to make something look real, but it's not really him.
Yeah, so if that carries, right, roughly, you're looking at an Earth that's 1/6 the size of the Earth they claim. So that curvature can't possibly be the curvature of the Earth. It's obviously the curvature of the lens.
I think you said earlier, too, you thought the China picture or video looked fake. And that's exactly our point. It's like you take the time to actually examine these things, and it's extremely fake.
Yeah,
like, which one is real to you? The China or the NASA? Well, why is China less credible?
China looks fake to me instantly, right? But this looks real instantly to me.
Well, then why is China faking space?
Hold on. Hold on.
What do you mean?
I have an expert witness friend help you. I have an expert witness on the line, Elon Musk. Oh, yeah, that's right, Elon. Yep. Okay, what Elon said is you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Thanks, Elon.
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
we'd have way better CGI if it was
you
fake.
can tell it's real because it looks real, you know?
No, Ash, check it out, man. Ever since you were a child, you've been shown these images and videos and all that. So you're going based on that, where people are saying, oh, that's space. It looks so real. And so you're basing your whole worldview on that. When you see things like, listen, Ash, you can say not true all you want, bro, but the whole world has been land-based ever since we were kids, children even, right? To think that the Earth is a globe via this propaganda, which is videos in your textbooks, People use the word in the vernacular, globalist. So all this information culminates to a point when you have the critical thinking age like you're at right now. You should be able to have good discernment, but you cannot get away from it, because when they show you things that makes it look like it's real, in your mind you perceive it like that's reality, even though you have geometry that doesn't comport over to what it should be when you look at it, right? Because even on the video,
forget geometry, brother. Think about your own.
In flat Earth 10 minutes ago, before I saw this video, right? Now I'm not sure. I believe in flat Earth 10 minutes ago.
No.
We told you.
I'm not close-minded, bro. Like,
Stop
I'm not close-minded. When I was,
you are.
When I was 15,
friend, I'm going to explain to you. I'm going to explain to you how close-minded you are.
No, when I was 15, I said, how do you know that the Earth is round? I asked my friends, how do you know it? How do you know? When I was 15, my friend. And that is true. I always questioned everything. I asked them, have you been up? Have you seen it? No, you haven't. I'm not close-minded, bro.
I believe you are, Ash.
Well, then why did you not?
Why would you think that going up and looking at something from outside of the Earth is the way to tell what Earth is? Why do you need to astral project your soul into some other place outside of the Earth?
I mean, because if you want to know what shape, if you let's say you're a tiny, like let's say you were the size of an ant, right? You can see what
you're actually trying to reason with us.
You're trying to make up something in your head, right?
That's why you're closed-minded.
So what if it was a table, right?
No. Yes. No. Can I finish? Let's say.
You already did. You said we're an ant on a beach ball or a ball. Like, who cares? It's an ant.
No, I didn't finish. You know what shape a plate is, right? You know it.
Depends
let's say, let's say you were a size of a bacteria.
Before you go on, do you think we think the Earth is a plate in space, a disc?
No.
We're not the size of a bacteria, Ash.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
No.
Let me finish.
No, I don't want to hear about bacteria.
You'll finish in a second, but you never. Your premise, right? You know what a plate is by looking at it. It depends on the perspective you're looking at the plate from, right?
It keeps changing.
So it changes based upon where you are relative to that object, right? What it looks like.
He went from ant to bacteria.
Yeah, we're not a fucking bacteria. Okay, stop talking about that. You don't even know what you're saying. So first of all, I'm not going to stop, bro. No, you don't realize the implications of what you're saying. You haven't even tested the Earth to be a globe yet. You haven't tested it.
I know that the shape of a plate doesn't change. It doesn't matter.
Oh my God! Nobody says it's a plate.
The shape. I'm not comparing.
Visually changes. It visually changes. Ash, you're just making up nonsense.
What do you mean it visually changes?
It visually changes. Oh, it doesn't. So if I look at a plate from the side versus right up above it, it doesn't change. It looks exactly the same.
No, it's about what the plate is shaped, not what it looks like, right? We want to figure out what.
Look at it. But you just said look at it.
Bro, no. We want to figure out how the Earth is, right?
By looking
That's
at
the goal.
it. Yes.
Not the shape. No,
you just said not looking at it. Make up your mind. Pick a struggle. Look at it or not look at it. Is looking at it the way or not the way?
Of course, looking at it is the way. Yes.
Okay. So if I told you to build a house, I said no tape measure. Look at the pieces. All you can do is look at the pieces and guess how long they are.
They're screwed.
I didn't understand.
You'd have a fucked up looking house.
You need to measure. Yeah, he's giving you an analogy of the idea here. If you want to find how to look at what we're saying, you need to measure the Earth. That means you need to test the Earth if it has this curvature that you think it has. It's not looking at something is not going to determine whether or not that convexity is there or not. You have to measure across the surface of the Earth and find out if there's any drop over distance, which a sphere should have. Therefore, you don't.
No,
what do you mean you don't? You're just going to guess?
Listen.
You're going to guess?
No, if you can look at the Earth
why can't we measure it? Why can't we measure it, Ash? Why can't we measure it?
I don't know. Listen.
Why can't we measure it?
I don't know. I just answered you.
Why don't you know? Why don't you know?
What do you mean why? I know. Like what?
Yeah. Well, because you need to measure it if you want to find out if it's curving or not. Right? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why aren't you measuring it?
Because I don't know how to, bro.
All right.
Really?
So wouldn't that be the first step? Knowing how to? Wouldn't
To
that be the
measure
first
to measure the floor, you measure the floor, right? Not the ceiling.
Hey, looking at it doesn't tell you anything, so you got to look at it.
It doesn't tell you. How do you know? How do you know that the plate is shaped how it is?
Well, we're not looking at the shape. No one's trying to determine a shape here. Only you. You're in a category error. This is the wrong server if you're looking for a shape.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, Ash. It's about the surface, so it's either rounded or it's not. We're not really dealing with the shape. We're here as flat earthers. We're not trying to tell you what shape the Earth is. In my view, there's no such thing as seeing the whole Earth anyway. Even if it was a globe, you don't see the whole thing. So there's no ability to go up and see the whole Earth. So we're talking about the surface of the Earth can only be curved or it's not curved. So that's why we're trying to get you to come down to the ground instead of flying away from the thing that you need to measure.
Yeah, because think about it logically. Hold on.
You think the Earth is infinite?
Hold on.
No, I said you there's no way to see the whole thing. Earlier, you said that you could go up and see the edge of the plate. We don't think the Earth is a plate or a disc.
I never said that. I never thought that, bro. I didn't.
You did. You didn't say it.
No, the problem. I didn't. I tried to make a point, and you didn't let me finish. Right? That's why you think that.
But listen, you did.
I didn't finish.
But the point is that there's no going up and seeing the whole Earth. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So
you're
flying up and helping you anyway. Because you can't go out of reality and look back and take selfies, bro. For the same way you can't leave outer space and then look back and say, okay, all of outer space is shaped like a blob or whatever you might think outer space is shaped like. You can't leave and turn around and take selfies with the Earth.
And you can't measure your floor space by going up to the ceiling lamp or the ceiling itself. You actually go to the floor to measure the floor space, the area, right?
Okay. Yeah, thanks, honey. So we're drilling down. We're drilling down on the point, Ash. Drilling down on the point is you have to be on the surface if you want to find out if there's any surface curvature, and that's what we're interested in. And if you can actually come to that point where you say, "I don't know how to measure it, guys. Can you help me?" Sure, we can. We can tell you how to do it. Is that what you want to find out?
No. But so, because you said.
What do you mean you don't know? No, what we talking about? You don't know?
Because there was many points here, right? And I want to address other points. I want to address other points.
Ash, the only thing you should be concerned with right now is measuring the floor for convexity. Which, if it's supposedly a globe, then it should measure like a globe with drop over distance. Ash, do you understand this point?
But I can't do that right now.
Oh, you can't do that. Well, I mean, so what?
Brother.
Yeah, the thing is, though, you don't have the knowledge to understand how to. So, can we talk about that?
Yeah, but we can. But first, you said, someone said that, you can't look at Earth, right? Because you can't escape reality, right?
Oh my God, you're really hung up on that point, aren't you? What?
We can get to that in a moment, Ash. Just let's focus, because the key point is what we're trying to hold you to right now. I want you to just take 30 seconds and just look around your room at all the surfaces, tables, ceiling, your phone, everything has a surface, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's only two options here, unless you can point out a third option. The surfaces can either be rounded in some way or it's not. There's no third option here. So what we're saying is the surface of the Earth, the water is a good place to start, can only be doing one of those two things. So what we need to do is find out which of those two things it's doing at the surface. That's step one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now that we got it all down, Ash, can we start with there?
Yes.
All right. But if you want, yes,
because I gotta go to sleep soon, right? I work in.
Oh, we got that. What's that fallacy, my friends?
4.5 hours.
Oh, look at the time.
All right, chill, everyone. Since he has to leave, it's important that we
wake up at 4 and 4.5 hours.
Bro, who gives a crap, dude? Someone else is speaking now. Thank you. So, before you go, we need to point out the fact that you showed us an image and we demonstrated to you how that image doesn't represent the Earth. And you then said you need to look at it to be able to see it. The ISS people aren't high enough to see any Earth curvature. And they represent to you a false image, which we demonstrated to you it's false. You immediately ran away from the implications and refused to acknowledge any of the points that were made, and went on a red herring and distracted everybody from the fact that you have no answer to the information you were given, and you refuse to even think about it or even talk about it.
My friend, see, the thing is, I'm not here to debate you guys on the Earth being round. I just want to know the truth. I just want
no, you don't, friend.
Yes,
you don't.
Yes,
you don't.
I'm not. Oh, do you think
you're
I'm lying to you right now? Okay.
No, you are lying. You demonstrated yourself to lie because we gave you information and you completely ignored it.
Okay. So
yeah,
do you
it's
think
called your actions speak louder than your words, friend.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Look, don't. I'm not blaming you. Most people that come in here have the same reaction. There's a trigger inside their mind that prevents them from going down certain tracks. It's a self-defense mechanism.
Okay. Yeah.
So next time you come back, you need to have an answer for why the critique of that video demonstrates that that's not the curve of the Earth that you're looking at. If you can't talk about that when you come back, then you are lying. You're lying to yourself, not us, because we know you're lying. So you're not actually lying to us.
What am I lying about?
Oh my God.
Your sincerity.
If you wanted the truth, then you want to just see if we can measure curvature or not.
Yeah,
like the whole but it looks real. Like that doesn't seem like someone who's after the truth. You know what I mean?
But are we not getting to that? We were just getting to that, right?
I don't know. You kind of wanted to fly away from reality, my friend. So, like,
what do you mean?
And trying to keep it down to the same time. Oh my! Look at the time. It's getting late.
Video falsifies the radius. You understand that?
The time is midnight 30 at where I'm at, and I need to work at 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is more important than sleep.
Press the leave button, bro. Come on, just press it. The red button. Press it right now. Go.
Yeah. That video falsifies the radius that you presented as evidence of curvature. Oh, I got to go to sleep.
Like what?
But you expect us to believe you're sincere. Get real, bro.
Okay, this was not sincere because that's not what happened, right?
Bro, right now's the time when you say I have to go, but you made a good point and we'll talk about it when I return. That's the honest thing to do.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I should be like you. I'm sorry, bro.
Well, otherwise you're gonna not want to talk about it, right? So, I mean...
You're gonna tell me how to respond now? Like what?
Yeah, look, dude, it's not impossible for one person to recognize another person's problems and point that out to them. Usually a wise man, when he's described his faults, takes it into account, thinks about it, and then makes a reasoned response, rather than just accuse the other person.
Let me ask a question. We'll just figure out if you're honest or not right off the bat.
Okay.
Does that video match the globe claims based upon the ISS is 250 miles above the Earth, and the Earth has a diameter of 8,000 miles? Does that image match that?
No, based on the thing that you sent me previous, it doesn't. No, of course not.
Okay. All right. Baby steps, man. Thank you for your honesty. It's hard for people to... Because what are they saying? They're saying, just look at it. Like, that's not,
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, now you're holding in two things. You got two things separately. You've got the video, and then you've got the claim of the globe Earth. So you have to drop one. You can't put them together. They don't go together. So sounds like you got to drop that video and get back to the claim.
Then you can take it one step farther, right? You can ask, why are they showing that video as a representative of the globe Earth when there's no possible way it can match it?
Yeah, we're gonna do a line of sight. We're gonna do a line of sight test. If he's gonna stay in here, we're gonna do the line of sight test. Unless you interject and say, "Look, look at the time," because I'm telling you right now, we can go through it. But if you don't have much time, I don't want to waste my time to go through it.
How long does it take?
Well, it's gonna take as long as it does. I don't know. Depends on you.
Usually, give me an estimate.
I don't know. Maybe 10 minutes.
If it's 10 minutes, I can do it, yes.
Okay. So, well, shit. All right. So if you're going to do a line of sight test, then I would say, do you have a body of water that's near your location, Ash?
A body of water?
Yes. A lake, an ocean.
No.
You don't live near a body of water at all. You can't even drive with the one.
Where I need to go outside?
a body of water like a lake or an ocean or
for this test. For this test,
Yes.
do I need to like physically
well, not
go
a
outside?
pond, but a lake. What do you mean physically go? How else can you test the reality or the physical natural world if you don't go outside, bro?
I can't do it. I can't do it, bro.
What?
What? If you have to go outside, you can't do it?
Yes.
What?
How would you test
no, the
inside your house?
The reason that I kick people like the reason that I mute or kick people like him out is because there are people coming in and coming out and coming in and coming out that actually deserve to have this conversation. I would have taken
We're not asking you right now, brother. We're not saying go out or leave your house at this very moment.
No,
why are y'all? Hold on. Why are y'all talking to him like he's reasonable? We're talking about the world, and he's like, "You mean I have to go outside, bro?" He doesn't deserve anything other than a listening pass. You guys gotta. I mean, come on.
Just take care of it. Prison, Elijah. Maybe he's in prison.
Yeah, could be.
Tags! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
That up.
We got apparently a guy named Adrian that Run Boston is working on to come into this chat. So hopefully, if he does come in here, keep an eye out for him because he might be popping in here. His name is Adrian. He's a Duggan Glober, so there's that, you know. And we also got Richie that just popped in right now. Richie, welcome to the chat. He's VC verified.
Hello.
What's up, Richie?
Yeah, everything fine. I'm pretty old school. I was here like maybe 5 years, but
yeah, you're of the mind that you think the Earth is a globe, right? If I remember.
no.
No, you got the lunar lander on your profile pic.
Yeah, that's the real one, you know, the real one that went to the moon.
The real one that went to the moon.
Yeah. This alloplastic thing that flies through the air, you know.
Oh.
No, I'm a flat earther.
Flat earther.
But I really don't
I think I remember hearing your name before. There was something.
Yeah, I pop in sometimes when I have when I want to join. You know.
I can't remember what the falling out was, but I think there was a falling out of between because I remember that. Trying to think. I don't miss when I recollect people, but I think it was you were upset about something and then you left.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes
I think so. I'm trying to remember. I'm getting there. That'll come to me. Anyways,
I mean, you VC verified me like 4 or 5 years ago. I remember
that's
that.
been a while. But you know, we want to move you into an Earth role. So in this server, because if not, people are going to be asking you time and again. You know, what do you think the Earth is? What do you think the Earth is? And every time you come in here, so if it's a new people, they're going to be asking that. So.
I know that. Yeah.
So yeah, you're of the mind that you think that the Earth is not a globe. Is that right?
No, it's not a globe. I mean, I don't really talk about that to anyone. I'm here, like, just thinking that by myself. Because I actually don't like to talk about it. People are getting mad about this topic, so I don't care anymore.
So what do you think about it now? Have you had some time to think about more, like how you feel like you want to approach the topic? Like, do you want to have conversations with people, or?
I actually don't. It's just waste of the time for many people. I live in Germany. Everyone is drunk every day. Like, just I'm mad about life, you know.
You're mad about life? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of things going on in your personal life. It sounds like to me, anyway. But
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well, maybe you just want to sit in here and listen and see what other people have to say and that kind of thing. You can just kind of hang out in the background, but I really can't move forward and give you the Earth determining role until we, kind of. It's really mainly just you got to hang around here some more. So that's all it is. We get used to you, and people will be like, "Yeah, Richie's pretty cool," but
right.
Yeah, if you want to just hang around, that's cool too. But if you want to also add to the conversation, let us know, and then we can.
If I have something dumb to say, I will join in. No problem.
All right, Richie. Let's see. That's it for Richie. Who else have we got in here? Well, we're waiting on Adrian, so as soon as Adrian gets in the chat, we'll talk to him. Were you going to say something, Ron Boston, when I was talking about that?
Maybe I'll just say something. Most of the times when I talk about this topic, no one can explain how the water works. How the water can bend, like in a sphere. For me, in my mind, it's impossible because how you want to bend water, or how does water bend? Because it does
gravity, bro. Duh.
Yeah, water hills. Yeah, they don't have the answer for that, Richie. None of them do.
Well, what do you think boats go over?
Not a hill of water.
And this is what I'm like when I'm telling people that logic is very important, because if your focus isn't, look, you can wait around forever and finally decide, okay, this is it's the same thing with finance. Like you never thought about, wait a minute, is there a kind of class for this? Is this a thing? Like, is an actual thing that I can learn, like martial arts or something, right? Well, like logic, that's where your thinking begins, when you open your eyes and oh, good morning. Everything you think from that point is important. I'm saying all this to say, you're like, I don't know how water would bend. How about first challenging the claim that it does by some method, which would mean measuring it? So instead of wondering how it's possible, you could just go and verify whether it's happening or not. That's a much faster way of doing things than wondering everything in the world.
Well said.
Hey, Mayhem, I'm over at my dad's, so I'm just kind of listening for now because he doesn't like the journey that I'm on. He thinks that everybody went to the moon and all that. He's not mad about it, but, I can't even 100% sure say that Richie isn't Adrian. Now, I'm not going to say I know that for sure. I know Adrian has an accent.
If you want, just send him in here.
Well, what I mean is I'm not 100% sure that Richie's not Adrian. Now, I'm saying I'm not going to put that down as being like I know for sure, but I can't say that I can't say either way. I have to listen a little bit more because I've talked to him quite a bit on the phone. Could he be changing his voice a little bit? I mean, I did drop the link 30 minutes ago, and he said, "Yeah, I've been on Discord before," and I was like, "Well, join us in there. Come on in." And anyway, unless he can,
well,
I know he's not German.
I'm just a European guy that joined in. I live in Germany. I'm half Italian, half Polish. I'm just
that's cool. If he sounded like somebody that was standoffish about the topic, I think that would have came through. I know that Richie had a falling out before, and I can't remember what it was. It's going to come to me though. But Richie did have.
Well, when you asked him about the flat Earth, he was a little bit hesitant. Like I don't know.
No, it was just kind of funny how you like this picture. It's obvious that it's a fake piece of shit. In my opinion, like it's too easy to see.
What?
So you're 100% sure the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, pretty sure. I'm like I don't want to.
Like 100% sure, like
not 100. Like I'm not. I think I'm not the smartest guy on the planet Earth, so I don't.
Planet? What are you on about, dude?
That's what's beautiful about being Like, what is smart? Because everyone,
I'm just a free thinker. I want to.
That was a rhetorical question, because no one can know everything, right?
Yeah,
that's impossible. So, what is intelligence really? It's the ability to think logically and reasonably. So when you say I'm not the smartest person in the world, you best get cracking on your logic and reason, because you don't need to know everything to be smart. As a matter of fact, knowing things doesn't make you smart.
Yeah,
if you can
that's what annoys me about some people, actually. That people tell me that they know shit, you know? Like
so that's
the church or something. They say there is a God. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know about shit. And it's okay to not know.
No, it's not okay to not know things that are knowable. That's where you're wrong again, because your logic isn't all the way there, right? So when you say God, first, let's define God. What's God? In your eyes, it's okay if you have like your own definition of it, whatever.
What people say God is, it's just some guy, you know.
Yeah, but he didn't ask you what people said. He asked you what you think, Richie.
I think, I don't know if there is one, if there is none. I don't know. I didn't witness anything, so I don't know if there is or not. I don't think there is, but maybe there is. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. It's okay if you don't think there is. It's okay if you believe in a globe in here. That's what I don't think you realise it. You can believe in a globe. You can not believe in God if you want. I'd think you're an idiot, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's like your opinion. You think I'm an idiot?
Wait a minute. I'm just trying to point out the fact that if you believe in a globe, you can still be in the server. That's the point.
I don't believe in a globe, but I don't know if there is a God.
Well, so let's rewind this thing. Okay, let me ask you this question. Do you think that something material can pop into existence from something unmaterial? If you don't understand the question, ask me to reiterate.
I don't understand that, but I don't.
If you don't understand how to answer the question, ask me to reiterate.
The thing is, it's
either going to be a straightforward answer, or you just ask me to reiterate. It's okay.
If something comes from nothing.
Basically.
Could be not. Maybe.
When in history, your history, since you've been born, has something come from nothing? Something physical.
I was born, so something happened. My parents.
Yeah, you came. There was sperm, so that was something. Think of a situation where something came from nothing.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Good. You know why? Because you have no experience. So it'd be foolish to think that, everything that you experience hasn't been created by something. You don't have to think of it as a guy. You don't have to call it God.
Everything that I see was created by another human being or by myself.
So the dirt is created by human beings? Water is created by human beings?
No, this is
don't say
not
no.
Created by...
Don't say no. Oh, okay. I thought you were going somewhere else with that. So no, these aren't created by human beings, right?
No.
But yet they exist.
But I don't know what created.
I didn't ask you if you knew, and you better get to know. But that's not my journey. That's yours. Now, however, regardless of knowing who, what, when, where, why, how, you still know that this dirt couldn't have come here from nothing, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. So, the thoughts that you think, do you think that comes from nothing?
Comes from my mind, from my brain.
Yeah, but do you think your brain was built before consciousness were a thing? Or does consciousness precede creation?
You have to have a brain and then put the consciousness in it, right, Elijah? No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, you do.
Obviously, I don't think it works that way. I think it works the way you were describing.
Yeah, because I mean, information has to come from somewhere, right? Yes or no? Can information come from nothing?
Information comes from other.
Can information come from nothing?
I don't think so. No.
Right. So then you know that this place was created. You just don't like how it feels when you say it because you've been indoctrinated and thought one way for your whole life. I'll give you a break because if I ask you any more questions, I might get upset. Welcome to the server.
Yeah, thanks for that, Eli. We also got to go back to the point where he mentioned the planet Earth. That's why Andy chimed in. So you mentioned that when you said, with your statement, Richie, why did you mention the word planet Earth?
It was just in the how to say it? In my brain, actually, yeah. I just said it. I don't know why, but I said it.
Well, it's still in your vernacular, so obviously you're still saying things. Boston, do you want to say something?
I was just going to say Freudian slip, I think was what he was trying to say, maybe.
Well, that may be, but still we are at the point where Richie's saying that he doesn't know, even if he knows the Earth is flat 100%.
I'm in a state where I actually don't talk to regular people about this, I'm just doing
regular people. Do you think we're not regular people, Richie?
No.
Everybody in this Discord?
In this Discord, we are pretty much not the norm, obviously.
Right, but people everywhere, they're just people, whether or not you consider them to be regular or not, people are people. Anyway, just going back to the point where you are not sure that the Earth is or is not flat. Like, why are you in a position where you don't know? Like, because that seems to be an issue right now for you. It's unsettling. It's unsettling for you.
I'm not testing anything. I'm just being me.
Why not?
Just working all day.
But why not?
Basically.
Why can't you, like the physics of water, let's say, hydrostatics, water at rest. We understand something very fundamental when it comes to water at rest.
As I said, I don't understand.
Richie. I'm still talking. So water at rest, right? The surface, it has a flat surface, all the way across the surface. When it's at rest, this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on that, then we can say in a swimming pool, water at rest lies flat, pretty flat and straight. So when we say, you scale up and you want to go to a lake will do the same. When it's a really calm day, you can see across the face of the water, it's pretty flat, right? Like there's no way that you can say that water's not flat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just water itself can demonstrate that the Earth isn't curving because the surface of water remains to always mirror the surroundings, perfectly. It's not like it's warped like a spherical mirror or a curved mirror. Whereas a curved mirror would denote that the surface of that water, if it was curved, it would be showing a very different proportional surrounding. So like the image that it would cast on the water would look very disproportional. Kind of like a funhouse mirror, it wouldn't even look the same. But when you see over like a calm lake, the image itself reflects like it's straight. It's a perfect plain mirror that you see off the surface of water. Based on that, you can assuredly know that the Earth isn't curving, because if it was, that water would be conforming to a curved surface. That every image that you see on that water would be looking like it's distorted, right? Elongated, or however the case is from the position you're seeing it from. Let's say if the Earth was curving. So there's something very fundamental about water that we can understand without having to get into like even measuring. We can know this for sure. right? We can rest assured that the mechanics of water are exactly how we perceive them to be with our senses, right? Do you agree, Richie, what I'm saying, or no?
I'm trying to I'm agreeing to most of the things, but some things are just too fast for me because
baby steps, Mayhem, baby steps.
Yeah.
This is not my main language, you know. It takes a little.
So
brain
it's just
power.
all right. So you want to just break it down really simply? The surface of water.
You can't get more baby steps than water is flat.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm redundant, right?
I mean, that's why I am a flat earther, because of water.
So, Kel, what I said, and I'm gonna go to Kel. Let me go to Kel, because if you said baby steps, is there something what I just said that was really confusing and complicated, or do I need to reduce that further down?
I think what happened is that you went into a really long monologue, right? And you went from point to point to point, trying to address that same point, and I think it kind of confused him.
Okay, be specific.
Yeah.
I can't really repeat what he said because it was a...
Well, listen, bro. If you can't be specific when I ask you, don't you dare fucking open your mouth.
What?
I mean, I'm sorry. That's crass language. But for everyone else in the chat, is that reasonable not to have an objection but not be clear what it is?
They asked me why baby steps. I just explained why.
I wasn't asking you. I was asking the rest of the room. Seeing is that you acted like what I said was just too insane. Now, I understand that I cursed, but really the intent behind what I'm saying is if you can't clearly state the details of your objection, you best just not say anything because it makes no sense because you're not being helpful. How's that?
I mean, sure. Whatever you think, Elijah. Whatever you think.
That's not whatever I think. Can you be more clear or no?
I wasn't clear before. I mean, I was a little vague about it, but I was clear about the majority of it.
Yeah, but we don't know what you mean.
Okay.
Go on, Miggy.
So, Richie, was there any point of what I said that you were lost on? You said that English is not my first language. But is there something of what I said that confused you?
No, it was just a lot of information.
Okay. Is there anything that you can repeat back of what I told you about hydrostatics and water? Anything?
You lost me after I don't know.
You don't know anything.
Let me think.
See, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean to anybody here. I was just pointing out what happened.
Richie, can you tell us what Mayhem was talking about? Just a simple kind of. This is the subject he was talking about.
Water. This was the main topic.
And what was he saying about water?
That it's like a mirror. You can't actually see reflection and stuff.
Yeah. And why would it be a mirror that reflects a perfect image?
Because it's flat.
Perfect.
There it is.
All right.
That's it. He got it, Kel. So your conclusion of it was incorrect. Saying that it was too long-winded, it was a monologue. That's what I'm saying. If he understands it from this context, then why would you chime in to say that he didn't get it? He just clarified the point right now. This is what I'm saying. Like, if we don't let the people speak for themselves, then we start to interject for no reason. We have to let those people who we're speaking to object and say, like, I don't understand. What do you mean? And
so he understood it the whole time and he just lied. That's all that just happened there.
No, after that, there was a lot of stuff
that's not the point.
Too much.
Richie, one second, Richie. But what I'm saying, Kel, is that in this chat, we have to let the person whom we're speaking to actually answer for himself. without anybody else objecting, like, well, it might have been a monologue. Like, why are we divining the man's thoughts without asking the man himself with what Timbo said is actually asking him?
Ma'am, replay what happened, okay? I didn't even say anything until he said he didn't understand. Then I was like, okay, well, maybe this is what happened.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why can't we let him say that? Versus you.
But
Richie, 1 second, please.
But he did say it, though. He said, I don't understand what you were saying.
Right, but when Timbo clarified and he told Richie, now Richie came back and actually summarized what I was saying. So he did get the context of what I was talking about.
About the main topic, of course, but there was some specifics that I was just too fast for me, you know. But this is like one of the first things I said, that that water doesn't bend, you know. This is why I'm a flat earther. That there are many things that other people believe that I don't know about stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's fine, Richie. But the point that we're trying to get across here is that there's fundamentals of our reality, the physical and natural world that we deal with, right? Tangible reality. When you
open your eyes, you see that. Yeah.
But there's something that stands to be objective. So you can't say that there's something there that wavers back and forth from like, well, I'm only 80% sure that information that I just told you is going to be different tomorrow. Like that's just either it's truth or it isn't. There is no gray area there. And so when we get back to the fundamentals and the basics, we start to realize that these objective truths stand to be like throughout anybody's research. So if I go out there and if I send you or if I send someone else, if I tell you that water is flat and level on its surface and it reflects like a plane mirror, then that could be demonstrated anywhere, right? So there is no curving water then, because if it was curving like the curved mirror or the spherical mirror, then the surface of that water would reflect anything that's on that surface just like it would on one of those mirrors that are curved. The image would be distorted. Do you understand? So this is
I understand, but I do.
Yeah, I know that's the context. So if you're saying that I'm not sure in that respect, then I would ask you, how is it possible that something that objective is something that you question? Because it's not questionable. It stands to reason that if you're
because a lot of people said that the world is so big you couldn't see that, but
that doesn't negate the fact. It doesn't negate the fact that you'd see the same thing you would on the surface of water as it would be if it was flat or if it was curved. So you'd have to. It's just basic reasoning, man. If you go outside, you're right. So if somebody says, "Well, the Earth is too big," well, that's not the case though, because we have the metrics of the globe, and you type it in, you're going to find out the radius, diameter, and circumference. Am I not right? Like, that's what you find out when you type it into Google. That's what you're going to see. Right. So with those metrics, it's not too big because it's measured to be a certain size. Right. So that idea that somebody tells you, oh, Richie, it's too big. Well, bullshit, because we have the metrics and we can go test this globe. And with that, we can say we're going to see if there's any curvature on the water and find out if it's curving like they say it is or not. So basically what we're doing here is finding out the claim, testing the claim, or even just basic reasoning, right? Saying if the Earth is curving like they say it is, then that surface of water is going to be convex on its surface, and the end result of that is the image that surface is reflecting will be all distorted, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean that's pretty basic, and it's objectively true. It's not going to change tomorrow, the next day. It's always going to remain the same. If the Earth is curving, then it would definitely reflect the water on its surface as a curved mirror. We can't run away from that. We can't get away from that. These are some of the fundamentals of the Earth being flat and stationary. So when we talk about it in this way, it's a basic understanding. Any flat earther should know this as a primary example to tell anyone else, look, you don't got to take my word for it. You can go out to the calm lake and go see for yourself. If there's any curvature there, that water is going to show it. You will see a distorted image in that it would be convex on the surface of that water, and then it'll reflect back in the same way with a curved mirror, understanding. And I mean, I could back this up with a LibreText link that could tell you about curved mirrors, spherical mirrors, and they'll give you the formula for them and all of this good stuff, right? But then it talks about a plane mirror and the dichotomy between a spherical mirror and a plane mirror. Anyway, back to the point. That's very basic. So it doesn't leave room for a gray area there. It either is or is not displaying itself that way.
There's a couple of interesting things he said as well. He said, what did you mean when you said you don't care whether it's flat or round? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Maybe because I don't know. What would it change?
Oh, okay, so you're saying that if you decide whether it's flat or round, then what's going on there? If you decide whether it's flat or round, it's not going to change your life. Is that what you're saying? So you're undecided, yeah?
No, I'm not undecided, but what is the?
Then you will know.
Then you might not understand the reason.
Yeah.
I mean, because look, if you thought logically and reasonably, then you wouldn't think it was a globe. Like, that's the point. So it's not the globe. It's the fact that you can't think logically and reasonably, which means when you have bills, when you have bad people in the government trying to tell you stuff, when you got a boss, when you have a wife, when you have children to raise, people are going to be able to fuck you over because you're not going to be able to know head from tails because you didn't care. It's not about the earth. It's about what can be put into your mind.
Why do people deny science?
There are a lot of flat Earth Nazis.
Flat Earth Nazis?
Yeah. We're talking fringe of the fringe.
How can you say you're not anti-science and yet question?
To say that the preponderance of the evidence weighs against you is the understatement of the century. For example, we have pictures from the moon that show the Earth.
We have video from space.
Pictures from space.
So beautiful, all those pictures of the Earth.
Those pictures are not fake.
Now, what's going on there, Mr. Johnson?
If you would pardon my expression, I hate to say it, but you sound like you're feeble-minded.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
An aspect that I think is tremendously important is those photographs of the Earth alone in space, fragile blue world in this vast blackness, this vacuum, velvety vacuum of space. And it's a very powerful perception.
Are you disputing our astronauts who have seen our beautiful round globe from outer space?
Carnage. Not a word. No one's been to the moon.
Did you know that starting at the end of 2015 through 2017, flat Earth was one of the top search terms in the USA, let alone the world?
YouTube's credit, they have, I think 2019, they started tinkering with the algorithm to delist flat Earth videos. They realized we've got a real problem here.
So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube. We are already sufficiently motivated to invest the necessary resources and people in addressing this threat.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
BS about the Earth being flat is getting out of control. Can you please help us?
The Earth isn't flat.
Wow. You just ponder the potential realities of the world and its possible roundness.
Yeah, it's spinning. It's spinning.
The videos were everywhere for 5 years before they tamped down on that algorithm.
Society relies on a division of cognitive labor. We outsource a lot of that knowledge and that skill. And without that, if we can't rely on one another, then we are sort of scared and nervous and responsible for everything on our own. And that's just not sustainable as a society.
And responsible for everything on our own. And that's just not sustainable.
Science, a theory, is a big deal. A way of thinking about a natural phenomenon, for it to reach the level of being called a theory, means that it's been confirmed by a whole series of kinds of evidence. It's the consensus of the scientific community.
There is no consensus in science. Science isn't a vote. Science is about facts.
Any kind of, pseudoscience, anti-vax or flat Earth or anything like that.
You're saying everybody else is wrong and you people are the only ones who are right?
Absolutely.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
The mistake we made was we didn't catch them fast enough, and we've improved our systems to make sure that we do.
How can you say you're not anti-science and yet question?
Everything here began with questions. It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat.
Boldest questions scientists have dared to ask.
And it's not okay.
Boldest questions scientists have dared to ask.
To say I didn't see flat Earth Nazis coming. I didn't.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
We're not fighting a losing battle, just an uphill battle. That's all.
Hey guys, my friend Zebulon is finally here. If anybody wants to talk, he's a Glover. But he's here.
I'm neither. Take me up there and let's have a look. Until I can see it. Really, there's so many other more.
He used the gravity example.
And I think there's a lot of compelling arguments on flat Earth for sure. I'm a critical thinker and I try to be fair, but. And I really appreciate you, Sydney, for bringing me into all this. But and there was a time where I probably would have been more eager to I don't debate about it or any of that stuff. But it's I don't know. I look around, like when I look in outer space, everything's round. I don't know. I really don't. If we can go up there and I could have a look, I'd tell you, or whatever. But I don't believe we went to the moon. I don't believe stuff like that. I even wonder if the moon really even affects the tide. Like,
I think it's a plus.
No, I don't believe the moon affects the tide. I believe that the most person to actually listen
be round. Ironically enough, I didn't even bring that up.
Why is that?
Because if water's in a glass, right, and I know it's a cylinder, not a sphere, but bear with me. If water's in a glass and you spin the glass will always spin faster than the water, but the water will spin with the glass, right?
The water was
it will catch up with it and use and be in a state of what the density.
Guys, we need somebody to take some order here because we got a Glober.
Yeah, like
but I want you need to look at when Picard went up in his balloon that was made of metal and went up the highest that anyone had ever been and looked down on the Earth. He was the most hardcore person that wanted to look at the state of the Earth. His name was Picard, wasn't it? He went up as higher than anyone else before, and he saw a flat Earth.
I'll do it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anyway, go ahead. I mean, the water you just invoked is contained. I don't see how that helps the globe.
No, okay, but bear, like, if the water was on the outside of the glass, like, okay, the Earth's round, there's water on the outside surface of it. The water's always looking for the path of least resistance. So as the Earth turns, it would push the water. So you have a difference in tide because, like, the water would bulge up slightly. You know what I mean? Because it's being pushed by, I don't know. I haven't thought about this in a long time, but
you're all good. But dude, this is the easiest way to get to the bottom of this. All right, you have to test the radius value. That's it. We can talk about all the globe theories, bro. The tidal theory. I have a paper I can give you that's called "A Century of Tidal Theory Failures" from Harvard. Admittedly, they can't explain the tides, but that's just jumping way ahead. Like, they claim the Earth's a globe, and they claim it has a certain size, and its radius is 3,959 miles. Okay, if that radius value number is wrong, everything else in the model is wrong, because that's how they made gravity, day and night cycle. That's how they claim the planets move. That's how they claim everything.
And there's a good chance someone made mistakes somewhere along the way, because, I mean, you know, I don't know enough about that. I'm sure it's actually compelling. And
he's right.
Oh, cool, sweet. But, like, for me, like,
I just made a mistake, man. Doesn't exist.
And maybe I'm missing, like, why the debate between the two. Because really, I mean, frankly, like, I don't know. I don't know if it's round. I don't know if it's flat.
Do a mind blow.
And maybe I'm missing, like, the gravity of why it's so important. But
yeah. Are you looking at the text chat, the freaking live stream chat?
I have it pulled up for us.
Okay, so I posted the Pythagorean theorem. It shows, like, so you just understand the basic concept, right? There's going to be a certain amount of drop over a certain distance, right?
Yeah.
Do you understand that concept?
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just kind of talk about that, right?
If you're going to look out over the ocean, right?
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be able to see through, you know, the physical curve of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I'm gonna post.
Shouldn't be able to see around it.
I follow you. So
I just posted another one. So it's the Chicago skyline. Okay. Do you see the buildings?
Yep.
Okay. So this is what happens. People go out and they test it for themselves. There's, you know, a few different methods you can use, and you're going to get the same numbers up to 1,000 miles. We should not be able to see any of those buildings if we lived on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, period. That's not an observation you can make on a globe with that claimed radius.
How far away was this picture taken?
This one, was it 56 miles, I think? Yeah. hundreds of observations like this.
Yeah, okay, so this isn't the best one. I'm just gonna go ahead. It's like this guy apparently was a little higher up, and then the math when people just assume he's low. Well, like, look, we see.
Let's use the one with like the oil rig or something. Maybe.
Yeah, do that. Dude, the Black Swan, or like, dude, we see the Canigou Mountains. The entire mountain should be blocked by literal miles of Earth curvature. The top of the mountain should have an additional mile of curvature above it. So here's another one. Yeah, you see, like, so this dude put his camera 1 foot off the ground. So the curve of the Earth, you should see the horizon of the curve of the Earth at 1.2 miles away. And do you see the horizon in the back of the picture behind the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Yeah, that means the horizon is at least 10 miles away. It's clearly further than that, but it doesn't matter. So it should be at 1 mile, but it's over 10 miles away. So that debunks the radius. That's geometrically impossible.
And then let's go into the whole whatever you got with the angles and the triangle. I was trying to talk to him about that before, but it was much easier when you guys did that performance earlier, which was stellar. So I really appreciate it.
Well, just one second on that. Just hold on 1 second.
A little bit.
Just make sure he understands, like, when you're looking at those, like, you understand that there's these observations where the horizon is way too far, and we're able to see objects way too far. So there's a recent one, a 700-mile photo with 49 miles of missing curve.
Oh yeah, the video too. Can I get the video?
Do you see, like, this is just, you know, if you're starting with this belief, right, that you live on a globe that's curving. So these observations directly contradict that belief, right? At least with a curve of a radius of a certain amount.
What's made me display these images, like, even like I've done long range shooting competitions and stuff, and it's like I've shot a 12-inch piece of steel at, you know, over 1,150 yards away, and it's just like with
by the way.
And I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just saying, like, I've used long range optics before, and
this is further though. This is 10 miles, right?
Right.
And that's 10 miles out from where it should have been, basically, on the globe, right? So that's showing you that there's no surface curvature. There's no drop. That drop over distance isn't there.
I'm
the canopy.
I was born in Colorado. Like, I'm
hold on, dude. Hold on.
You're named after a mountain.
Real quick. That physical. Listen to me real quick.
But
can you listen to me real quick? Hold on. That physical horizon that you see in that picture, it's supposed to be in front of those oil rigs and blocking those oil rigs in some form of fashion. But what you're looking at is they're behind the oil rigs.
They're made up, in my opinion.
They're made up. So the sky above us is made up.
I think, well, that's the firmament.
And that's, I'm not trying to make fun of anybody. I'm just like,
nah, bro. I know more about this.
I don't know what's real, but I look at patterns. Like, I play
globe
music.
Interpretation of it is made up.
Bro, let me just get out ahead of this. Okay, you've said this a few times. You're saying, like, if I look up, everything's round. Why is the Earth not round? Okay.
But I don't care if gravity exists or not. If I let go of the can of Monster in my hand, it's going to fall and hit the ground and spill all over the floor.
That's what he's saying.
You gotta think about what you're saying here, bro. Listen, man. The difference is stationary plain Earth. Stationary flat Earth. Okay, it's in the center of everything. Everything moves around us.
And that concept, the way it's kind of a
stationary flat Earth, exactly.
And like, I can play with that concept, and it's not, you know, impossible in my mind. It's not highly probable, but at you know, on the other hand, like,
bro, why can't
there's no evidence? On the other hand, there's no evidence.
You gotta hear me out here. Let me just finish. Yeah. So, like, if the Earth is in the center and everything moves around it, why would you think it's logical that everything that moves around the Earth would be the same as the Earth? The Earth has the special, unique position. It's different. Almost done. The Earth is different than everything else because it's in the middle. Why would it be the same as everything else?
What is? But I mean, the middle of what? Like our galaxy? The middle of
the whole entire cosmos.
What we can see.
I mean, especially under, like, the understanding that, you know, even being someone who believes in some form of a higher power, we don't have to get into all that. I think God's really nothing more than, like, the objective truth, not your truth, my truth, but objective truth, right? Like,
thank you. That's what we were talking about earlier.
it's ultimately at the end of the day for me, though, and this is my thing, and no offense to anybody, and I'm once again, thank you for inviting me here and for all of you to invest your time in trying to help me understand these things. And I've spent some time talking to people in my past about this stuff. It's just, at the end of the day, for me, it's like, if the Earth's round or flat or however we're flying through the cosmos, all that jazz, I don't understand how it makes a difference.
He's about to have a kid too. So
if it doesn't
See how it would make a difference that everyone on the Earth can't travel past the 60th south latitude. Have you ever seen the movie The Hunger Games? They drew a circle around everyone and said you're not allowed to leave it. How would that not matter?
I mean,
exactly.
Yeah, like the
to keep us complicit and underneath their authority.
You do realize that outer space.
Real quick. If it doesn't matter, then it shouldn't be an issue to accept the evidence against the globe.
Where do I need to go beyond where I can go?
That's what Andrew said too. But
why do I don't need time and space? I don't.
If you don't know what is true, then you don't know how to think. You don't know what to think.
At the end of the day,
right?
That's me being good to the people around me and enjoying my life and being good to my community. Like, those are the things that will matter to me. Like,
what about the millions of children that are being brainwashed and told that the Earth is a speck of dust and doesn't matter, and that they're meaningless and that they're just nothing?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of nihilism either, but you don't, like, the shape of the Earth.
It's everything.
Shouldn't dictate whether or not things are important or not.
Oh, it definitely does.
It depends. Here's why it matters.
Say these things.
But look, you don't have to tell him why it matters, because it clearly matters to him. He's trying to hold on to the globe. So
it matters because they're hurting you and other humans like cattle.
Hey, dude, all I know is that my world has got my girl looking awfully brown right now. So I'm just smart. I'm sorry, I'm smart.
Your potential.
This is why I would help you, you know?
If you don't know the truth, then you don't know how to be nice to people. You don't know how to think about people.
You don't even know anything about what the world you live in right now. If the Earth is what they told you, everything you see is backwards.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't even understand your world, bro.
At the end of the day, man,
every single thing I've been told,
for myself,
every single thing I believe,
I decide for myself.
It's possible that it's all wrong. All of this is an imagination
that could convince me of something. It's
then you don't care. You don't care, bro. But if you want to learn more about this,
I agree.
Listen. If you want to learn more about this, you got to stop talking, bro. Listen. You got to start listening to people, okay? No, you keep talking through everybody, bro. You're literally talking through everybody.
I don't need to be.
When people are trying to talk to you and explain stuff, you're talking through them. I'm just saying, if you don't care, then get off. But if you want to hear, then listen, bro.
Let me say something. It matters because the globe Earth, right, is about there is no God. Is about telling people that there's no God. That's what the globe Earth. That's what all this is about.
Thank you.
Okay, that's why it matters.
I don't need to know the shape of the Earth is.
And when you wait, and a person who thinks or believes there is no God, right, is hopeless. Right? Everything is meaningless. You're a speck, right, in the middle of nowhere, right? You're basically like expendable, and you should probably do what they're telling you to do to save humanity. Blah blah blah, all that crap. Okay, that's why. But if you knew, okay, that God made you and that you're very special to Him, you might live your life differently and be satisfied with whatever God has given you. I don't know. But it matters a lot. Truth
Look, even if you think there's a God or you have your own interpretation of a God right now, that's cool, bro. We're talking about the world is deceived. The world is being deceived, including children, bro. If you actually care about being nice to people,
being a righteous man.
Stop, man.
I have been. I'm trying to respond. Like, y'all can talk.
I'm not. You're talking through it every time, bro.
Yeah,
calm down.
I am calm. Like,
okay, but you keep talking through him.
Down my throat.
Just let him talk and let him finish.
Look,
What if we bring it back to some fundamentals? What if we bring it back to some fundamentals? Because it actually sounds to me like he's got a little bit of a misconception about what flat Earth is. And I think he's accepted outer space as being absolute.
I don't care about
I think he's. One sec. I think he's placed the flat Earth inside that model.
Why didn't you ask me?
And we need to take that out of his mind. If someone wants to take it back to the fundamentals and give him a little bit of an introduction, and let's find out what he knows and what he doesn't know.
Sure, and let's kind of try to dogpile him. So let's let him. Let's let him respond. No one interrupt him, and then please, you don't interrupt everyone else. So go ahead, say what you want.
Also, real quick, Sydney, could you just let him talk if he's talking to us, please? Okay,
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
And don't worry,
fine. I'll talk.
No. Hang on.
Go about it.
I don't really.
You're awesome, Zeb.
I have so much to say, but at the same time, like, guys, like, we're fine. I'm kind of hung up on, and maybe I misunderstood somebody, whoever was speaking, and seriously, like,
and I have. You did say something about God and a flat Earth and a flat Earth.
Like we've heard everything.
I can believe in God or not, and I nothing to do with whether the Earth is. So I think those things
questioning everything. That's like one of my biggest mottos. You have to like question everything. You know, like the truth's like silver. You have to dig for it. Like you can pan for gold, but you got to dig for silver, right? So I suppose that's why we're here. And but if we're talking about having a relationship with God or being, at the very least, a righteous man, you know, if the correlation between,
it's hard, isn't it? Do you go with what you've been written down,
who I choose,
or what's in your own soul, what's in your own beliefs about?
How are you talking to?
Hard, isn't it? I don't know.
Nobody now.
About the shape of the Earth or the way
it doesn't matter, though.
Time and space, like
I
believe that I can be.
Why are you holding on to the globe then if it doesn't really have any practical impact on your life?
Well, and that's what I'm trying to ask is like, I don't, like I said, I don't, like, there's so many huge issues going on in the world.
The value of you as a person
that literally like concerns me, especially when it comes to topics like our children, you know, the future, all that, like.
Well, dude, that's what I'm trying to say to you, bro, is like this lie is literally leading children into a worldview of nihilism. It's also drawing a circle around them and telling them that they have to be good little slaves and stay inside the circle. So you don't need to know the earth is flat to know that there's a God, bro. You don't need to know the earth is flat to be a good person. I don't dispute that you may be a good person and that you may believe in a God. However you interpret that, that's cool, bro. Okay. But the conversation is about truth. And if you think that God is basically objective truth, epitomized, which I kind of agree with that, right? Then you should always want to know what the truth is, whatever it is. Certainly, whenever the subject is being used to brainwash children.
So my kids, like, I totally, like, your reason for being concerned about what you're concerned about is a important thing to be concerned about, you know, like what our children are being taught. But and I can think of all sorts of ways that our society has been. I mean, pick whatever society you want around the world, wherever you are in the world. But like here in America, it's like the attack on the mental state, the mental development, the just whatever, the development of our culture, our children, because that's what it is, is under attack in so many ways. I mean, I can think of other issues that to me are far more pertinent and important. And I'm just saying, like, I'll never know until I leave, my soul leaves my body, or
so your kid's being lied to about all of reality just doesn't really matter.
My kids aren't going to be lied to about the reality because I'm not going to tell them, because
you're going to be homeschooling them.
You're going to be told, though. Let's be real. They're going to be told by somebody. So, like, I understand what you're saying, bro. A lot of us had the same thing. We're like,
a lot of these people are parents, by the way.
Real quick. Same thing. We got the same thing. What would flat Earth
hold on, guys. Hold on, everybody. Just hold on a second.
I'll never know.
You guys gotta try to speak one at a time. You know. What's it was trying to respond. I hear Flatsy getting in there.
Yeah, it's cool.
Check me out, bro. Look, we all had a similar experience. We're like, what are these people talking about? That sounds crazy. And what would that even matter? We all thought that. But, bro, once you find out, that question gets answered very quickly. Okay?
And all the other things that you think are attacking us, which are valid.
Sydney, Witsit was talking. Please, just let me finish and let your friend talk.
I'm just saying real fast, bro, like, it changes a lot, okay? And I'm going to try to explain this really quickly, but our children are being told there was something called the Big Bang, everything exploded, and that we're a tiny speck of dust in this ever-expanding universe of nothingness, and because of random chance, because the universe is so big, we just so happen to develop on a rock that's dusty, and we're insignificant, and we're animals that just happen to develop on it. Okay, now listen, if the Earth is actually in the center of everything, which, by the way, the highest levels of academia will tell you they cannot prove it's not. They say it's the same illusion that it looks like that. Real fast. If it's in the center of everything, something had to put it there. That means that maybe you figured out there was a God, but there are millions of children that think it's logical to think that there's not one because we're just a tiny speck of dust and it's all random. Okay, that means that millions of people are being deceived into nihilism, bro.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Nobody figures anything out. Nobody figures anything out when they're dead. Okay.
Drugs are being pumped into our heads.
Nobody knows anything when they're dead. Nobody learns anything when they're dead. The time to do all that is now. To say you'll figure it out when you're dead, right? You may as well be dead now.
I'm saying, let's solve the war on drugs. Let's get people sober. Let's get people clear-headed.
You didn't say that, though.
And then we can talk about the bigger issues. And I'm not trying to. Once again, I mean no disrespect. I just, on things that I can
he needs the gravity
know and solve. Like I don't want to debate with people about whether or not gravity exists, because if I let go of this can of Monster, it's going to fall every time, regardless of what gravity is defined.
It's not about what you want or not want to do.
I let go of this can, it's going to fall.
It's not about how you feel.
It isn't about how I feel. Whether or not
about what you want to do. You don't have to do anything.
So here, check this out. Like, okay, so if you
exist, but like.
But his rebuttal to my gravity has not ever been proven or
changed. Going to be
his question to me was, well, what about space and time? What are space and time? And I said, how does that relate to what I just talked about? So
I would just say, like, let's say you actually do the work and you look into this topic and you find out, holy shit, I've been lied to about a lot of things. What that does, it forces you, it puts you in a position where you're like, I have to question everything and I have to provide evidence for my beliefs. And when you do that, you become a much more righteous, intelligent person.
I agree.
The answer is that space-time is something Einstein made up. We know what space and we know what time is, right? You travel a certain space, a certain distance, for a certain time.
He said they're both
that's all that is.
The difference between a piece of gold, an hour, and a dollar bill is nothing. They're just measurements of the same thing. It's like duration. How long have you been alive? This many years. Whether that was the sun taking laps around us or us taking laps around the sun, it's duration times duration. That's it.
Okay, so look. the topic doesn't matter, and you've been in here long enough talking about how much it doesn't matter.
Well, no,
if it doesn't matter, why be here talking about it at all? Clearly, it matters to you enough to be here talking at length about how much it doesn't matter. So if you want to be here, let's actually address the topic. Let's address the issues with the globe.
You know who else doesn't like talking about gravity? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Next question. He doesn't know. Yeah, next question.
I think that last guy's right. Like, he either wants to be here and talk about it or he doesn't. If he doesn't, that's fine. But, don't take the time to talk to us if you're not going to listen.
Right.
If you want to know, then you gotta stop talking through people. You got to just chill and keep your ear open,
Totally. And if it didn't matter to you, you wouldn't be here telling us at length how much it doesn't matter to you. So it clearly does. Let's get that out of the way. If you want to talk, let's go on and talk about the actual subject.
So can I debunk outer space, or is somebody else going to come in?
Might as well start with the curve. I don't think we even got through that.
Yeah, go ahead, Heretic. You got
I think we should just have one person.
I'm kind of in between doing things, so I'm only sort of somewhat chiming in. But if someone else wants to take the reins, that's cool. Let's just start with the curve. That's step one.
I think Flatsy should do it.
Yeah, okay. So no one in history has ever directly measured drop over distance curvature of the Earth. You can go and look for yourself. You try to find when they've actually directly measured drop over distance curvature, and you'll find that they've measured anything but the surface of the Earth, first and foremost. So we've gone and tested for the curvature, and nobody all over can find it. All over. We've got people in Australia. I'm here in Alabama. We got people all over the U.S. looking at every coast. You go find it. If you can find it, bring it to us. We're happy to analyze the information with data and all of the things. Second thing is the motion of the Earth at axial rotation. We're supposed to be spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So, when was this ever measured? I'll go ahead and spoil it for you. No one has ever been able to measure the motion of the Earth, ever. And just like Witsit was telling you, everything that moves around us as if we are at the center. Okay. Third thing,
we don't know
is that we're told that we are this spinning globe, that nobody's ever measured any of that in an open system with gas pressure next and adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of space. And we have certain natural laws, like the law of entropy goes into our second law of thermodynamics, where high pressure goes to low pressure. And there is no reversing it. There is no decrease in entropy. There's only increase in entropy. It's not reversible. So you can't have any kind of high pressure next to low pressure at all, first of all, without it all going and dispersing in all directions violently, or to have ever been formed in the first place.
You mean like a tornado?
And you also, well, kind of, but that's how weather is. It's dynamic because of how high pressure always goes to low pressure. Entropy is the reason why we have violent weather. Entropy is the reason why we all die. Entropy is the reason why your strawberries get mold on them. Entropy is always ever increasing and never decreases. It's just the way that the world is. It's a law, a natural law. So here's what I'm going to say to you. This is the last thing, and then you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
I like this.
You can't have the gas. You can't have the gas pressure that we're breathing here on Earth without a container. Because the whole definition of gas pressure is how gas will fill the available volume and press on its container. And that is how you get gas pressure.
Press is when it condenses.
So, we have to have a container so the Earth is not curving into a ball. It measures flat and we utilize it as such. It's not moving. whatever's in the sky is moving around us. And third of all, we're contained. So the antecedent to whatever we are, we have to be created. It's intelligently designed and in order. The only thing that we have to account for is this law of entropy, by the way. So we are specially put in place.
Thank you.
So the antecedent to creation is a creator, and now you know the nature of your creator. Because there's not only just a crazy world where we're living in, and people are following these laws. There are certain laws of nature, like the law of attraction, where your consent matters. So you consent to the globe, you consent to not your nature of your creator. So you have a creator, and there is a nature to the creator. So you have to know those things first before you know your creator. And then I will yield the floor to anybody else who wants to add.
Hey, Earth's flat. Go outside, check it out.
It matters for our kids' sake.
Yeah, I want to talk about. I want to talk about the creator.
Whoever that was,
I think.
Thank you.
Hold on, Michael.
We're
Hold
on
on, Michael.
right now.
Before you jump in, Sydney, your friend, does he have a response to that?
I would just like to remind you all that when I came on here, I was trying to explain that I didn't come here to be persuaded one way or the other. I don't ever know if I will be persuaded one way or the other. And I've tried to state multiple times that I mean no offense by the things I'm saying. I'm honest. I'm not be blatantly disrespectful to anybody.
Check it out. That's the last time you're going to give us that same message, right? So, is there anything that anyone can say that won't elicit that response?
I have a question for him.
No. We need to understand that he wants to speak first. Do you want to talk to someone in here, or no? You just want to listen? What's up?
I'm more of an observer, really.
That's fine, man. Trust me, that's fine. If my best friend Jonathan was in here, he'd rather sit in the corner and just observe. So there's no rule against that, bro. Don't let anybody push you into a situation you don't want to be in. You can observe and sit and do whatever you like, man.
Yeah, if you've looked at everything that we've looked at, and your question that's real, that's your decision. We're not here to advise you and convince you. You know, we respect your brain and what you perceive, and we do for ourselves. And that's what I expect for everyone. But the point I was, as Sydney was saying, is that I believe in a creator. And in my life, I've gone through hardships. I've lost my twin brother. He's dead. He died at 28. I've gone through hardships, and I've made mistakes in my life, and I've suffered for it, and I paid the price for it. I'm a sinner, and I'm a Christian, but I can't, and I cannot make it right, and I'm afraid, and I am trying to be on a journey of truth, so I at least know the truth. For where I went wrong, where I could have been, where I should go, and what I want, and what's right about what I want, and that's important to me, and that involves the rock I'm stood on.
And I think that's wonderful.
Continue.
The beautiful thing is like, if you're able to learn from your mistakes and everything, then you shouldn't be afraid. Like.
Well, not anymore.
And I don't know. I hope it just seemed like I had maybe offended people. I am kind of outspoken about my perspective, but
if I have to be honest, I'm bored.
At one point, the esoteric model. So you're not alone.
I agree, Elijah.
I like some of my best friends. Like one of my best friends, literally, like I have like a life debt to this dude. Like I'm definitely someone who like believes in the Constitution. I'm very like pro-America. I'm like second generation American. Like one of my best friends like believes in communism, and he went to college and to a degree, yeah. But he's a very logical person. But he's a very good person.
I'm gonna have to stop you there.
He saved my life.
I'm gonna have to stop you there.
Can I please
I'm gonna have to stop you there. Like I was gonna. I'm the moderator of this stream, so that's why I'm stopping you there.
The fact that you're not.
This isn't your house, okay?
You're right. It's a.
So now I'm gonna say something, and this is what's gonna happen.
You stopped me before you even knew why I was saying what I was saying.
Everyone with the stories, no, because either you want to have.
You can't learn anything if you're offended by the title that someone holds.
Yeah. No one's offended by your view of heliocentrism. At one point, everyone was a heliocentric believer.
You're getting muted.
Go ahead.
Who wants to get muted? Who else?
Please. You're talking for me here.
I speak for myself, not for Sydney.
I know that, but I'm just saying, please, just listen.
Yeah, you've been very defensive, and you
definitely
stereotypical
as well. You too. You too. You need to stop talking as well. Okay. So, what we're not going to do is have a therapy session for everybody who wants to emo dump in here. That's not what this place is for. You either want to talk about flat Earth or you do not. I don't give a damn about your best friend, what you guys spoke about when you were in kindergarten, any of this stuff. All of that stuff is great, but we have a full room in here. So, there's also another room called the chill chat. If you want to express yourself, that would be the place to do it. We're going to talk about flat Earth, how there's no measurable curvature, how there's no detection of axial rotation, and how the vacuum of space is the second law of thermodynamics. Questions?
Tags! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Has he ever spoken this chat?
I don't know, but I remember seeing him for years back.
Yeah, he's been here a while, huh?
But I don't remember speaking to him.
All right, let's go. We'll skip Lino. Limo, you dodged a bullet. All right, we got Aztec in here. At Ztex, welcome to the chat.
Aztecs.
That
sounds like a...
Aztecs, are you there?
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, you're locally muted. All right, welcome to the chat. So what brings you by our Discord, and what is your position on the topic of the server?
Well, I was here, I don't know, 2 years ago. And I got bored and came back.
That's great. What is your position on the topic of the server?
I'm a glober.
Glober? Okay, so yeah. You believe the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it's a globe?
I would say I believe the Earth is a globe. Just okay. to go with your...
Well, I mean, it's basically what you're telling me, so I'm not going to put any words in your mouth. You got to
just to go with whatever you're saying, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Whatever you're saying. Exactly.
All right. So, on a scale from 1 to 100, 100% being like the percentage you would take, what would you say that you think the Earth is a globe? 100%?
100%, yeah.
100%. I love that. All right, so we got somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe, 100%. So, what is your strongest evidence, Aztec, that the Earth is a globe? Give us your best shot.
So, let me say it this way. When I was here 2 years ago, I was discussing like physics and stuff like that. But the thing is, I'm really not that good in that. Like, I have a very good grasp generally, very broad knowledge, you could say.
So how are you 100%?
The thing is, the entire flat Earth discussion, let's say, is founded or is based on some very, very strong
yes.
I think hello?
To say.
Evidence.
Yeah. I think I might have to stop you there. Miggy asked you
already. Holy shit.
Miggy asked you what evidence makes you 100% sure that you live on a globe at least once. Flat Earth shouldn't even come out your mouth, because that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's why I said it will take a while for me to explain this. The thing is,
you got the time. We're here 24/7, man.
Okay. I would always go for like evidence. I don't want to discuss like geology or physics right now, or chemistry or whatever. My approach is this: if I have a leak in my house, I will call a plumber. Why? Because the plumber is professional.
What are you talking about?
What again?
OMG, dude! What is your evidence for the globe?
Oh my God, the evidence for a globe is GPS, the horizon.
GPS.
Global navigation.
GPS.
Star navigation.
GPS uses Cartesian coordinates. Do you know what Cartesian coordinates are?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, they're basically linear coordinates in a three-dimensional space.
And what did you say? Flat surface?
No, I didn't.
You should have, because that's what Cartesian coordinates are based on.
Well, based on, but not necessarily.
Yes, they're based on. That means they are necessary. Look up Cartesian coordinates and post a citation that says otherwise. Number one.
I sprayed axes. That's
anything else.
Yeah, I mean.
Did you say something about navigating with the stars or something? Did you say celestial navigation as well?
Star navigation, yeah, of course.
Okay, so this is interest as well. Do you know what a triangle is, mate?
Yeah.
Awesome. So you understand that celestial navigation is based on the fact that we can build a right triangle between the observer, the star, and the ground position of the star. The actual fact is you can't have a triangle on a curved surface, which will be the Earth. So celestial navigating or navigating with the stars actually requires the Earth to be flat, because we use angle measuring devices. And you know as well as anybody else that if you've got a bent line within your triangle, you've bastardized two angles. So celestial navigation requires the surface of the Earth to be flat to get elevation angles up to stars. You understand that, right?
Let's think about it. If you get an angle from a star,
yeah,
you're basically.
Can you do that on a curved line? Can you do that on a curved line? Can you do it on a curved line? Can you get an elevation angle or any angle if one of those lines is curved?
You're not really using the curved line, though, right? You're looking at the horizon. Is that correct? If you get a star angle, you're looking at the horizon, correct?
What's beyond the horizon that's got a GP?
I mean, look. If you look at the horizon, you're building a tangent.
You're looking through a sextant to get an elevation angle. Can you define an elevation angle for us?
The elevation angle is the angle between the star position and the horizon.
Wrong.
What
4:01. You almost got it right. 01 minutes after the hour in live stream voice text. Elevation angle from radartutorial.eu. is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. So, how can you have a horizontal plane on a sphere?
If you look at the horizon, you're looking in a straight line.
Not my question.
Well, the horizontal plane is basically the tangent from you to the horizon.
Hold on.
Doesn't say
Sorry, no. And also, what we'll do, just to lessly confuse the issue, we'll put the sextant on the floor. We'll also understand that we're only using the horizon as a reference because that star that we want to get an elevation angle to has got a ground position. That means 90 degrees underneath the star, straight line to you, horizontal plane, free.
Oh, you're dropping. Oh, I am.
Yeah. Now he's dropping. So, can you point out
3,000 miles in the case of, let's say,
guys? I'm
okay.
The horizontal plane. Yeah, that's the Earth bit. If the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be getting.
Jedi, you're dropping.
Jedi, you're dropping. You're roboting. Not roboting, but dropping out.
Guys, listen. I'm not here to have beef, right? So
no, I don't care. We don't care what you're here for. You claimed that celestial navigation. You acquired a sphere for celestial navigation. We just showed you what an elevation angle is. You added to the definition of an elevation angle. That is a law of identity violation.
I don't. Okay, fine. If you think so. So
I don't think so. I know so. It's not that I think, and we're not going to listen to your diary of the mouth when you don't know what a fucking triangle is. You tracking with me, Sunshine?
Do you?
Do I? My favorite color is chartreuse. On Wednesdays, it's turquoise.
Look, I'm not aggressive towards you.
I don't give a shit about your aggression. I don't give a shit about your feelings. I don't care that the people down at the transportation agency dealt you badly today. I could give a shit less. What is an elevation angle, sir?
I told you.
And you are incorrect.
Okay, all right. Do you get the position by triangulation or trilateral?
Right, that's not the question. That's 3 steps ahead. How do you get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent, sir? That's the question.
However you like it.
No.
If you say it's a plane, fine.
I'm not fucking. You just got a case of diarrhea of the mouth. How can you get an elevation angle? You must be able to get an elevation angle off your sphere tard so you can apply it in celestial navigation. So, how can you do that off a sphere?
Look, I'm willing to entertain your ideas. I'm willing to.
It's not an idea, and it's an absolute fact. I just put the definition right in there 1 minutes after the hour. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. It's very simple. So, that is a right angle triangle. All you have to do is tell us how you can get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent. Simple.
A curved adjacent is a tangent. And a tangent is a straight line.
Is not a tangent. You don't know what a tangent is. That's not a tangent.
A tangent is a straight line that...
Then how can it be curved? My God! You just said a curved adjacent is a tangent.
Yeah, it's not curved.
You stupid.
It's not curved, so a curved tangent is not curved. Is that what you said?
It's not curved.
Yeah, there you go. You need to return to your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised.
Supervised.
Look,
it's the supervised bit.
Anything
the
else?
Thing is, the thing is, if the Earth were flat.
Fuck off.
You what?
You're done. Mickey, I don't know. Is there anything left? He doesn't know what a triangle is, an elevation angle is. Should we ask him what? I wouldn't even trust him. He told me what the weather was where he was living.
Yeah, watch out, man. There might be some feet rubbed and hot chocolate people waiting to chime in. But check this out. When he first came in here, he said, I'm 100% sure
The Earth is a globe.
Oh,
It
and
was
by the
that
way,
turn.
but sorry, because I'm gonna leave. Maybe that's good for today. I just wanted to leave you. Ironically, did you hear what Matthew Learns did today?
What did he do?
He went on Nathan Oakley's show, and he said that if we could show, ironically, if we could show that it's impossible to get an 90-degree angle off a curved adjacent, he would resign his position at university.
Tags! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed the shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Okay, so what are we waiting on?
I don't know. I just got in a few minutes ago, so I don't know how you guys started.
Hi, Rio. Move on with the other guy.
Have they proven curvature?
No, they couldn't prove anything, and they're stuck on the gas pressure, so they're unwilling to concede to that.
Well, if they haven't proven curvature, why do they have gravity in this discussion? You shouldn't even have that. You should prove curvature first.
Wait, what? Curvature isn't the result of gravity, though.
No, it's because of the physics of it. You need to prove that there's curvature before you can have your gravity. Otherwise, density and buoyancy work just fine.
But it's curiosity as to where we are, what we are. Is very much more exciting to discover we're on a ball, half of it sticking upside down. It's spinning around in space. There's a mysterious force which holds us on. It's going around a great big glob of gas that's burning fueled by a fire that's completely different than the fire, any fire we can make. Well, now we can make that fire, nuclear fire. But that's a much more exciting story to many people.
Offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science. There are still questions.
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right? Anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay, if that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God! Why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
I'm just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay, so when people say to me, "You want to go into space," and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay, so yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in 3 or 4 hours.
Oh,
all right. If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it, and they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay.
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
So you have NASA saying they don't have the technology to do that anymore. The technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, they don't have it anymore. But then you hear your ex-president say they're still using the same technology that they used between 1963 and 1972. which is their current excuse for not being able to go past low Earth orbit. Now, keep that in mind.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now, think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972, and they just all happen to be Freemasons. And let's have a look at their reaction when being asked about going past low Earth orbit.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Please?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this, but
Okay.
you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
You can't solicit like this on this property.
keep shooting.
All right, well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay, well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like it, don't you?
Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying
Will
I
you
misrepresented
get
myself.
away from me?
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to
Get
God
away
on the
from
Bible
me.
that you
Get
walked
away
on the
from
moon.
me.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Owens. Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot. Oh, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out? Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Yes. From the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over, and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm...
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. And say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but...
Under
penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay. As an independent producer... Okay, we're heading out. Doing that is against moral ethics. Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the Black House. Don't get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
Now, you would think that these guys would be falling to their knees to swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. You think it would be something they'd be proud of, but that's not their reaction. They're acting like criminals with something to hide, like someone who just got caught lying or cheating. But anyways, as I was saying, out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they've seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. And that is why every rocket or shuttle launch.
Sorry about that. Hey, what's up? What's up, Davey? Got bees in the house. I just paused it, man. Shout out to the YouTubers. Wes F.E. Baked Goods. Omega Genesis. Raphael M. Excellent. I'm here all by myself. All right. We'll try to get some party going here. I just got here. A little slow tonight. Thursday night, man. I guess people got to work on Friday, you know. I get it. Got to put some hours in on Friday. Can't be slacking it. Oh, where's my crew, man? Back to Sleep's muted. Sir Vagabond. The truth is in the house. I always love that. Apparently, we're live streaming on. Yeah. We're also live streaming on Rumble. Looks like. Okay. Cool. All right. Hanging out, man. That was a nice, funny thing happened on the way to the moon. What's up, T? Hey, T, what's going on?
Yeah, they damn even took it, yeah.
Dude.
Streaming on the channel.
Take the phone out of the box, man.
Hang on.
Something.
Yeah, they're down there on. That better?
Everybody's down where? They're all down at Chill Chat.
Yeah.
Is that live streaming on something or?
Yeah, I think so, because they're all got their, well, not all of them, they're using the ability to have the face cam going so they can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're camming up over there?
Yeah.
Oh, fun, man.
A few of them are, yeah. I haven't seen Jedi before. That'd be, he's got his camera on.
Oh, excellent.
That'd be interesting. I'd like to put a face to that voice.
Are they? Miggy's not running a live stream. Who's running a live stream? Maybe not. I don't know.
Not sure. I don't know what they're. Someone would be running it on Rumble, I'd say.
Yeah. All right, I'll look around on Rumble, see if I can find it. I'll just check it out here. Hold on. Let's do a quick search up there. Search up for Flat Earth and today. All right. Sounds like they're talking about some other stuff down there, potentially. Right?
Okay. Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Got
Cool.
it. That's
Love
right.
it. I love it. Oh, the Wig Snatcher is live. There he is.
Today?
Oh, I'll mute that. But yeah. Oh, wow. There's a whole bunch of people down in the. He's got 24 watching. Cool, man. All right. So. Excellent, man. Well, I guess I'll head over there, maybe. I don't know. Let's.
Yeah, for sure.
We don't got any new buddies in here, man. Nobody to talk to, really. Probably no new people going in there either, though. That looks like a bunch of regulars down there, yeah? Sonny's down there. All right.
Yeah, you can jump back down there and
Faces on Rumble. Okay.
Yeah, Blue Jumper can continue with the bot here if he wants.
Lots of faces, yeah. Oh, shit. All right. I got to check it out now. Now I got to check it out. Well, thanks for the heads up, man. I might have found out.
We had TV in here, so it was a bit different. The dynamic was different.
That was it.
Let me mute up here. All right. See you down there. Thanks, T.
Yep, no problem, dude. See you later.
All right, cheers. Oh shit. Well, that was wicked.
It's weird how even though we're like in the same server, I feel like I'm like taking off my shoes, about to lay my jacket on the, you know what I'm saying?
It does have that vibe. It does have that vibe. Even Kiwi said that. Felt like old school, old days.
That's so cool, man. I'll have to. Are you gonna save that to Rumble?
It's already out there.
Yep.
Okay.
Well.
Cool. All right, man. I'll have to go back and watch it later, man. For sure. I'll catch that in the morning or something. Right on, man.
Good night.
Way to mix it up there, Meg, man. Putting out a lot of time.
We got to get people on camera, man, and make it more personal for each and every.
I love it, man. That's what we used to do with Hangouts, Back in the day, it was super personal. And I'd be driving around in my car and shit, talking to people on the street. Yeah, it was great, man.
Oh, I was going to tell you also what you might like from Rumble that we can't do with YouTube is we can talk about everything. So
right. Yeah, that's the main thing, man, is to have the freedom of, to talk about anything. And I'm always down with that, 100%.
Oh, man.
Most people should be, man. The censorship thing sucks, man. Fuck.
Yeah. Sure
It's just horrible. I hate it. Totally hate it. Anyway, back to Flat Earth, man. Shout out to, are you still rolling on, you're still rolling over there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm still rolling. I got 24 people, man. It's like, it's crazy.
Famous, man. Shout out Omega.
Word. It's 1:00 in the morning, and it's still 42 people. 22 people you set up there.
24 people, man.
Yeah, 24.
And you just started.
Biggie's already got 123 followers, man. I love it.
Yep.
Dang.
I've been getting some super chats already.
That's
no way.
Yeah.
Stunning stuff, man. That's awesome.
I got one subscriber. I got one subscriber to the channel already, so I'm freaking stoked, bro.
That's awesome stuff, man.
This is next level shit here, people.
So, like an upper decker?
Yep.
Could you even play games while you stream and have it streaming through here?
What do you mean by play games? Like with them in the chat or? Like video, yeah, like video games. Yeah, you can do that. Yep.
Imagine you're playing chess while spanking a Glover. Like that'd be crazy.
Now you're all low again.
We should all play like online Monopoly or something. That'd be fun.
Sure, man.
Yeah.
Who's gonna take all the? It's gonna be the elites to take all the money and the land and the hotels and everything. Fucking bastards.
I think we got to do a poker night. That's what we got to do.
There we go.
That sounds like fun.
Okay.
Now
oh my God! You know how big Flat Earth poker could be? Oh wow! Yeah.
Insane, man.
Chill.
Yeah, that would be awesome, man.
Someone needs to set up a board game too, man. That'd be awesome to have a board game.
What, like, you got like move 5 spaces, you land in Antarctica 6 places and you fall off the edge or some shit like that.
No, not exactly. But yeah, it could have something like that. But but it could be like
it's a risk.
Black Swan. What is the what is the purpose of the Black Swan or whatever? You pull a card. And then you get to decide. I don't know. There's ways. That would be pretty cool, though. We got smart people in here that could do like a float chart,
like a card game. So, like, trap card, refraction, like
like that, but on a board. So you move across a board too.
Refraction.
Logical fallacy. Move back 3 spaces.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're catching on. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
You have violated the second law of thermodynamics. Go back to start.
Back to the beginning. Exactly.
That's
right.
Yeah.
This is why we need like fucking since oh my god. Hold on.
Like what did you leave out in your no, that's too long.
Well, I'm gonna close up shop on my channel and then I'm gonna head out. But
all right,
catch you guys tomorrow, man.
Miggy.
All right, Miggy, have a good one.
Later, bro.
Awesome. It's awesome to hear people
That's
out
Miggy.
here every day.
Thank you, Miggy.
Thanks,
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that. Like, I don't get to socialize anymore because people hate me. Not hate me, but
They just
I don't like to hang out.
they suck a lot worse than they did before. That's the problem.
That's right.
People are just lame. Most people are lame. Like my whole family, I thought they were retarded before, but like after COVID or after that thing, we can't say. After that whole thing, they're even more retarded than I could have imagined. The retardedness just came out to the surface.
Yeah.
I think it's like that for everyone, unfortunately.
Yeah. I imagine so.
Yeah. I'd rather read a book.
Yeah, or sweep my floor or run the vacuum. Shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's more exciting.
I'm making loaded nachos for my husband and me right now.
Awesome. That sounds great.
That sounds great. I ate like 6 pork chops.
What's that? Late night tacos?
Not with pork
Well,
chops.
they're loaded nachos.
Oh, nachos.
I do make some banging tortillas, guys. My homemade flour tortillas are awesome.
I bet they are.
So yeah, like the whole board game again.
Yeah.
Like not even this is what I'm saying. We don't have a really awesome automate like animation person. Somebody who could do a dope ass 3-minute amazing animation. You know what I mean?
That's true. What, just like an intro? Like
anything. Like you know how like on YouTube coming up we would see stuff like, stick animations where there's stick figures fighting, and then it kind of just expanded into other stuff. And I'm like, if we had animations for some of the things that we,
yeah, I can see it now. Actually, like little cartoon things, like
like Coach coming in.
Like a 2 or 3 minute. Yeah, I gotcha, man.
We'll get somebody.
Like the space CGI. Yeah, that'd be cool.
You're right. Hey, let's get some of that. That's our fucking goddamn money. You know what I'm saying?
Bring in some little gumbo characters or something like that.
Did you guys talk buyout?
What was that?
Buyout, brand new to the server today.
He was speaking earlier. He's VC verified now.
Where's my boy Truth?
Okay.
In fact, I hope he's shout out to Truth Flatter. Truth Flatter. I actually met with Jose, MJ, probably Indio, a group of others. Oh, Chocolate saying at one point. We used to play COD Mobile together, and so our clan was Flat Earth 187. Knocking globe heads that are like, "Are you guys Flat Earthers for real?" Fuck yeah, man! All the time. Yeah. So spreading the message that way, and we met somebody, a few people along the way. One of them is True Flat Earth. He's been an amazing person. Because again, we don't really have friends like that. We find them where we can, and he's been a cool person.
Right.
And he recently, I'm not gonna tell his business, but I'm glad he's in the server, and he's a good person. When you see him, say,
Hey, Elijah, man. You and Max should go and hang out, man. Fuck, that would be
for sure. We're gonna get together for sure.
You guys gotta get together this summer, man. Come on, we're fucking around.
He was just at the Brooklyn Bridge today.
Yeah, man. You guys should go.
Yeah.
Fuck, there's a million places in New York to fucking hang out, man. Fuck. You guys, I don't know how far you guys are apart, but just a subway.
No, we were really. He saw me actually, but I was on the go doing deliveries.
So you like shook his hand and gave him a hug?
No, he didn't. I don't know. I guess I was moving too fast because he was like, I think I saw you on Broadway. I was like, yeah, I was there. Yep, that was me.
Well, you guys got to hook up at some point, man. It's just unfair. Yeah. I drove 100 miles to fucking see Sonny or put him on a train and send him down here. I mean, people that are,
I met dude at the train station now 3 times, man.
Hey, speaking of train stations, man, 24th. Do you know about that?
I know. I was telling Wave Mixer, I'm not sure I'm going to go, but like I got a lot to take care of here, and things are changing rapidly for me.
I hear you, man.
Here, I'm taking care of a lot of business and cleaning out all the debris, like literally and figuratively, and just moving everything so it's easy to move because I don't plan on staying here forever. Like it's going to be
yeah. All right.
So
cleaning out, man. Me too, man. I'm in kind of like that cleaning out phase right now myself, man.
Yeah, and the rest of the time I just really literally need to just stay at home and take care of myself because I'm still recovering from the month of 3 or 4 months.
Beginning of the year was tough for you.
I was not doing well at all, and then I ended up in the hospital and on liquid diet for half the month in the hospital for 2 weeks. That was not fun at all, but I survived it. So
yes, you did, man.
I need to go talk to some people who I resist going and talking to, like gastroenterology, but I've had some pain, a little bit of pain, but it's not keeping me awake, and I'm not sick at all.
You sound good, man.
Freaking grateful.
Hey, you sound good. I'm glad you're back around hanging out.
Yeah, I rode all the way to freaking Sports Arena today and got this little tiny screw for one of my guitars, one of the pickup screws that raises up the humbucker,
Oh, yeah. Long skinny ones?
Yeah. So I had to get that because it's a special screw. It's a 3/4 size number 3, 48 threads per inch. It's a tiny little screw.
Hell yeah, man.
So
did it work? Did you put it in?
Oh, yeah, put it in, but I haven't tried it out yet because that guitar, I took the high strings off and put them on another guitar. So I'm gonna have to switch the G string at least around.
You need some strings then?
I just got a couple of what I do is
you need a set of fuck, dude.
No, listen, I get strings. Yeah, I need to get some from you. But check it out. Only when I can afford it. That's the whole deal. But I haven't recycled my strings when they break. I take the little thimble thing and I rewind them around it, and they work until they're too short. So
what you got laying around, man? I dig it, man. Yeah.
It works. And then I've taken like the other strings from the acoustic and put them on my, or from the electric and put them on my acoustic.
I'll send you some strings, dude. Fuck, I got your address.
Yeah, that would help. I definitely appreciate that. I just buy E, B, and G strings. I just bought a couple of E and a B in case I break one.
Right on. Oh, we got Richie. Davey's in the house. Bong. Buyout. CB's deafened. Donkey Kong. One of my favorite flat earthers. Flatsy. G. Cal.
Cherokee people's in the house too, man.
Oh, where the hell are you? Oh, you're way up there, man. Hey,
Cherokee people.
Jim
Cherokee flat earthers. Yeah.
I was listening to you guys earlier talk to our buddy, the football player guy, man. That was a good talk. He was really open, and that was nice. You guys caught that. Anyway, I was working all day, man, trying to get some shit done. But yeah, I love the late night, man. It's kind of cool out here. You know? It's nice. It's quiet.
It was a great day. I think it was like 70 here. It was like really nice today.
Yeah, it was about that here too, man. 72 or something. Dude, this weather we're having's been really overcasty, kind of gray.
Very much.
Yeah, same here in California.
What's that?
I said, yeah, same here in California.
Well, that's where I'm at, man. That's where Sonny's.
Oh, man.
Yep.
All right, we got 3 Californians in the house. Shut the server down.
Where you at?
The IE area.
Where?
Inland Empire?
Yes,
I know
sir.
that.
Oh, shit. There's a meetup on the 24th, man. Down here
Where
at
at?
the beach.
At the beach?
On the beach, man.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get there. No, let's see what when the 24 hits.
Saturday.
Oh, hell yeah, I'll be there. I'll get my ass out there.
All right. Here, I'll drop the link to you got RSVP, but just text or call a dude or whatever.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there, man.
Hang on, man. Let me see if I can find the damn thing here.
See, and we got a 30% chance of rain too, and 75 degrees on Saturday. 72 tomorrow and Friday. It says 30% chance of rain this morning at 1 a.m. tonight. A 30% chance of rain.
Yeah, dude, it's been raining. I've been waking up. Everything's all wet. It's just weird, man.
It's rained and then gotten.
It's usually like 92 degrees by now.
By now, isn't it? Yeah, man. What's going on? Something's weird.
I live Inland Empire too, man. Well,
Oh, right on, man. Yeah,
I'm right on that. Right. Like I'm near Corona there.
Okay. Yeah, I work. I'm working in. I can't think of it. Chino. That's a stupid ass drive.
Yeah, it is. All right, here it is. June 24th, man. Yeah, call this number, man. Let them know you're coming. Anybody else wants to join, man? Come on out, man. We're having a fucking another meetup. That's everybody that was there last time. Right there, I put it in the. Well, I put it in the music thing, man. My bad. Here you go. I'll put it in the live stream voice text. I'll go delete the other one. Shit. There you go. I'll get rid of that. There you go. All right. Delete that one. Yeah. All right. Yeah, a little meetup, man. Nothing wrong with a meetup. Talking to people, like talking to people in here, man. You just figure out what to talk about. It's good, man. And good to see you too. Cheers. Yeah. Let's see, Flatsy. She bounced. All right. Getting late for a lot of you, but you know, just getting started out here on the West Coast. Just getting started. All right, is anybody on YouTube?
I'm on YouTube right now.
Greg T, Omega, Flat Squash. That's it. That's everybody out there. There's like 8 people hanging out, man. Nobody on Rumble, man. Helio's on Rumble, and I am. That's it. There's 23 people out there, man. Yeah, join the VC, man.
What should I call this?
You guys are out there, man. It's slow tonight, man. Join the VC. It's your chance. I know you guys been waiting. And there's a bunch of you out there, man. I know you're out there, man. I've talked to at least 10 people in here that said, dude, I've been listening to you guys for years. And I finally wanted to talk to you, you know? It's like, well, tonight's your night, man. So jump in. Don't be shy, man.
I know all those thousands of silent voices. We know you're out there.
We know you're out there, man. I was one of those guys for a long time, dude. I was like, fuck, these guys are fucking hilarious. All right. They were asking for people to join one night, and I'm like, all right, fuck, I'll join.
There's one right there, President Orion. He's a silent voice, isn't he?
No, Ryan's anything.
He's not. Okay, he's AFK.
Sadly, but he's not.
That was
ask them their favorite color.
That was a false alarm. Called out the wrong person.
He's deadly.
Hey, what did you guys say about me?
Hey.
Sonny called you out as a new person. Where do you stand on this globe and flat Earth thing, man? Where are you standing on that? Welcome to the server, Mr. Orion.
Yeah, we called you. I called you
I must say.
Right, go ahead.
I was going to say it seems rather flat and stationary to me.
Okay,
you're quite observant human being. I'm going to give you a plus. I'm going to give you gold plus straight away.
Yeah, you get some extra kudos, whatever those are.
But the refraction.
The refraction.
Anti-refraction.
One more time, y'all. I'm going to lose my mind. Doesn't light bend or something like that? Is usually the question, or is the black swan response I always get.
Yeah, they invented that. They took over our claim. They took over our thing because we were telling them years ago that it was that the horizon's optical, and they're saying no, it's a geometric. It's an actual physical geometric curve edge.
The curve edge.
No, the curvizon. So then they changed, didn't they? They go, yeah, well, you can't tell how curved it is because of refraction. Now you can't tell because it's optical. Thanks for taking our claim. You numpties.
I feel like it's really one of the things that people are so stalwartly against being open to changing their mind. Like if you came and told them something completely different about history, they're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Like what's so wrong with changing your mind, really? Yeah, you're right.
Well, especially when you're presented evidence that's going to show that you should change your mind. I mean, obvious evidence, like you don't feel like you're moving and shoot through outer space at millions of miles an hour, do you? Well, no, but they tell me I am. I'm just going to stick with that, man. It feels comfortable. I always love those guys. I'm just comfortable with the globe. Just comfy.
Why does it matter? Get back to the game.
Why does it matter?
Oh.
But what would you call it when somebody preempts information before it gets to them? Like right. they sense it coming and they try to stop it before it's coming. So they won't have to change their mind about something. So they try to stop you from saying it fully. So they don't have to hear it. That's a weird thing that we encounter in here like that.
I've been going through that with one good close friend of mine. He knows he knows that I hung out with y'all, done the research, whatever, and it's very no, man. Let's just not, man. I went fishing today. I had a good day. Blah blah. Those brown trout really were biting today, man. Anything but
they get triggered.
Yeah, triggered.
The only reason for them to be triggered is because they're holding on to something that is attached to their ego.
Yeah.
They think they're controlling this thing. Like because Earth happens to be flat, and we pointed out very well in very clear terms of how it's used practically flat, how everybody experiences it as flat, stationary, and contained, And so that's strange, though. That's like, it's hard for me to fathom that somebody gets pissed off about it. Like, because,
I mean, yeah, man, because even when I was presented with it, I was like, oh, so dude, that's pretty interesting, man. Check that out.
Even if you didn't, even if you didn't know the information, once you heard a little bit of it, you would kind of go, "Huh? Well, let me take a closer look at that." No, not like this knee-jerk reaction. No, it can't be. No, but pictures from space,
shadows on the moon, man.
But
shadows on the moon, man. They go a bunch of different directions. That can't happen. That goes against the laws of physics, man. Fuck. Asshole.
I will say, whatever it was, I was into every conspiracy, open to any of them. Didn't matter really how crazy it was over 15, 20 years. And then the flat earth, anytime it came up, my hackles came up. And I wasn't aware of that until this year. Yeah. It was like I finally, whatever it was, spent enough time in my house or COVID, whatever, figured shit out. And it was like, why is that the response I have? Like, what does that actually mean? And what can I do to explore it now? Like, I've never just said, no, that's insane. Y'all are crazy.
Yeah, me either, man. I never ever thought any flat earther was crazy. I was like, oh, what? What do you mean we're not on a spinning ball? Shit.
I just
no, come on, man. Really? All right.
Yeah. For me, I just never even looked at it. Like I know. I'm sorry.
I told my friend, man, that I said that satellites are fake. I was like, dude, I'll be back with you tomorrow, man. I got this.
I don't remember ever having the conversation. It's like the alcoholic, not knowing their whole life about AA. You know. That's kind of my story too, but it's like the, but you know, I don't know.
I love this one. I love this one, man. It's one of my favorites, man. Yeah, I love that one.
I really never thought of it. Like I never really remember having a conversation with people about that, other than isn't space like wild, like isn't it fantastic, like often we all got, you know,
it's so fucking scientific,
but it was always separated from my regular daily life. I mean, there was nothing, the two weren't connected.
All right, here's the meme I was looking for. This is the one I was looking for. Cheers to all the people who can change their mind when presented with information that contradicts their beliefs.
Cheers to that.
Oh,
suckers.
Take that, suckers. You got to suck it up, man. Don't be like trying to hold out and you look stupid. You're starting to look really, really stupid, man, when you got to hold out that long, man.
We said that a couple of years ago. Don't be the last one on your block to believe in the globe. And we really mean it. Now we're in the 11th hour.
You don't want to miss out, man. Trust me, man. Dude, we're in season 9, bro. Come on.
Season 9.
It's time to step up to the plate and give it a swing, man, because there's no globe, man. So you're swinging it at air, man. You're swinging through the air.
And when all the school children go walking by your house laughing at you because you still believe in a ball,
it's going to happen. It's going to happen. That day's coming, Bon.
That's not going to be good.
Hang on to your Bon.
All right. I did appreciate this group exposing me to a lot more stuff about
shit, right?
What do the globers actually have?
Right.
What paperwork is there? Not just the textbook with the picture or the cartoon, really.
It's amazing.
What is there?
I mean, to watch them dance around still after 8 years and watch them dance and dance and dance. I give them credit for I mean, there's a fucking army of anti-flat earthers out there, man, and they put in hours and hours and hours, and some of them have millions of subs, man, or whatever they bought them or not, whatever. But that's what they do for a living now, is to just try to
money in it,
and they're making money. Yeah, exactly. They're getting super chats and Patreons and members and all that shit, man. Yeah. And oh my God, there's so many flat earthers out there that are making so much money on flat earth. They have to be shills. No, wait a minute. Nobody's making money on flat earth? Well, not real money. Like, it's just like making okay money. Yeah, maybe they're making okay money. I mean, there might be a couple of guys out there.
I would think Dave's got to be the number one with the app.
Dave's probably number one for sure. Yeah, he's probably up there. He's getting close to real money.
And then Caleb and that guy, they were talking about like having money troubles recently. And they were just talking about having spent a few $1,000s in something. Like, it's not like, man, we spent $1 million.
We're talking like maybe a couple of grand because you had some generous people. I get it, man. I mean, I'm a big follower of John Levy, man. I don't know if you guys know who he is, but
yeah, I do.
Levy's like fucking. He does this like. He's like, I don't think get excited. He goes, hey man, oh man, that's amazing.
What do you think of, he's like, what do you think about that?
What do you think about that? That is amazing. He doesn't even go like, dude, you gotta see this shit, bro. No, he's not like, I get
he goes like questioning himself. He's like, I wonder like why they would make it like that. And those are the kind of questions
I've never given him a dime, but I've watched all his videos.
How do you spell?
But he's got enough. He makes enough money doing that.
Levi
to like build his own house,
JONLEVI.
Here, I'll give you the link, man. Here, I'll give you the link.
Just
give me a second.
Thank you. That actually pulled it up. There was apparently someone died, and he was a cellist.
If you like learning about, let's say, old buildings or old concrete or old
map of abandoned New York.
Just if you like, I mean, he's not like a terrier pusher, but he's like, dude, man, it doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense, bro. This doesn't make any sense. This isn't adding up.
He just kind of lays it out like it is. He does some work where he's like over Utah, and he's like,
he
strange, like there's ancient architecture that's underneath the soil, but you can see the outlines of all these things like streets.
Just
and they're equilinear, so they're like it couldn't be happened by accident by any means. So these have to be like streets and buildings and things like that.
Like he'll do like star forts. I don't know if you're familiar with those.
Yeah,
he'll do a little bit of everything. He'll do he'll find something really strange, but he's just super blessed with an eye to see stuff and point it out and go, hey man, that's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. I like looking at the architecture. Yeah.
The architecture, especially, he'll go back and go, well, it was John Smith built this. He designed it, and he died, but his son took over. And then, he just reads the architectural history of a lot of these buildings. Oh, this was an insane asylum, man, for 42 years. And it looks like a fucking giant
looks like a castle or something. Yeah.
It's like 6 stories and fucking carvings and the roof. Yeah, it's just like, it's ridiculous, man. And in the middle of fucking Utah, they got this insane asylum.
Yeah, that whole thing is very strange. Like, why all those big monolithic buildings like that? Why would they have these monolithic buildings like that? Huge buildings like that. And then they use them as insane asylums, and also for what else?
The hospitals, insane asylums,
and places for the kids.
All the schools and the orphan kids.
What is it called?
The orphan kids. Yeah, all that.
Kids. Yeah.
It's crazy stuff out there. Anyway, John covers a lot of it and just points it out really cool, and says, hey, man, well, let's take a look at Mr. Smith here. What's his history,
Yeah.
Oh, he was a Jesuit priest in England or something. No, that's right.
No,
Crazy shit, you know, and you're like, fuck.
The treasurer somewhere in the town planner.
Right, yeah. He was some dude they found on the street. Like, what? I mean, John does it in such a cool way, you know? And anyway, I hope you enjoy it. Watch a couple of his videos. Check it out, man. You'll love it. Mr. Edwards.
One of the ones I like best is the Salt Lake City. Is it? Yeah. Yeah. Is it him? That did the Salt
Lake? Yeah, he's out there. He's in Utah. So, yeah, he's in some.
But the history of like Salt Lake City, how it started, because how they walked into that place with ox carts and stuff and hand carts.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they roll out there in like 1860, and by 1872 they got that fucking insane asylum, fucking that's the size of the fucking
they have a freaking temple made of marble out there,
Superdome. You're like, what the hell?
Yeah, exactly. Pretty weird.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff, man. With the Tartaria stuff, we're fortunate. We have an architect professor in here. I love talking to him about that shit, man.
Anyway, it's been a long day for me. I'm gonna head out. But nice talking with you. Good to see you, dude.
Hey, you're right on time, Sonny. You're very consistent. I like the consistency, man. Keep it up.
Later on, you guys have a good.
All right, man. Cheers, brother.
Keep it flat.
Later.
Oh, fuck.
Always admired people that were had like a regular schedule.
Yeah, I love consistency, man. I mean, I love people that are like, oh, okay, well, I can count on them to do this or that or meet you for a job or whatever. Just, I hate it when people are late, like, way late. I don't care if you're like 5-10 minutes late. You start getting into half hours, man.
Regularly.
Unless there was a fucking, a wreck on the freeway, man. I don't want to hear about it. Somehow I managed to show up on time. It can't be that hard.
Yeah.
Just show up on time. Be happy you're there, man. I mean, there are people that go to jobs, man, that do not want to fucking go to their jobs, bro. They don't want to fucking do the graveyard shift at the gas station, bro. They know. I get it. They're in a bad mood, man. I try to bring a little bit happier part of their day, man. I might tip them, talk to them for 10 seconds or 20 or 30 or a minute. Just try to, bring some pleasure to their day. Fuck.
Yeah, he was saying.
Flat smack them. Who knows, man? But,
All right, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get up at 3:30.
Yeah. All right, get out of here, man. It's late. Go.
All right, y'all have a good one, all right, man.
Do it again, man. Do it again.
Yeah, definitely.
Hope he's not on the East Coast.
I think he's out here, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, he's out here. He's got to roll. He's going to be up in like 4 hours.
Yeah.
4.5.
He'll be 3:30.
He's young, man. He's got this. 4.5. Dude, when I first found Flat Earth, man, I didn't sleep for fucking a year and a half. So, I don't want to hear it.
I'm right there with you. I had a rough, I found this group maybe 3 weeks ago, give or take. 4 times weird. But between this one and then I also like bouncing over to the Flat Earth debate because I heard they were on the opposite side, and it's like, what are they actually saying? And
check it all out.
Yeah. And that was definitely seeing 4 and 5 and 6 a.m. It's like, what the hell are you doing, man? Like, I would just start cooking breakfast for the kid. Like, we're good. I'm not even going to fight this.
Make a fucking pot of coffee and keep going, man. Yeah. We were nuts, man. Back in the beginning, man, we were like all-nighters all the time, man. Like, we got to look at this, look at that. Let's watch this video. Let's check. Yeah, it was crazy, man. But it's crazy now, too, man. Apparently, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world. I don't know. I haven't checked it out too much, but just apparently. It's like the apparent horizon. It's the apparent weirdness of the world. It's right there. Right over the curve, man. It's right over the curve. Actually,
measure it.
It's on the flat plane, I think. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, man. It's such a shit show out there, man, right now.
I feel bad for them to a degree, like the ones who are hook, line, and sinker on the aliens. Been seeing a lot of stuff about like the internet going out.
Internet's going down.
Yeah.
Money systems going down. Everything's, you know, they got a new, there's another asteroid coming to Earth. Fuck, man. I haven't done NASA news in a while, man. I probably should bust that out and have a laugh.
Threw a probe out there millions of miles, and it says the internet could go out soon.
Well,
months.
Dude, but the probe's going to come back and crash and kill us all. What?
That's it. Yeah. Our bad.
Yeah, or there's an asteroid, or, yeah. Yeah, there's always something, man, to, it's going to take us out. Flat a tata. Flat a tata. That's Toby out there in the Toby dog. What's up, man? I thought you were doing flat to tartar, like Tartaria on the flat earth. Yeah, there you go. That's what I thought you were doing. Anyway, so that's a whole subject that I never ever saw coming, was Tartaria, man. I liked old buildings and shit. I'd be like, that's fucking kick ass, man. Look at that brickwork, and the eaves are bitching, man. I love the aesthetics of this building. It's just the color scheme. I mean, I always look at buildings and, you know, admire them like a piece of art, right? I build shit for a living, man. I get it, man. So I'm like, yeah, that's fucking cool as fuck. I go, some old dude built this, man. That's fucking killer, man. But then, you know, you gotta start digging into that and a little bit deeper, and you're like, no, what the hell? What do you mean they built that in fucking with a horse and a buggy in the middle of fucking the desert, 100 miles from nothing?
They did I think there was they're called Mine Unveiled, and which I'd follow, they had a little bit of that type of stuff, which I'd never heard of it until them. And they did this, they did it for hours, but it was on the Biltmore estate here in North Carolina. And that was one where I was raised near and lived near. And to me, it was just like, yeah, billionaires build big fucking houses. Like that makes sense. They built a railroad that went straight to the house just to do it.
Yeah.
I'd never even thought to look at it in any eyes other than just a big house. And now you go back and it's like, oh, there's a really tall door everywhere. It's
a lot of work, man. Yeah. It's a lot of work. So there's some super mysteries with all of that. Do I have all the answers? No, but got a lot of questions.
Do you ever think about where you draw the line?
Yeah, of course, man. But
with reality?
Yep. I've thought about it. I've kicked it around, but I just keep asking for the truth, whatever it is, man. I mean, I've seen the craziest truths, man. I can't even share here. And I probably wouldn't talk to any of you guys about most of it, man. But yeah, I've seen some shit. It was like, oh, what? No, really? Oh, that's some fucked up shit. And you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's just like deep, dark, and fucking absolutely a hole I don't want to send anybody down. But I went down it and checked it out. And I came out all right, you know, but it's not for everybody. I guarantee you that, man. You just can't do it. And you're like, wait a minute, man. Those motherfucking cucks. Really? They do that? You got to be kidding me. Anyway.
More than one of them do it?
Yeah, a lot. Apparently, that's a lot. Yeah, I was looking for some flat Earth believers, disbelievers. Just looking to talk to anybody, Greg. It's almost Sunday. It's getting close to Sunday. Feels like it a little bit, but yeah, man. I don't like to speculate too much, but there is area is a fun thing to go down. I think it's safe. I think you can bring that up at a party. You can bring that up anywhere, dinner table, over Thanksgiving, whatever. You can just, hey, man, if you guys looked into like these old buildings and stuff, man, cool, man. Do you guys know that there was like this civilization like a long time ago? They say that was like, you kind of like, it was everywhere in the world all at once, and it was called Tartaria. What do you guys think of that? Like, just let their fucking head spin fucking out of the room, They'll be like, what? I mean,
I don't remember. Were they after the Greeks or before the Romans?
Yeah, it's somewhere in there.
Or the Egyptians?
Just tell them I'm still looking into it, man. I don't have all the answers for that, but certainly super interesting.
That whole reset with the insane asylums and that, that's a fucking weird one.
At the fairs, they had the incubator babies.
Really crazy.
And I'm like, what? Get the fuck out of here. What the hell is that? That's weird. Anyway, weird stuff, man. So, yeah, you're right, man. There's definitely something to that whole story that we've been handed about flat Earth, about the globe, and about the buildings, man, and how they got there, and why they were there, and star forts, and fuck yeah, you can go down the whole shit show, right, Bong?
Yeah, man, I think they're all like experiments. As science was growing, people were doing all kinds of crazy shit. And then they, all right, it's getting out of control. We got to figure out a way to systemize it. We'll call it science. Yeah.
Yeah.
Needs rule.
Science. Systemize it.
We need ethics.
Love a good blanket term.
I love it, Bong. That might be the coolest thing you've ever said on this thing here, man. Systemize it. I'm going to science the shit out of this, man. I'm going to science the shit.
All the resets
isn't that what people...
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that was like Tesla before, around that time. Everyone was learning about electricity, the human genome, trying to get apes pregnant or women pregnant with apes. Like, they were doing all kinds of unethical stuff.
Crazy shit.
And you have to control it. Yeah.
Control that shit, man.
Shit, man. Like, kind of shit, if you think about today, like, that's fucking insane. Like, why would that's unethical? But when the excitement, of the new science came out, some crazy guy in his basement, growing mutants and shit, I don't know. I don't know what's possible,
Hey, well, they were going to test the boundaries of possibilities, and they tested it all, man. And they went fucking total fucking retard cuck fucking just off the charts. They went all the way, man. And they figured out a lot of things, man. They did. If they didn't, man, there wouldn't be no globe, dude, man. If they didn't figure out something, there would be no globe. But they figured out at least how to sell that piece of shit. And they did a good job. Oh, man. Fuck.
It only takes a generation or two. Change the books and you're good. But get them all into a place where they have to repeat after you or get in trouble.
Hey, apparently that's what's going on these days, man. If you don't say the right pronouns, man, you're going to get fired. What? So, yeah, they control the behaviors, the language. They're really good at it, man.
Curriculum.
I got to give them credit, man. The litmus test was the last 3 years, man. Like 3 years ago, they were like, hey, go ahead and just, cover your extremities with these and you'll be fine. And stay home. Damn it. And I was driving on the freeway, at rush hour. There was nobody there, man. It was weird. That was the litmus test. So that's what we're dealing with. And I was thinking about it before I even came on here tonight. I was like, how can we reach more people? How can we get out there a little bit more? I do believe we can wake a lot of people up, and I think there is more than they're showing, man. There's been a hell of a lot of traffic in here lately, man.
I hate to say it, but what type of rules does Facebook have on this kind of stuff? Will they ban you, or you're good?
They're pretty restrictive. I wouldn't go on there now, but I knew some guys that had like 50, 70,000 subscribers, followers, whatever you want to call them.
Mm-hmm.
And they were doing really well, man, but they just like everything in life, man. We had a meetup group here for Flat Earth and near Los Angeles, and every week there was a meetup, man. Every fucking week. It was like, and we had hundreds of people in this little like server on meetups. And everybody post pictures, and it just fucking fell apart, man. One guy took control. It's just like the Discord before this one, man, that we're in now. It started with ODD, I think, was the originator of it, and then it got taken over, and then that's why we ended up with 2.0, because it just got out of control.
Never even realized this wasn't 2.0.
Yeah, this is 2.0, man. We had another server that was, one of the guys in there didn't do something, and then there was some kind of rule that any Gold Plus member or moderator could take it over, and one of the cocks took it over, man, and just destroyed it.
It sounds like something out of a CIA playbook.
Yeah, it felt like it. I'll tell you that. But I saw a lot of things do that, man, over the years. We used to have these hangouts, and people would just come in and just destroy it, man. It was weird. So, yeah, there's people out there looking to do harm. But this place is we got such tight security around here now. Ain't nobody going to fuck this one up, man. We might fuck it up ourselves by talking about something we shouldn't, but if we take everything over to Rumble, man, I think we're okay for now, but who knows, man? Down the road, Rumble could get all cucked up, and you can't talk about, farts or whatever they decide,
What their thing happens to be.
Right, whatever. So there's no guarantees out there, man. I knew that Google Hangouts was too good to be true, because anybody that had a YouTube channel could live stream with Google Hangouts, put together a panel of 10 people, share video, share screen, share audio. We could do it all. And it was free. All of it. Yeah. I'm like, I kept screaming to everybody, this is too fucking good, man. No. You could hand over audio controls. You could balance out the audio. You had like a mixer for everybody in the panel. You can turn them up or turn them down or mute them or whatever. And it was just too easy, man. I'm like, this is too good, man. And it's free? All this is free? Nah, man, this shit ain't gonna last. And it didn't. I knew it from day one, man. I saw it. I'm like, this is too good, man. This ain't gonna last.
They just make it a paid product or something?
Discord's kind of the same way, man. I think it's just an unbelievable platform, and I think someday they're gonna charge all of us to want to be in here. It's gonna happen. The greedy bitches those cucks ain't gonna fucking let this shit slide too much longer, man. It's too much money to be made, man. There's millions and millions of people on Discord, man, and none of them are paying for it.
I feel like that's how it tends to go after a while. Like they run through. It's a long runway, but they end up getting through that VC money for years and years, and then the dollars and cents start getting like.
Start looking at the numbers like, hey, man, if we charged everybody like $5 a month to be on Discord, how much money can we make? Oh, you can make $740 million if you do that. Like, what? Hold on. Fuck those cocks, man. We're charging all of you. It's $10 a month. Fuck off. Oh,
I've gone through something similar in a small company. Like there were 20 people when I started there, and 300 now. But we've had this like Wall Street kind of guy come in. So now every meeting I hear something to the effect of, "Oh, we should monetize that. We should monetize that. Oh, we can monetize that.
Got to monetize it." Yep. Yeah. Hey, man, that's what we do here, man. We're here to make money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maximus knows all about this shit. Wait a minute.
But first, you need a following. I mean, you know, I find it very interesting. You know, this thing called social media. You know, following people. You know what I mean? Like, follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the white rabbit. You know, like, follow us. We know the way. You know what I mean? And when you think about followers and following, well, you know, that's what the sun is. You know, that's what gravity is based on. Followers. You know, that's what the word satellite means. Follower. You know what I mean? So, and then Jesus, right? He was like the first guy to say, "Follow me." But my point is, it seems like social media platforms and social media was set up so people can follow. You know what I mean? So it can be easier to manipulate people. Because if you manipulate one content creator, all these people are gonna follow them. So it's all about following people or ideas. It seems.
That's deep, bro.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's like, it's all planned.
It's word power, bro.
Yeah.
Weird word.
There's
word magic.
There's a lot more magic to it than just the words, but the way they say the words and the timing and all the fucking shit that they work on perfecting to try to get you to follow them. And, you know, Andrew Tate's a pretty good example. And that guy's like, you know, like getting millions of people watching, talking, sending money. I'm like, fuck, the guy's a fucking mongo, man. I'm like, wait a minute. Any one of us could do that in here, you know? But
exactly.
Any one of us can do exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. And everyone is doing it.
We do it even better, man. He's doing a cuck show, man, with his shit. We would do it much cool and better, man.
I think a big part of it, though, is the actual action step of doing it.
Right.
Like, I hate to say it, but like I've always just like had great ideas, but never the gumption to start it or follow through or anything.
Execution, right? Yeah.
Execution. Yeah. I've been through execution projects, man, since I was really young, man. And you got to just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. You'll get through. And that's why I'm still here on Flat Earth, man. I'm like, I could have left this shithole a long time ago and said, I don't deal with these fucking Globers. Fuck those guys. Nah, let's take them on. Let's go talk to them, man.
Found your hill.
It's a bit of a challenge, but I don't give up, man. I don't just. That's the point. I don't give up.
Yeah.
None of you guys have given up.
It's like everyone's a content creator. Okay, and every content creator sounds they're trained, right, to do certain things and marketing and advertising, right? There's clickbait thumbnails, and then there's the hook at the beginning of the video. I'm like, God damn, are all these is everybody a goddamn marketer now? Like, who's buying stuff? Like, is everybody just following everybody?
No.
ChatGPT telling them how to do everything.
No, it's the most coveted job is YouTube influencer. That's the job everybody wants.
Exactly, and it's like
it's way past YouTube, TikTok for sure, man. That's where the big money. Fuck yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's where it is, man. Dude, you know what's really great about TikTok? You only got to make a 2-minute video every day, or twice a day, or 3 times a day. Or 4 times.
Does TikTok have ads? Is that?
And you got to just hold up. All you got to do is hold up like, I'm drinking a Pepsi, man. This stuff's so good, dude. You should try it. I mean, they don't even do that. It's not quite that obvious, but that's basically all they're doing. And Pepsi's paying them $1 million a year.
Once you get so many followers, you can do ads.
Yeah.
You can do ads. You can make backroom deals. Like, I'll just put your shit in my video every time, man. What do you think of that? What's that worth? And they'll be like, it's worth $1 million a year. Okay. I'll every time I'm drinking water, the only water I'm drinking is your water for $1 million a year. That's it.
No, I heard something simple. Hey, pass me that blank.
Right.
And that's just in the part of a minute video.
Dude, I'm going to have that Jimmy Dean sausage this morning with my eggs. Oh, it's so good. Like, what? Yeah. You just made 50 grand, because you said Jimmy Dean sausage.
I was so naive until this recent year. I used to follow and listen to basically every single podcast that Rogan did until it finally hit me one time when he was in the middle of like, you tried that new Cadillac, man? Shit, that thing rides so fucking good, man. Exactly. My buddy got one or whatever, and I was like, wait, it's not one of those full-on pauses for ZipRecruiter or whatever shit. No. He's talking more about this and more passionately than he does the ZipRecruiter shit. That's feels like an ad.
You ever have a Cadillac though, bro?
What's that? You know what I mean? Yeah, he's not wrong.
Yeah, but is this video sponsored by Cadillac? I'm just wondering. Yeah.
It's a talking point advertising. Like, hey man, dude, what'd you guys do last? Oh, dude, I went out to the cabin with my friend in his Jeep, bro. It's killer, man. He's got one of the
Jeep way out in the middle of
blah blah blah. That thing's fucking sweet, man. We were towing a boat. Fuck, it was killer. And yeah, had a good weekend, man. My buddy's Jeep. Yeah, that's all they gotta do, man. They make like fucking 10 grand. I'm like,
the fucking Truman Show, bro. It's the Truman Show. Do you remember when fucking Facebook first came out? Man, I was horrified. I was like, I'm not gonna fucking sit here and watch some other people live their fucking life. What the fuck are people? I used to get upset about it. I left Facebook in like 12 or 11. That's when I dropped it all and I was like, fuck this. But now look, it's normal. It's normal to watch other people live their lives. Truman, accept the reality.
Also know that it's a lie. Like it's not really their true representation of their life. Which is weird.
Oh fuck. You guys gotta watch this documentary. It came out during it came out after the lockdown thing, man. Anyway, it's called Fake Famous, right? And it follows this couple of girls around that are doing like the influencer thing and how they create it and how the marketing companies build it up and how it all goes. You have to do this, you got to be at this party, you got to get your picture taken, and they fake all this shit, right? Like 90% of it's faked, man. 100%, man. They got like cameramen and people, with lighting. I mean, it's a fucking scene, man. Anyway, it's called Fake Famous. You have to see it, man. It was an eye opener for me as far as influencers go, man. And whether it's flat earth influencers or people selling fucking whatever, just some hot chicks selling everything from purses to shoes to whatever the hell they, makeup, fuck, you name it, fake code. You gotta see it, man. It'll open your eyes to like how the influencers get paid and how they make their content. It's pretty good. I give it. I'll give it an 8 out of 10 stars. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this whole influencer thing, I guess, is just like sort of used to be like big celebrities in Hollywood doing most of the big marketing. So it's basically the companies just using, micro marketing in a way through these influencers and sort of micro celebrities. That's how I thought about it. But yeah, good point.
Yeah, it's bigger than you think. It has anytime you have 4 or 5 million subscribers checking out your shit every day, that's a serious, powerful fucking tool, man. I mean, you can make $1 million a week. If you're fucking, really doing it, like, Kim Kardashian makes probably $1 million a week, man. Just fucking just because she's Kim Kardashian. Fuck, that's it. It's called being famous for being famous. How about that? Fuck, you don't do fuck all for the world, but you're famous for being famous. Oh, it's a shitty system, man. And meanwhile, you got to go to work tomorrow, man. So go to bed. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah. I guess the other thing is, I guess, because there's so many more people that are going to be getting on the internet as well, and these platforms make it so easy to monetize. Yep. But yeah, I don't think the scene is very healthy at all to get involved into that kind of stuff. Maybe a regular job is just safer.
I think you're going to be surprised if you watch that fake famous documentary. It's a little bit of an eye opener as far as even at the end, man. You got to watch it to the end because some people might have second thoughts about what they're doing, and that's what we're looking for here. And second thoughts about your globe. I need you to have second thoughts about your globe. That's all we're doing. I'm not trying to be an asshole, right, Dusty? I'm not trying to be a dick. I just want to tell people, hey, man, have second thoughts about the globe. That's all. Keep it simple. But they don't.
Yeah.
So dug in, man, that they can't resolve the fact that potentially whatever they knew about the globe was not exactly true. And it's a hard pill to swallow. I get it, man. It's the red pill. I know, but it hurts. It does hurt, man. No, I'm not gonna kid you. Okay, I wasn't pissed off or anything. No, I was pissed. Found out about this spinny globe thing, man, that doesn't exist. It's only in my mind. I was a little pissed. I'm still pissed, actually. I'm still kind of pissed off. That's why I'm still.
Yeah, when I found out about it in 2016 or so, I was 2017. I was really angry for like just 3 months, almost uncontrollably.
Like, fuck. I would just walk around going, fuck. I can't. Damn. What the hell's wrong with me, man? What was I thinking? Where did I go wrong? Anyway, got past it and said, "Oh, you know what? I'll own my mistake, man. But from here on out, man, I got to correct it." Dusty, what's up? Say hi.
Oh, hey, what's up? Sorry, I'm driving.
Shoot, that's a perfect time to talk when you're driving. I love talking flat Earth, globe Earth while I'm driving.
Yeah, what have I been missing? What do you guys been talking about?
Well, we went from Tartaria to damn, we got lied to. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah, that's a bitch for sure.
Like, okay, well, all right, well, I got to figure this out on my own, or I'll hang out with some people that are trying to figure it out as well. That's always cool.
Yeah.
But I love people who are trying to figure out things, man, rather than people who are trying to like fuck things up. I'm like, how can we figure out to do this better? Oh, okay, we got sold. Yeah. If you got the coolest dishwasher, your life's going to be better, Dusty, because you got the coolest dishwasher on the planet. Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Still got to do the fucking dishes and put them away. Doesn't matter how well it cleans it.
Right? I mean, but I don't mind doing dishes by hand. I'm down with that.
It's easier.
It's actually, I use my fingers a lot more than a sponge or anything, because that's what they're built for.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. I was just thinking, even if you've got everything, if you've got the nice house and a bunch of cars, it's like something's going wrong. And then when the lights go out, if you're not happy, number one, with yourself, and number two, the person you're sharing that with, if there is somebody, then it doesn't matter at all. It's misery. So you just got to find peace. But I think that's what helps with Flat Earth. It helps give a little bit more peace once you get past the anger and all the craziness of it. You're like, you know what? There's a bigger thing going on here. So
yeah, I mean, we still have bad days and good days, but
yeah.
But it's just I have a lot less bad days now. A lot less.
Yeah.
It's got to be pretty wicked to kind of rattle me, but I'm like, all right, shit, and did crash the car today? All right, okay, well, that's a bummer. All right, you're okay?
It makes watching the news and stuff like, you're not fooled by all the smoke and mirrors that they have every day on our news feed, on the television.
They really just want to get you emotional about it. They don't care what you get emotional about. They just want you to get emotional and not do logical thinking. That would be bad. That would be bad. And that's all that systems there is built to just kind of keep everybody. Dude, the old saying, bro, conquer and divide, man. They just want to divide the fuck.
Yeah, but it's interesting because more flat earthers growing. I mean, do you follow Sam Tripoli, the comedian?
Dude, I've been like following the trends as far as like people are looking into flat earth, man, and it is definitely blowing up again for whatever reason.
Yeah, do you know the comedian Sam Tripoli? He's been on Joe Rogan a few times.
Yeah.
So he just came out like 2 weeks ago on his podcast as a flat earther with Hibbler.
I would explain it. Why
it's kind of crazy. I actually just met him. I went to his comedy show in LA, and he came outside, was saying hi to everybody, and I was like, "Hey, I just saw you on Hibbler," and he was like, "Are you flat Earth?" And I was like, "Oh hell yeah!"
Oh hell yeah, man!
Oh hell yeah!
That's funny. That's fantastic.
He called me out in front of the whole fucking lineup of people, and I was like,
yeah, I'm the flat earther.
I know. I mean, I was with a girlfriend and a friend of hers, and so I was trying to keep it just silly, but because, I don't know if she's told her friends yet or whatever, but it's like...
Own it with laughter.
I mean...
That's awesome.
That's what Trump does.
It's just kind of funny.
Owns it with laughter.
But he was so excited to that was the first thing, he just like, flat earth, like he was so fired up about it, and on his podcast, and now obviously it's just on his mind, and then that just means, hey, Joe's got another friend
Hey, we got Jim Brewer.
Close relationship with that's going to be back on, because Jim Brewer was just on Hibbler's podcast talking flat Earth. Yep. So it's so crazy to me that these people are it's closing in on the mainstream. Some people, like, once it gets to Joe, they're going to be like, dude, just let us talk about it on your podcast, fucker, without cutting us off, and that's coming.
That's the one thing he doesn't let. What's that one guy? The BJJ guy. I can't think of his name, but that's the one topic he won't let him talk about. What is that?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like Joe's gonna get hit from every angle. We were talking about this last time I was on. About he's got Sam Tripoli, Eddie Bravo, who are his friends. He's got Jim Brewer, who you respect, another comedian. He's got all these. He's got Bryce Mitchell, who's UFC coming after him. You've got people from, because he moderates the UFC. So he's just got all these people from every angle now that are going to be like, dude, let us talk about the biggest thing that matters right now, which is this. So I wouldn't be surprised if they chip away at it and be like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Joe's not going to, he's just going to say, fuck you guys.
I feel like they'll tell him what to talk about.
Like close friends. These
all
are
his friends, man.
Friends that are all converting.
But he's gonna still tell him to fuck off.
I don't know. I feel like because they all just did that level with me. They're all part of that and promoting that right now. They're gonna want to talk about it. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean,
that'd be great.
It's gonna be annoying. But I just feel like it's going to make it harder. The more, if this continues to grow and more of his friends continue to like come out as this, it's going to be harder for him to avoid the topic is all I'm thinking.
Well, Dusty, man, I know that Joe Rogan and Eddie go way back with Flat Earth, man, like 2017. And they were trying to put together like Eric Dubay coming on with Eddie and talking to Joe. And they were going to bring in Neil deGrasse Tyson. And it was all going to get set up. and it was big talk.
Yeah.
Big talk. A lot of hype. You know, we were all excited. Fuck yeah, fucking. And it never happened. You know, it just.
Well, you know, it's even better now that when it does finally happen, because there's so many more people. And
are you concerned that the conversation will basically be like how Netflix went, though? Like it's just used as a thing to discredit?
No, not
got his close friends on there.
If you know Eric Dubay and Eddie Bravo went up against Neil deGrasse Tyson and Joe Rogan, man, I'm betting on our team, man.
Yeah, but I'm just like, he's got Jim Brewer now on top of it, who's just a super famous comedian and someone he respects. And Jim was on Joe Rogan podcast, and then the next day he's on Hibbler's podcast talking all flat Earth. So it's just kind of bizarre to me that, you know, even if behind the scenes they're going to be going, Joe, this is what's up. This is what's up. Till finally he's like, all right, come on the show, because he's going to have to owe it to his friends. It's going to come down to his, like, are you doing this for your, like, why are you not letting your friends talk about this on your show at this point? Right. Like, that's coming to a head if it hasn't already.
You guys not think Eric Dubay and Eddie Bravo are shills?
No.
I think it's possible.
Well, I mean, the amount of content that Eric Dubay puts out, and it's like, well, what's he really shilling then? Like, give me a break. Right. How could he be a shill when all he does is talk about flat Earth every single day and puts out another video? It's like, and he's kind of smart because he doesn't go too far to be like, oh, there's multiple suns and all this extra land that we've never seen. It's like he kind of tries to keep it to like whatever is a lot easier to talk about.
You're right.
And
like
Eddie Bravo, Eddie Bravo is talking about it on his podcast every single time. If you listen to his podcast, which is Look Into It, at the end of no matter who he's interviewing, it seems like he'll be like, "Hey, look into flat Earth." It could be talking politics. Yeah, he'll be like,
"You guys thought about that?"
Talk about that, man. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I'm not worried about them being shills at this point. That it's like they didn't do a good job. If they were, like,
it's hilarious.
And Eric has talked about it. He also is now putting out podcast material on YouTube where he's talking. He just talked to Justin We Are Change, who was in Level with me for like 2 hours.
I didn't watch it, man. Did you watch it?
Yeah, it was good.
I'm gonna try to listen to it later on, man. Maybe.
What, the Level with me or their interview?
The interview, man.
Yeah, the interview was good because Justin, he's passionate about this stuff, and he's talking to Eric about all this. And Eric's come forward with like how many times they think he's a shill and that he got money and moved to Thailand and all these things. That it's like so weird how no matter who you are, people are gonna be skeptical, which is fine, like whatever. But at this point, like, cat's out of the bag.
I mean, nobody's written more flat Earth books than Eric Dubay in the last 100 years.
He wrote the Atlantean conspiracy too.
I mean, the guy's written like what? How many books? Fuck, I don't even know. But yeah, thanks.
It's all a shill to like keep you just to know about like the dome Earth, and maybe he's shilling it because he doesn't want you to know about the Matrix or something.
Information that he's got, like, dude.
Look, the thing with Eric's interesting to me because I haven't heard him talk much about like God, besides the fact that he thinks there's an intelligent designer. So if he's shilling anything, I mean, again, to me, my personal belief, it doesn't really matter what the shape is. It just matters that they lied about it and why they lie about it.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, I'm with you on that, man. Just want to know
how the Matrix works.
Well, I mean, I think I have my own personal belief, which is just I believe in God. So simple as that. And God's plan is God's plan, and I don't have to worry about it. Besides, just be a good person and believe in God. So everything else will be decided on his terms, because whoever created this place has the power to do whatever he wants.
I mean, there's a million people I'd like to go beat over the head with a frying pan, but it's not going to happen. But I know that somebody else is going to beat their ass with a frying pan. And good luck with that, man. Let me know how that works out, asshole.
So funny.
Let me know how it works out. That'd be good. It's not gonna work out good. You might be in
a lot more.
You might be in the frying pan, Dusty.
I don't even care anymore.
No, we're not going to be in a frying pan.
Am I going to see you at the meetup in June? A couple weeks.
Planning on it. I'm working out some details, but yeah, I think I can make it happen.
All right, cool.
That's
I just wanted to say hi, check in, see what's up, but I'm going to head out. So you guys have a good night.
Your card.
All right.
You're taking off.
All right.
I got to go.
Man, we'll talk soon. If we see you on the
Okay.
Peace.
There you go.
Cheers. I think we need a moment of silence. Well, I'd love to see some more flat earth talk on Joe Rogan. Sure, why not, man? That'd be cool.
Next is all he's a shill.
I don't care. I'm always about
That's
the
why he
information.
doesn't have it on. Let's
Get some information out there. I don't care. I mean,
yeah, but he doesn't want that there.
You can sell a lot of like flat earth stuff.
Joe Rogan used to think the moon landing was fake, and then like a month later, he was like, "No, it could. There's no way it could be fake."
I know he cocked it up there, man, for sure, man. Joe,
He's a total cuck.
He cocks. Yeah, I would call him, dude. You cocked it for the money, first of all. I would tell him that to his face.
The only problem got him, with some on video with some like little kid or something.
Those huge personalities. Sorry.
That's why.
I feel like those guys somehow, conspiracy theorists has gone from being some sort of quacky kind of crazy person, nothing crazy, but now it's like this extremely dangerous thing. So to be to say anything about the flat earth or the moon or whatever, you don't think that we didn't land on the moon. You're like someone who wants to, make sure that you don't want to wear masks in someone's grandma. Although he did kind of go that way a little bit anyway, yes, but it just seems like they're worried more about that. Like, we don't partner with people who are conspiracy theorists.
I don't know. I mean,
wait, what do you mean?
As far as Joe Rogan goes, yeah, I mean, I would call him a fucking sellout to his face, man. Like, dude, really? He sold out for how much millions? How many millions? 50 million, whatever it was. I don't know. It was a lot of money, man.
Yeah.
I think the act of selling out is just so that you can keep a show. That's what rakes in the money. Otherwise, they just cancel his ass.
But his show is way better back then, man. When he was just free flowing, man. In the beginning, it was great, man. It was kick ass. He'd have all kinds of crazy people on there, man. It was fantastic. But it turned into an agenda for information, and rather than just a fun hangout, smoke some weed, have a couple beers. I mean, it was killer in the beginning, man. It was great. But now it's something else, man. It's completely something else. I get it, man. If anybody's out there just saying, hey, man, Earth's flat, check it out. Don't believe me. I think Eddie Bravo said that at least fucking 100 times. But do your own fucking research.
I mean, Eddie Bravo still thinks Alex Jones is like stand-up guy and everything.
Well, the Jones thing's a whole nother. That's another thing that gets corrupted, just like Rogan, man. Alex,
they're all friends. They're all real buddies.
And man, speaking of Jones on Rogan, man, do you guys remember that fucking cuck shit show? He's like, yeah, man, they were talking flat Earth with Eddie Bravo.
And fucking Alex Jones talks about aliens.
Pay for it. I'll get you guys. When you guys go up down south or whatever, yeah, I'll get the plane. He was talking all this shit. He was gonna pay for it, man. And I'm like, day one, I'm like, nah, that shit ain't gonna ever fucking happen. No way in hell is fucking Alex Jones gonna, sponsor a flight around, Antarctica or whatever.
I'm going to sponsor this bone broth right now.
Everybody knows
this bone broth.
Aliens are in the White House. Everybody knows this.
Everybody knows that. Also, we better get your bone broth.
So yeah, it was Alex Jones, Eddie Bravo, and Joe Rogan, man. Yeah, that was an epic podcast for myself because being a flat earther, I'm like, I got to see this shit show.
Yeah, I mean, it's super entertaining still.
Yeah, you can watch fucking Alex Jones melt and he's not doing well. He's not doing well in that one. Poor guy. Anyway, yeah.
I have a serious question whenever you guys are done with your current topic.
Cool. I'll finish up.
Are you gonna try and sell us some bone broth?
No, or not fish oil either. Nope.
Fish oil is really good for you, though.
I have it in my
I take
fridge.
fish oil. I take three caps a day.
That's awesome. I do not take it as often as I should, but I take a D and a couple other things for immune.
It's bad for you. Be careful.
Mine's with Alaskan salmon oil.
I just have salmon. Is that okay? Fresh salmon?
Some wild salmon.
I don't know. My gut almost blew up, so I'm still recovering. So I still don't know what it is.
Your what almost blew up?
My gut.
How did that happen?
Out of nowhere. I have no idea. It happened on Valentine's Day at my ex's house. And it was like the worst 6 weeks of my life. And I couldn't even wear my normal pants. It was terrible. 3 rounds of antibiotics later, I was back to my normal size, but it was crazy. So.
Damn.
I know.
Maybe you were pregnant.
Nope, I've never had anything with my gut or belly or intestines ever go wrong like that. But it was the weirdest thing. I thought I was just coughing, but I used it as an excuse to stop cigarettes. Damn it. Still mad about it.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, very in the long run. But I have a serious question though, whenever you guys are done.
We're done.
We're done.
Are you sure? Okay.
Just go ahead, yeah.
I'm fucking pissed. I'm fucking paranoid, and I'm super fucking confused now about everything because of this fucking Andrew, my ex. And I'm literally somebody had a sound effect, exactly the right timing, about 2 hours ago, I guess. And I don't know who it was that was saying it. Basically saying that he was a Fed, fiance. It was basically talking about identical to my relationship and what my fear is. And I'm just super fucking paranoid about that because that would make total fucking sense. And there's been a lot of other stuff too, not just with him, but for years. And I'm not freaking that one, meme with the connecting dots with yarn and the guy from, Sunny in Philadelphia. It's not like that, but it's yo, when this happens, it's what the fuck am I supposed to think? And I kind of got so much word, I'm just really worried. I don't know. I don't know who the guy is anymore. So.
Can I preface something? Are you new to conspiracies in general?
No.
Okay.
But it just depends on the which one. What do you mean? My uncle working for the government does not help, and so I was kind of naive to everything until I was an adult. But
So what are you actually concerned about that happened? Made you paranoid?
That it was an actual targeted event, with him for me, because he didn't even live in my city, and then he just happened to be 3 hours away at this one dinner. What? And there happens to be another guy with the exact same name, not even far from his house. And then there happens to be a guy that used to be almost an exonerated murderer that wasn't really a murderer, happened to be his car salesman. So I called him, and then I'm and he's you should probably go with your gut on this one. This Andrew Barr I'm like, oh God, this one? What the hell? And then I'm like, well, with Bill Hicks and Alex Jones and all this other shit, I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised. And I don't know. Just up and out of my life just like that, just as he came. And it's so weird. There wasn't even a reason.
So you're paranoid that you might have gotten with a Fed or something, right?
And I'm pissed off that I can't have closure. So I literally feel like, because of how sensitive I am, I literally feel like I'm like shattered or something. And like, I've literally like lost the ability to like want to be a wife and a mom again. And it's like destroying my headspace right now. Sorry. But it's really irritating. I just want to have closure on it. So sorry guys to cry. I just really don't know, because somebody said something with like exact accuracy and I don't know who that was earlier. So
during the pandemic, I thought I was with a Fed for about a couple weeks, like a month.
I was
weird.
Yeah, I was with one again before Andrew, so that's really weird.
I gotta jump.
I wasn't sure.
You guys
later, bro.
You guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I know everybody's got struggles, and we all have got situations we got to deal with in life.
I can talk privately outside of this place.
Yeah, come on.
Nowhere else to turn.
I appreciate you. You guys want to jump into another room, man? That'd be cool.
Yes.
All right, where we got to go down to chill chat or something?
Sure.
Yeah, keep it.
And I'm sorry, guys. I just could not sleep, so I appreciate it.
It's all right. No. We'll get some
solid.
Somebody join her down there and chill chat. That'd be great.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Sydney. I was talking to Sydney.
No, I know, but like, who else were you talking to?
Anybody else want to join her down there, man, and talk about her life situations? Go ahead, man. It's not for the live stream. That's all I'm saying.
You wanted to keep it for, strictly.
Yeah, we can talk about Tartaria. We can talk about some other, JFK or whatever, man. But we'll keep it. We keep it on flat Earth mostly around here, not personal.
Not personal stuff.
This girl's that girl, that guy here, this guy. No, we don't do that up here in the live stream. That's a no.
It's not an audience favorite kind of deal.
Yeah, well, it's just not that, man. It's just not. That's not what we're here, man. We're here to talk about where we live and how it works. Yeah.
I'll go talk some reality into her.
There you go, man. Head on down there, man. Give her an ear. Somebody give her an ear, man. I got to take off here in like 15 minutes, but is there any that sucks, man. Everybody's got to go through life situations. I get it, man. But I just don't bring them in here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I got, I might have told you I fucking, cut my finger today at work. But that's about it, man. I'm going to go into like, hey, my wife, she, my neighbor, and no, fuck all that, man. No.
Yeah. Nah, I get it.
We're here to talk about Earth and science. I love science. All right. What's up, K? FFPH. What's up, K? I'll just call you K anyway.
Hello, hi.
Boy, you're super low. I can't hear you. Hold on, let me turn you up.
Hello.
You're super low. I can't hear. You're kind of mumbling. Hold on. All right. Try it again.
Hello.
A little robot-y still, but you have a little bit of a delay or something. Can you hear me, Kay? Yeah, she's got some audio issues, man. How's my audio? Is it good? Anybody? All right, cool, man. I'm glad that a few people went down there to help out Sydney, man, and talk about her situation she's going through, man. Thank you guys for doing that. I just didn't think it was appropriate for the live stream, man. That's all. I'm not even a moderator. I'm barely silver around here, man. Barely. But shout out to Precious Metals. Shout out to PM. Precious Metals Takeover. You guys remember that? That was a fun day, man. Every time I went on Precious Metals Takeover, PMT. I miss you, PMT. I still miss you, bro. Shout out to PMT. There were some amazing people that kind of ran it week to week. I haven't seen them around here much lately, but they did it, and it was great. Thank you, guys. Talking about, they would always pose a question to everybody, like, how would you make the world better? And like, and it was like 2 or 3 hours of that. Like, people would just chime in, and there was no moderators. And it's just silver and gold hanging out, talking about how would you make the world better for, or if you were a newbie and wanted to talk about your evidence for the globe, man, they were always inviting to do that. That was good. That was good. People trying to get together and figure out what's going on. That's it. It's not complicated. Somehow that wants to get discouraged upon. Oh my goodness. You want to talk about the shape of the earth? How dare you? We already know. We already know what the shape is. You moron. What? Did you not go to school? What's wrong with you? You should go back to school. You should go back. Go back to school. Go back where you belong. Learn something. Learn about this spinny globe thing, man. Some more. You should know all about it, right? All right. We got Mojo in the YouTube chat, Nathan, Greg T, Omega, Flat Squash. That's it. That's the YouTubers, man. Thank you. All right. I don't think there's anybody on. Nope. That's it, man. 14 people on Rumble hanging out. If you don't type in the chat, I can't shout you out. You got that? Same on the YouTube, man. If you don't I can't shout you out. I always like to pay attention to the audience out there that says, hey man, we're just out here tearing up the globe. All right, Kay, you're back. I get it, man. I've had many, many nights where I've had total shit. I can't explain. Internet. Shit happens. Welcome back, Kay.
Hello.
There you are. Hello. Hello.
I'm sorry, I'm at work. I'm just listening through AirPods.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, go for the listening. You're working.
Have a great day, everyone.
You too have a great day. Go ahead and there you go. Well, has anybody been thinking about something they want to talk about that it's been bugging them? As far as where we live here on this crazy place that we live now. Thanks, Google. Way to go, man. I appreciate it. Yep. No, this world has its greatness and it's had its sadness too, man. That's just life. Once you get past that, man, you'll be all right. You'll be good. You can break through. Break on through, man. Nobody's going to bring up anything? All right. That's it, man. Let's see what NASA's doing. Oh, man. Yeah, let's check out what NASA's doing. Yep. Here we go. Let's Google some NASA. Let's see what NASA's up to. I'm always curious, especially in the news in the past week. We'll use, all right? Yeah. All right. All right. First story. 7 U.S. companies collaborate with NASA to advance space capabilities. Yes. NASA will partner with 7 U.S. companies to meet future commercial and government needs, ultimately benefiting human spaceflight and the U.S. commercial low Earth orbit economy. All right, here's my citation. Don't believe me. Here it is. That's what it says, man. Yes. It's all about the economy, right? All right. That was the first story that came up in the last week. Anyway. Blue Origin will work with NASA on orbital transportation. NASA names UAH the winner of its 20 university. What the hell's that? All right. University of Alabama in Huntsville is the winner of the 2023 Student Launch Challenge. They're launching rockets. I just want to let you guys know who the winner was. It was Alabama, baby. Alabama. There you go. Yep, we're winning now, man. We're winning. All right. Keep it going. All right. Oh, shit. We got lightning on Jupiter. Fuck off. No way, dude. Get the fuck out of here. NASA's Juno mission captures lightning on Jupiter. Oh, yeah. There's a picture and everything, man. Don't believe me. The orbiter captured some lightning on Jupiter. That's right. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. These guys are good, huh? There's a picture and everything. Picture. The Juno mission. Lightning on Jupiter. Proof. Without a doubt. Proof. All right. Mm-hmm. Oh. NASA's got they had a little repair on the little spacewalk, apparently. NASA spacewalkers finishing installing the rollout solar array. Yeah, man, they're rolling out these solar arrays up there, man, on the ISS. Yep. Here's the picture. You guys can check it out. Check it out, man. Don't believe me. This is what they're doing up there in space. Right? Everybody knows that. That's what they're doing. That's what they do.
Check it out, man.
Check it out. I mean, this is what they're doing in space, man. I'm just giving you guys the news, man. Is it true or not? That's up to you, but okay.
Live stream voice text.
Did you know?
Is that what they're doing in space?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, there's a real satellite.
Wait a minute, man. I got pictures from Mars, bitches. I got NASA's Curiosity captures Martian morning, afternoon. What? In a new... Hold the fuck. I'm just reading the headlines, man. I'm not trying to
So you know what a morning afternoon.
Guys, I'm not trying to lie to you guys. I'm just reading what the hell is here. That's it. I'm not trying to. Dude, Martian's Curiosity captures Martian morning, afternoon in new postcard. You see that new postcard? What? Morning and afternoon together. What? Okay. I gotta read on here. NASA's Curiosity Mars rover used its black and white navigation cameras to capture panoramas of Marker Brand Valley on 2 times of the day on April 8th. Color was added to a combination of both panoramas for an artistic interpretation of the scene. So this is an artistic interpretation of the scene. Dude, that's all it is. It's an interpretation of the scene. I love it when they simplify it down to the most basic terms that we can all understand. I love it. Thank you, guys. Oh my! But they sold it as a story like, hey man, we got the morning and afternoon on Mars, bitches. Take that. All right, NASA invites media to tours opening of Earth Information Center. Holy crap. NASA invites media to tours opening of information center. Yeah.
Very badly worded, isn't it?
Is that weirdly worded or what, man, right?
Yeah.
That's why I read it that way. I'm just reading what it says, people. Here's the link. You guys can check it out. Read along with me, man. I'm curious. You got me curious because, curiosity. Information center.
What are they going to tell us about the Earth that we don't already know?
Well, they were inviting the media to a ribbon-cutting ceremony on Wednesday, June 21st. What? This is an old article. What? What? On June 21st? Dude, today's only the... What the fuck's today? The 16th? Right? What the hell? See, this is where I think a lot of the AI is doing it, man. Right here. Look, today's what? June 16th or 17th? 17th for you yet? Down under?
16th.
16th?
16th. Beginning of the 16th.
Today's the 16th. Yeah, it's one after. It's like 1 minute into the 16th for me, right? Right now, right? On this article, it says it was written on the 21st, on the 12th. On the 12th. No, wait, it was written on the 12th. But here, oh, so you got to come on June 21st to the ribbon cutting, man. NASA's gonna have it on the 21st. I got it now. All right, I was confused. I should go to bed. Anyway, they keep coming out with, ceremonies and Martian sun. What? Yeah. Did you guys hear that they put like solar panels out in outer space and they beamed the electricity back to Earth? Anybody hear about that?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't looked into it. I talked about it maybe like they said they were going to do it maybe, I don't know, sometime last year. I think I read.
Why do they need to put solar panels in space? Why don't they just put solar panels on the ground and beam them back into everyone's houses?
It's too easy, man. It's too easy.
What the fuck? Because why are they saying? Because in space they're always seeing the sunlight. Yeah.
Oh wait! I got proof. I got proof here, bitches. All right, NASA's Webb telescope proves galaxies transformed the early universe. I'm just reading the fucking headlines, man. I know this is AI. It's got to be, man. There it is. All right, let's read on. Let's read on here. NASA's Webb telescope provides galaxies, but they didn't put telescope in there. They just put NASA's Webb. NASA's Webb proves galaxies transformed the early universe. I mean, the way that's worded is so bizarre. By amazing new observations from NASA's James Webb Telescope, a team led by Simon Lilly of the ETH Zurich in Switzerland, found evidence that the galaxies that existed 900 million years after the Big Bang ionized the gas around them, causing it to become transparent. They also use the web to precisely measure the gas around the galaxies, identifying that bubbles of ionized gas have a 2 million light year radius around them, around the teeny galaxies. Over the next 100 million years, the bubbles grew larger and eventually merging and causing the entire universe to become transparent. Fuck. Holy shit, me, man. Okay. Yeah, that's the kind of shit we're rolling into, people. I think it was CB came in there. I was doing NASA News last time. He's like, or it was AI. He's like, dude, are they really saying that? I'm like, dude, here's the link. He goes, it's a lot worse than I thought. Yeah, it is worse than I thought. We thought, man. We got another asteroid coming by here. That's always good. Have you ever guys ever heard of satellite swarms? Anybody? Satellite swarms. Oh boy. Dude, wait till you see this picture. Satellite swarms, man. If this ain't fucking AI, I'm quitting. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. All right? There's no way that's not an AI article, man. I'm calling it. I think a couple of the other ones I read earlier too, but satellite swarms. Really? Came up with damn GPT, Chat GPT came up with that shit. Scientists are going to come up with a new way of looking at everything. What do you guys think of that? I know they're going to do it. I mean, there's a whole new way of looking at things. We got the data. Yeah. Shit, we got some Australia shit here with Mars. What? Says here in a conversation with NASA, Australia and Mars, an unlikely pair. What? Ugh. That's a little weird, man. I just thought that's really off the wall looking. It's an unlikely pair. Australia and Mars. Okay. Just bringing you the headlines for NASA in the last week. That's it. This Raytheon Technologies got an award from NASA. Yeah, good for them. Oh, Vancouver, Canada is going to help out with the Artemis missions. That's good. It's good. Mm-hmm. big news for Blue Origin. They're going to be the second Artemis lander provider. They're the second one. They're going to be the second provider of the new moon lander. Yeah, not the first, but second's good. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, not all these links work out, man. Yep. What? No. Why is that? Dude. Oh, fuck off. All right. Hey, Hubble observes a cosmic sea creature. Okay. A sea creature in space. You guys heard it here first. Enjoy. Trust me. I know what I'm talking about. Okay? Trust me. It's the cosmic sea creature. I can't make this shit up, man. If I was that good. Yeah. Only if I was that good. There's no way. I had to leave you hanging with this cosmic sea creatures for a minute. And nobody chimed in, man. Nobody said, "Oh, you're kidding me." Really? I thought that was... I mean, I can't get any more epic than made up shit than that, man. I mean, cosmic sea creatures. That's 1950s maybe. I don't know. All right. Well, that's the NASA news. That's what's been going on. Just give you guys a little update on some of the stuff that NASA's putting together. Yeah. NASA's funding buses in New Mexico. I mean, why wouldn't they do that? That makes sense. Totally, 100% makes sense. NASA's funding buses in New Mexico. Yeah, for students to travel to the planetarium. NASA's kicking in money for buses to go to the planetarium in New Mexico. I mean, this is important shit NASA's spending their money on, man. It's very important stuff, man. Very, very important. We got to know what NASA's doing all the time, man. What are they up to? NASA discovery of an Earth-like potentially habitable There's so many, man. I can't even read them. I mean, I'm just reading them going, no, I can't bring up that one to you guys. It's too bad. It's just I can't do it. I won't do it to you guys. All right? All right. Did you guys ever wonder how NASA spots those near-Earth asteroids? Here you go. Fuck off. Fuck off. I don't know. Oh, man. You guys got to see this picture, man. Hopefully it'll come up. There it is. Yeah. Arid Plains meteorite. How does NASA spot a near-Earth asteroid? I wish I could play the video. I can't play the video. It's a very short article. I want you to watch some stupid video. It's very, very poorly done. Yeah. I asked a physicist once, man, how do they keep track of all these asteroids and stuff? And his answer was, well, they just do. That was it. Yeah, they just do. You have to believe. They just track all those asteroids and, sure. You got an asteroid the size of a penny or, yeah, they got it all figured out. NASA panel seriously investigating UFO sightings. NASA panel. The panel is going to be checking out UFO sighting. NASA. There you go, man. It's coming out. It's coming out, man. I'm just telling you what's in the news, man. I'm not telling you what's in the news. Huh? NASA's into the culinary arts. Did you guys know this? Sullivan University partners with NASA for a culinary camp. Oh, lots of ads on this fucking article. Holy shit. The program teaches kids how to prepare for meals for astronauts. Yes. This program helps kids make meals for astronauts. All right? That's what I'm talking about, man. NASA's kicking ass with the kids. Hey, NASA came to my school, taught me how to make food for the astronauts. Space is real, man. For sure. Astronauts. Dude, why would they lie to me, man? I went to school, man. I learned about how to make food for astronauts. Duh. Of course space is real. What, are you like stupid or something? Here we go again with the asteroid that's worth quadrillions of dollars. Dude, we were talking about this back in like 2018, man. Like they discovered some asteroids worth like more money than it's on Earth. It's like, really? Dude, that's so recycled. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Nobody's jumping in. Nobody's here. Slow. Everybody had fun. No. All right, here we go. NASA is sending an adorable little babe buddy to hang out next to the James Webb Telescope. After spending an exceedingly long year and a half peering into the universe roughly 1 million miles away from Earth, NASA's James Webb Telescope is finally getting some company. The space agency recently selected a toaster-sized CubeSat that will become the much bigger telescope's adorable sidekick. Oh, fuck me, man. Oh, I can't make this shit up, man. I can't make this shit up. All right. They're setting a CubeSat up there to hang out. Okay. It's called the monitoring activity from nearby stars with UV spectroscopy. Okay. I'm buying it. They're doing it, man. They're sending a CubeSat up there to hang out with the James Webb Telescope, man. Send us back a live stream, man. That'd be cool. Yeah, that's probably what they're going to try to do. We'll see. NASA's got some spending caps. She doesn't look stressed. She looks totally stressed out. Space news, man. I'm just giving you the space news. I should call it space news. Space news. There you go. It's going to create some challenges for NASA, man. The spending cap thing, man. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. I'm not going to be able to. She looks super worried. You guys can see that. NASA grew some flowers in space, man. Holy crap. NASA grew flowers in space. They stopped growing lettuce? What happened? Now we're growing flowers in space, man. Damn. Just telling you guys what's up, man. I'm not trying to be an asshole. It's like, hey, this is what they're cucking. This is part of the shit show they're putting out. Yeah. It's like, okay, we're going to grow some flowers. They've been riding our ass too long about the lettuce, man. We got to grow something else. Flowers. Okay. Sounds good. All right, somebody take over. You guys got this. Where's the graveyard shift?
One of the new pictures from the James Webb coming.
Oh, they got them every day, man. They took pictures of God's butthole, man. I think. Yeah. I think I was. Yeah. We could see God. I think they said.
Seriously though, you should know when they're coming out, right? I mean, don't just say stuff. Don't just play with my emotions.
Right.
Look at this new James Webb's pics.
Oh. Whoa, man. I got a big one here. Whoa. Here we go. NASA has a new video. It shows just how big black holes really are. Oh my God. Black holes are big. And they have video of black holes now. Not pictures of black holes. They got video of black holes now. Are you kidding me? You got to be kidding me. Oh my God. It was just a big deal a few years ago when they just had a picture of a black hole. But now they got video of a black hole. Oh my. These guys are good. Next thing you'll know, they'll have an X-ray of a black hole. That would be amazing. X-ray. What about an MRI? They get an MRI of the black hole? That'd be cool. Ultrasound? Oh, cool. Video. Like a video. Like a video shows how big the black holes are. That's it, man. I got a video to show you how big Earth is, but or how far away it is from the sun anyway. It's pretty ridiculous. Yeah.
You got a video of a black hole. Okay.
Yeah, I just dropped the link, man. I don't have the video. I got a link to the video of the black hole. Or at least how big the black hole is, or something like that.
Is that like from the Avengers or something like this video? Or?
Don't know, man. Yeah, check. It's in the live stream voice text. Check it out.
I'm pretty sure the black hole was, say, right there outside, right up there in the sky. We wouldn't be able to see it. Yeah. Because black holes, right? The gravity is so strong, not even light can escape. And we all know that we need light to see, right? So it's like, what are we looking at? A black hole. Well, it's just black to me. Like, what are we looking at? A black hole. What, darkness? No, that red ring you see over there, that's not a black hole. That's a red hole.
Hey, Bong, man. I remember asking this question years ago. I'm like, hey, what's the speed of dark? Right? Funny one. It's hilarious.
That's a funny one. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Man, come on.
I know, right? It's like, let me think about that. I've never thought about that.
How did we miss that one, man? That was an easy one. Damn.
Right? If there's a speed of light, then there must be a speed of darkness too, right?
Speed of darkness, right? What is it? What do you got?
I'm gonna guess. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's negative 186,000 miles per second.
Negative, right? Negative.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Where does the term come from, anyways? Like, jokes aside, black hole. Yeah, 1968.
I think it has to do with the idea that there's a hole that's already in the blackness of space, so it's a black hole. And then on the color spectrum, white reflects everything and black absorbs everything. So in this hole that's created in space, it absorbs everything, nothing escapes it. So because nothing escapes it, that means it's always moving forward. It never reflects back, so it's black. At least that was my understanding of it. There might be another reason behind it, but that was the understanding I got.
If it's a wave, if it's anything like sound, right, then it's a frequency and it can be canceled out. No gravity required, right?
That's what dark matter is for. Dark matter fills the hole.
Sounds racist, man. Okay, black hole, noun. In astrophysics, 1968, probably with awareness of the notorious black hole of Calcutta, incident of June 19, 1756, in which 146 British POWs taken by the Nawab of Bengal after the capture of Fort William were held overnight in a punishment cell of the barracks, meant to hold 4 people, and all but 23 perished. Now that is a black hole. Okay, the black hole of Calcutta, eh? That's where it came from, I guess. Coining the term.
Interesting.
I'll post the link. Oh, I already did.
If there's any Glovers out there, listening, I would like it if you came into the live stream and explain to us why the Earth is a globe.
That'd be cool. That'd be real cool, man. Yeah, jump on in, man. Check it out. What do you got? Well, I've got mathematics and mathematics, and I've got spinny, and the sun goes and it sets, and the moon, and yeah, I got all these cool things. Definitely globe.
Haven't you heard of an equal sign?
Well, oh my goodness.
You got to balance the equation, man. How else are you supposed to explain everything?
Well, speaking of balance, man, I mean, I'm not even going to bring this up. It's too bad. It's too fucking gone, man. I gotta not even. I gotta move.
You sure?
Hey, they're gonna build a globe. NASA's gonna help build a globe in Las Vegas. Build a globe.
Build a globe? Are they gonna put the 7,000 new Japanese islands on it?
Well, that's a weird phenomena. That's a confusing situation.
Because that's gonna be the first thing I look for when they're saying, look, this is the most accurate depiction of the Earth that we live on. The first thing I'm gonna do is like, where's Japan at? Are the 7,000 islands on here? Nope, it's wrong.
It was 95 years ago that this was 3 days ago, but that the first rocket-powered aircraft flight was 95 years ago. Just let you guys know, keeping you guys up to date on your history.
Oh, yeah?
20s, 1920s.
95 years ago, 1928. Yep. Yeah, it was a rocket-powered aircraft. In Germany, yeah. Germany, yeah.
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 Doesn't even look like a rocket.
I'm just letting you guys know, man, what I'm seeing in the news. I'm not saying it's, I do believe that, jet engines definitely work, man. I guarantee you that. Fucking bitching. I don't know how they work, but they fucking work. Those things are badass.
So you got to watch this video.
Which video?
It's one I'm posting right now. Tell me what you think. It's like 18 seconds.
I've seen this, man.
All right, Sarah. You talked to 100 men. What would you do if your beautiful date told you the earth was flat?
I hope he'd agree with me.
Agree with her.
Number one answer.
Number one answer. I love that. That's hilarious. Appreciate your sense of humor, man. I do.
So I guess there's been a bunch of surveys out there saying, 10%, 11% of Americans believe the Earth is flat. 10% of Spaniards believe the Earth is flat. 10% of Germans believe the Earth is flat.
Right.
So 10% everywhere. So like, just on that idea alone, right? Considering that, like, let's say the Earth is 7 billion people, right? They say there's 7 billion people on Earth. We're going to go with 7 billion people. 10% of 7 billion is 700 million.
That's right.
700 million flat earthers.
So
I'm not even going to lie. Even if there's not 7 billion people on the Earth, there's like 3 billion or 2 billion or something like that. Like, legitimately, I still think there's 700 million flat earthers.
That's a serious number, man. That's all.
It's a serious number.
Big ass serious number. Think about
it. We're breaking critical mass.
Yeah. I think Mimas, he says there's like this point where you could talk to anybody about flat Earth, man. At some point, man.
Yeah.
You could talk to anybody about, I don't know, can you talk to anybody about 9/11 right now? I mean, could you go to a party and go, hey, man, what do you think went on there? And they're not going to throw you out of the house. Get the fuck out of here, you commie bat. No.
No, you could talk to anybody about 9/11, man. As an inside job,
So
everybody knows about Fahrenheit 911, right?
I don't know if everybody does, man. I mean, I couldn't go to my dad's or my wife's dad's house and go, "Hey, man, 9/11 was like totally like fucked up, man." I mean, I don't think I could get away with that there, man. That's how dug in he is. I'm like, shit. And no, I'm not going to pull it off. I'm not going to pull it off, man. So there's still some. We're not critical mass yet, but I think we're at 10%. We're chipping away, man. Pretty good, man. Now when we get up to 20, 25%, oh shit, we'll watch out. But yeah, we're still chipping away. We're not there yet. We keep chipping, man. Everybody keep chipping away, man.
I'll share this other video. It's a longer version. That clip that you played was a part in this video.
Yeah.
So in this video that I'm sharing right now, this gamer, right? He's someone's talking to him on his headset about flat Earth. Or he talking to him about something, and he's like, that's like flat Earth. People say that the Earth is flat, and they're really. And then you hear, okay, fine, I'll do a survey right now. Let's see how many people believe the Earth is flat. And it's something like 56% of over 2,700 people fucking said the Earth was flat.
That's awesome.
And his mind is, he's like, oh my God.
Okay. So, I'm not really going to base a whole lot of credibility. It is? Okay, you know what? You want to have a vote on that? Well, let's have a vote on that. All right. Is the Earth flat, actually? Yes, no. All right, we'll do this one here, okay, guys? Give me a second. And there you go.
I'm laughing my ass off. Oh shit. He's shaking his head. He's grabbing his head.
I know.
Oh my God.
He's like, oh my God.
All of this stuff, and it's absolutely crazy, and it is harmful.
Profound stupidity, profoundly insulting, profoundly offensive.
The common flat earther is anti-Semitic. They're homophobic, transphobic, extremely conservative. They're Trumpists, extremely verbally.
I gotta stop it there. But that the gamer guy is like grabbing his head. No. Oh no.
Because I'm evil, bro. Just say that. Say, I am evil. Run for your life.
Yeah.
No, but like, even when you were like, I gotta stop it, like, isn't it weird that they throw all those tags onto you? Like, once you say you're a flat earther, like, as soon as you say flat earther, oh, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. Like, oh my God. Like, you really hate flat earthers.
Well, they hate the idea that they've been lied to about their cosmology, and how dare you question what they've learned in school. Don't you do that to me. Yeah, that's where they get really, really shaken in their boots. It's like, wow, man, everything I learned was potentially wrong. Oops, my bad. I can't deal with that, man. Sorry. I'm sorry, bro. Sorry, Jim. It's bad. Sorry, dude. Yeah, it's not gonna work, Giz. It's not gonna work. Yeah, objective realities are bitch. And again, I think we talked about it way earlier this evening. We're talking about egos. You gotta let that ego go. And it's like, I never had an ego, so I was like, okay, what do you got? What do you got? Well, that's it. Well, that makes a hell of a lot more sense than that fucking stupid globe thing that you guys have been selling for 100 years. Shit. Yeah, that's way more logical. Way more. The rest of this, like, spinny math shit, man. No. That's not how it's gonna go. No. No spinny math up in here, man. No spinny math. Good luck with that. Let me know how that works out for you. Your little spinny math. You want geometry? I got geometry coming out of my ass. You have no chance. Yeah.
You know what's funny though? Like this Discord channel has helped me so much in the conversation of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I'm in person with somebody and they don't have time to like they can't hide behind a screen and do their little Google search secretly. You know what I mean? And so when they have that conversation, oh, what do you mean? You're just like, well, think about it. You know, triangles and gas pressure without a container, and like you don't feel any spinning, and then you don't see any curvature, and then immediately they're
spinning.
Oh.
One of my favorite flat earthers, man. His big moment was, dude, we're not spinning. Dude, we're not spinning, bro. And he would not. He held it down for like 3 years straight. That's all he'd say, man. Like, where's your spin? Where's your? You get no spin. There's no spin. Well, last night, Witsit was up talking about the different directions of that they had to make up to figure out these different processions of the moon and the sun, man. They had to come up with all kinds of like spinny wobbly bullshit, man. It was off the charts, dude. It's off the charts, like, you know, Fantasyland shit, man. We're spinning in literally 3 different directions, not just 2. They had to have different wobbles and, you know, for everything. They had to wobble that shit out of it, man. It's funny, man. They wobbled the fuck all out of the globe, man. And they're going to get busted for it. It's kind of fun to see them get busted. Yeah. Thank you, Witsit. That was awesome.
But just to say, like, with these people, when you get them in person, like, the only response I ever get out of them is like, well, I'm just not equipped to have that argument. You know, you have to talk to somebody who's in that profession. And I'm like, why would you appeal to authority? Like, you don't think that you are intelligent enough to have a conversation on the matter?
Well, of course they're not. We know.
You're going to appeal to the 60 people who have their astronaut wings, and those are the only people that can have that conversation?
Yeah, they're not equipped for any kind of conversation like that, man. They're equipped to, you know, take the money at Starbucks at this point, man. I mean, I don't even know if they're equipped to do that, but
oh my gosh. So, shout out to Hibbler and Witsit and Dave Weiss, Bryce Mitchell, you know, that Eddie Bravo appearance. Dude, we love you, man. That movie Level With Me, a documentary. Has anybody seen that?
Well, of course, we've all seen that.
Oh my gosh, dude. I just finished watching it tonight. That thing is amazing.
It's certainly confirming on our part. I mean, because a lot of the testimonies in that one, man, we've all heard in here. I mean, you know, I think it was. It's really good for somebody new into the subject. For us oldie guys, been around a minute. You know, it's nice to see the effort, the quality. The quality is amazing.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like when they showed up and got that astronaut signature, and you're like, so are all spacewalks underwater, or is that just where you train? And then to watch them squirm.
Yet I loved it when they went after Judy Resnick. You remember Judy Resnick?
Oh yeah, she turned around and fucking ran away, dude.
Ran away so fast, it made my head spin. I thought I was living on a globe for a second. She ran away so fast.
It's like the Coriolis pulled her in a different direction.
Coriolis spin, yeah, it was amazing. Thank you, Judy. And that was nothing to see here, folks, man. Nothing to see here. Move along. We're just a bunch of flat earthers just hanging out. Judy Resnick ran like a fucking lightning. She was gone. Yeah, I thought that was interesting, man. And even my buddy, man, who's like a super fucking challenger, fucking expert, right? He goes, no, they caught her running away. He couldn't fucking believe it, man. He flipped out, man. He went total fucking. You got and this guy been doing this shit for 5 years straight. Man. He's all about the challenger stuff, man.
Yeah.
But when he saw her run away, man, it took him to a completely next level, man. It was like, whoa, man.
Oh damn, they get died.
So yeah, you run, Judy. Good luck with that. Keep running. Ah, man. I love that the lies are being unraveled. It's painful, but it's satisfying at the same time. Because all truth will be revealed, man. And it sucks, man. Some of it just sucks, man. You can't believe the truth you got to go through.
I don't think it'll all be revealed. Because before it does, they'll just do another fucking crazy bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you know what we all know what the next step is: the alien invasion.
No, I think it's just gonna be like another. Well, man, I don't know, maybe like something to do with the climate and like another pandemic. They all say there's gonna be another pandemic.
Invisible thing that's floating in the air. They'll take it wherever they need to, but we'll just be aware of it and like, oh, really? Oh, okay.
Here, Avon. I'm gonna post a video. I'll tag you in this stuff where you. I'm gonna post this video. This is a clip from Level With Me.
Yeah.
And it's from a supposed CIA whistleblower who claims that he was a man in black. I don't know if I can send you that big.
I got there with Will Smith.
No, he was a real man in black. He was a social control.
Right.
All right. So, or at least that's what he claimed to me. So it's interesting what he reads.
Will Smith.
You what?
He was mates with Will Smith.
Yeah. Will Smith learned how to smack at the Oscars from this guy.
Clap. He did big clap. It's making that funny noise.
Did you see it in the live stream? Were you busy? Yes.
What's that?
Are you busy? I don't know if I can send it to you. Might be too big.
Maybe you want to just send me the link.
It's not a link. It's in my videos.
Have you seen the movie?
I'll send you the link to the movie, and you can support them by paying $5 for it. Because honestly, it's worth $20.
You
can get it free on the app.
The movie is worth $20.
You can get it free on the app, on Dave Weiss's app.
Is the movie on the app?
Yeah. There's been a lot of good shit on there lately. Like, I'm not a big fan of him, but he's been using Miggy's 3 points on every interview.
Dude, it gets straight to the point.
Bang.
I mean, you can't beat
But
the
then he
2
gets-
points. You can't.
But then he gets sidetracked and fucking goes off and lets them start answering stupid shit.
I know, but that's Dave,
Really
man.
annoying,
He likes the conversation.
Yeah, before they can even answer, starts talking about something else. Yeah, mate. You need to let them answer and then tell them about their
And then
answer.
hang themselves.
You got some shit going on with your speaker, sheepdog.
Shit, dog.
What's going on with it? It sounds loud.
Nah, it's like you're I don't
It's
know,
like
like you've
squirrels
got
are
a
having
little
sex.
dog next to you or something.
It's like you're being attacked by a squirrel or
That's
something.
funny. That's my windshield wipers.
Ah, you need some new rubbers, mate.
Oh. The
No,
windshield
just-
wipers makes perfect sense. That actually makes perfect sense.
It's so the power's out in my home, so I'm like parked down the road, so that way I can have a satellite and I can charge my phone.
Does it rain in Texas, does it?
Oh yeah, it doesn't rain in Southern California though. They even made a song about it.
We have someone from New York here. I want to know what the weather's like.
Let me have a look.
You know,
But
social.
Why is the power out?
In the internet security community, hacking, right? There's something called social. What you call it? Oh shit! How did I forget the word just now? Social engineering. Social engineering. So let's say I call you, right? And I pretend I'm from the bank, and I call you and I'm the bank. I mean, I'm the customer and you're the bank. Okay? And I call you and I play, a tape of a baby that's crying, and I pretend to be a mom that's trying to, fix my husband's account. You fall for it, and then you give me the account information, and I change the password. I just hacked you, right? That's just an example of social engineering. And this is just a guy with a computer, totally fooled the bank. So that's one scenario, right? Let's create a better scenario. Let's say we actually create an organization and send them out to people, right? It's not just some dude in a black suit with glasses saying, I'm from the department. No, it's an actual department, right? But these guys are just as full of shit as that hacker. Social engineering, right? What are they really there for? Because they're not aliens, right? And why are aliens a matter of secrecy, right? Why you got brainwash? Why you got to erase my memories? All this crap. So what are they? Yeah, it's social engineering, but why are they there?
Yeah. Well, as soon as you make something secret, then people automatically want to know about it, and they think it's real, don't they?
Exactly. People
Hey,
don't
Bong.
read anything. Yeah.
Bong, I think you're blending concepts. So, like social engineering is like organizing a function. Like when you have a rally, like a presidential rally, that's social engineering. When you have a motorcycle club and you meet up somewhere and you have some kind of a community event going on, that's social engineering. Another way that you could do social engineering is like the whole January 6th. I won't go too much into it, but there were people instigating a lot of things in that January 6th thing, and that's social engineering.
Yeah, well, I think it's all. Yeah.
Social engineering is kind of like whenever the news comes on about a story, and then there's a crisis actor on there telling the story. That's social engineering.
Yeah. But what I mean is not that they're showing up to your house to to socially engineer you. No, it's the
right.
It's what we hear, right? When we hear that men in black are showing up, right? What's the goal there? To make us believe that there are actually aliens out there. That's it's just it's a cover for something else.
But like a man in black would do something like if you were researching and hacking government computers and things like that, and then all of a sudden you're walking down the street and a van pulls up and you're pulled inside with like 3 other people with masks on. That's social engineering. Does that make sense? Like there's a lot of different variations to it. It's basically doing all the black work.
Yes.
Well, by the sounds of it, social engineering is everything that creates a social group or a way of thinking.
Right.
The broad kind of thing, isn't it? Yeah.
You're shifting behaviors.
Even you could even call like a girls' group at a high school social engineering as well, because they're manipulating people in their year level to think and do things in a social way.
Selling Girl Scouts.
Well, no, it's more of a deceptive thing. You know, it's a bad thing. Social engineering is when you deceive people. When you deceive people. You know, it has to be deception because that's what the word means. Yes,
it's deception, whether it's for a good reason or a bad reason. It's deception.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because you're lying about. You know, you're trying to portray something. You know, that's not true. You know, so it's basically lying. Yeah, but it's on a mass scale. You know, when you do it to a whole bunch of people.
But could social engineering actually be steering the community in a certain way that is true, though? But
no, that's not social engineering. No, that doesn't. No, if something is true, then it's true. Yeah, that's not. It's basically you trying to pretend.
It can be good or bad. It can be good or bad. It doesn't have to be just bad.
No, I mean true though. Yeah. Like
I mean, if you're I mean, like it's engineering. You're building the truth. You're building around the truth. You're taking the truth and making it your center point, and you're building around it. That's engineering. And so when you're doing it in a social environment where you're doing it, you know, in two or more people, it's social.
It's more like spy work. You know, a spy. It's very close to a spy or an infiltrator. Yeah.
That's one way.
In my mind.
Selling Girl Scout cookies is social engineering.
I mean, if the people behind Girl Scouts are evil, right? Then it's social engineering. It's all for the bigger picture, right? That this is a thing, and we want your children. Blah blah blah. Freemasons.
That's what it is. Whether it's dishonest, whether the bigger picture is being dishonest or the bigger picture is being truthful, it's for a bigger picture, like you said. That's what social engineering is.
Yeah. Truth has been engineered into our experience, right? It doesn't need to be, you don't have to do somersaults and all these crazy things to get people to believe truth. You know, they just see it and they know it. Where when you're trying to deceive somebody, then you got to social engineer them. You know what I mean? You got to deceive them somehow and get them on board.
And a prime example of social engineering from like a layman's aspect, like if you look at a shepherd with a sheepdog or 2 sheepdogs, and there's a flock of sheep out there, and you round them up and you get them all huddled up into a little area. That's social engineering. That's a form of it.
You had to bring it back to your namesake, didn't you?
I picked that name for a reason.
I think it only applies to people, though. I don't know if animals are capable of social engineering.
Nah, it has to be.
No. I'm just saying that's. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. Right. It's like when you get people going in all these different directions, and you want to corral them together into one area. That's social. You're going to use social engineering to do it.
Yes, sheep, cattle. That's what people are, right?
Chattel. They refer to us as chattel.
Chattel, yes. Husbandry. Yeah, that's what the word means. Husband, farmers. People take care of animals.
Called husbandry.
Yeah. I was like, wait. Why is
I wouldn't know what that is.
This is only in English. Yep.
we got a Glover here, or actually I should say anti-flat earther.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to speak to him. He came in today. I think he's Australian, actually.
Rolling my boulder.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, dude.
Hey, man. What's up?
If you read my bio, if you read my bio, it sums it up. I don't fit into the whole flat earth community as other people do.
Who does?
Because I believe I can develop my own science and explanations that are more.
You can develop. That's not what science is, though, dude.
Yeah.
You don't develop unless you're doing experiments that follow the scientific method. Then that's what science is. You can't develop your own science unless you're doing.
I hear what you're saying, but you can apply a scientific method, not their scientific method.
The scientific method. That's it.
All their science has been disregarded and thrown out because of peer review bullshit.
No, we're talking about.
He's not a Glover, by the way.
Golden opportunity to throw this stuff out. That's what I'm saying.
He's not a Glover, by the way, Timbo. He's an anti-Glover, is what he calls himself.
Well, I disagree with his version of science.
I changed.
Yeah, and I do too. You can't do science your own way and then come to your own conclusion that way. You have to follow a method, and then from that method, you can derive your own conclusion based off of the results that you get.
Well, that's what people would accept.
No, dude.
If you
I mean, what are you gonna? That's psycho to just sit there and think that you can make wishes into the world, dude.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not trying to get off to a bad step here. But see, even a lot of this flat Earth science is really questionable. I'm not saying it's a good stuff. There's some good quality material out there, but a lot of it is
there is no flat Earth science. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the science that we're talking about is the same science that's been taught to everybody. All we're doing is weeding out the pseudoscience. But the science that's left, right? We don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The science that we do have left, it seems to work for what we needed to do, right? And even though it's arbitrary, right, it still works. Cause and effect.
I'm following science.
What I would say, Glovers are blind, is that you probably follow social media accounts that are designed for social engineering on the flat Earth side. And so because of that, there's a lot of flaws in what they're putting out there. And you need to, like Bong said, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but you need to get your mindset off of that and focus on what's real and what's true.
Yeah. So today we got in a big dispute in another server about Google Maps and Google Earth. And I was pointing out, right, that in the top of Google Earth, all the longitude, latitude lines, they're converging, right? And when you overlay a map of Russia over the top and topographic maps of Canada, it doesn't add up because Canada's not squeezing into this point at the top, neither is Russia. And I was trying to explain that to the Globers, right? And they're saying, no, Google Earth is a direct representation of the ball. I said, no, it's not. I just proved that it's not. Right? So this is the type of thing I'm working on.
Well, what you're probably considering on Google Maps, when you say Canada and Russia are squished in together as it converges on the top, that's just a map. That's just a cartographical map, dude, or cartography. That's just cartography.
On the ball it's squashed in, but on the ordinary maps it's flat, like they're actual maps.
No, I don't think you're grasping it.
Well, here I am. Because you can't squash a map and then squash longitude and latitude to make it smaller to fit onto a ball. That's
you're not squishing it, because if you roll it up towards the North Pole, it's going to be its normal size. So I don't think you're grasping that. The argument you have is not at that point. What you need to focus on is what the other things that are going on. Like you mentioned latitude, and what did Quantum Eraser say to you earlier about latitude? How do you find latitude?
Well, what about it?
Do you remember? Do you remember how to find latitude? How do you know where you are latitudinally on Earth when you're out on the water?
Well, you just be using charts and maps, or you could use GPS.
No.
No, how did they do it?
Sextant. You take a sextant.
But no one's used a sextant for 100 years, so we're not going to.
Bro, if you're out on a ship, there's a sextant. You better have a sextant on there.
Okay.
You better, because if everything fails, you need to have something to help you find your way back to land. So the way that you find where you are latitudinally on Earth when you're out in the middle of the water and there's no land around you, you take a sextant and you aim it to Polaris. And the degree on the sextant represents where you are latitude. So if it's a 45 degree from where you are to Polaris, well, guess what? You're at 45 degrees latitude.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
and the only way that you're going to be able to get that, the only way that you're ever going to be able to get that, is to draw a triangle. That's the only way that you're going to be able to get it, to draw a triangle. The only way that you can have a triangle is if you have 3 straight lines with 3 vertices that have 3 angles that all add up to 180 degrees. 3 straight lines. You can't have a curved adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
You know what an adjacent is?
Anyway, I was just using the Google Maps as more of a talking point, but I did lodge a complaint with Google Earth today. The Google Earth today.
People have gotten lost. People have gotten lost using Google Maps. They end up in the middle of nowhere. And they're supposed to be in a busy place. Yeah, so it's the software. So one, there's software. 2, there's algorithms, right? But Google Maps is a flat map when you look at it. And when you zoom out somewhere, it turns into a ball, right? That's not representative of that flat map you were just looking at.
That was my argument, exactly.
Yeah. But they're all flat maps, and when you're in the water, in the ocean, you can throw all those maps away because now you ain't got no landmarks or anything to, right? The only thing we have are the stars. So whether you're on land or on the ocean, right, we can navigate with the stars. And if you're using a map, well, it's a flat map because it was taken from above, looking straight down. So there's that. And like what he was saying, if you're going to use the stars to navigate, which is what all these GPS systems use, the stars, right, to navigate with the charts and the predictions of where they are, you're going to need a flat surface to use the sextant to get a reading on, an angle
where the star is. Okay, now I know where these stars are. Okay, we should be right here. Let's take 2 more readings just to make sure. You take 2 more, triangulate. Now we know where we are in the ocean. All right, where do we want to go now? Okay, the stars, we're here, that way, northeast, northwest, wherever. But without the sextant and the stars and knowing where you are, you're lost. You know what I mean? And we need a flat surface to the horizon to get an angle to the star. I mean, that's it. The only thing they can say is, well, we have to assume that the water is flat, locally flat. Like, yeah, no shit. That's all they can say. Yeah.
I think this is the biggest example of doublethink and doublespeak that the globe does, because this was actually pretty. I don't know. I know it's incredibly simple, but it was very difficult for me to grasp because we know it's flat, but they also say it's curved, and they're also using a triangle. I was like, oh, well, the curve's big enough that it's straight or something was how my brain went with it. And it took, I'm very glad I even found this one out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I go as far as to say that there are no sunrise or sunsets either, and there's no horizon. Now, people find that hard to believe, right? Okay. Because if you're on a flat plane...
Do you know the definition of horizon, though? The definition of horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. So there is always a horizon.
Well, okay, I see it more as a label, but it's the way that people think of it is. I see it more as a spot in the distance. So you look at a sextant, right? You're looking through the sextant, and you're leveling against that.
Yeah,
so,
because we know it's
it
flat.
Doesn't mean anything, really.
Horizon. Well, it's
so
just a place, an apparent place. Yeah.
But the thing is, I'll explain really quickly. The reason why I don't believe in horizons or sunrise and sunsets is that the sun is arcing around us, right?
Well, we don't
so
know that.
The sun is never actually setting. It's just going away from you and coming back in the morning.
How do you know that?
Right? Yeah. Oh, I can show you.
How do you know that?
I'll show you.
Look, I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice too. Don't change the meaning of words, man. Words have meaning.
But,
yeah.
I get it. That's what I'm saying. This is why I've had issues with flat earthers before, right? Because they're trying to. I think I'm going against their narrative, but I'm actually not. I'm just injecting
There's
more.
No narrative.
More.
There's no narrative, man. There's truth, and then there's everything around it.
You gotta be careful when you say you don't believe in sunsets, because they're going to totally take that the wrong way. They're going to think, well, you don't see the sun actually, like you don't see it. Like you gotta. That's what I mean by being careful. In my language, it's called sun jump. That's sunrise, and when the sun sets, it's called sinking sun. The sun is sinking, so it's just English. Yeah. The sun has jumped out, right? And then when it sinks, the sun is jumped. Yeah.
So anyway, I just posted a link from the Oregon Star Party, right? Now you can speed it up and turn the music off. But you could do this with the Northern Hemisphere as well in the Arctic Circle. But at the Oregon Star Party, the guy set his camera onto some type of mechanism that moved the camera around over a 12-hour period. And the guy tracks the sun, right? Overnight, then it picks it up in the morning. So it just shows you that the sun's arcing around us. It's not setting and rising as the globe earthers think. It just arcs around us on a 24-hour circuit.
Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you shouldn't. It doesn't matter what they call it. The sun appears, the sun disappears. The sun rises, the sun sets. The sun jumps, the sun sinks. It doesn't matter what they call it, right? Well,
I'm not trying to throw conjecture here. I'm not throwing conjecture in here. I'm just saying that this is. I'm starting to see things very differently from what we've been told. Because and I think to believe in a sunrise and a sunset in a horizon, you've got to be a globe earther, because that's their science, right? The sun's setting because it's a ball, and it's rising because it's a ball, isn't it?
No, the definition of horizon, I feel like, has very clearly been changed to just be the apparent place where the sun and sky, or the sky and land meet, or sky and water. It's not.
It's always been that.
Oh, okay. I
remember
thought
that,
we had talked about how it's been a geographical location or something.
Nah, that's what the globe has claimed. But I remember as a kid, so even 35 years ago, the meaning of horizon. I was a bit of a like dictionary and map nerd. The meaning of horizon was always that apparent, but it was the start of the flat Earth argument that they claimed, or they had to claim, a physical horizon because the Earth was a certain size. So their starting argument was that yes, the horizon is a physical place where the your view starts to be obstructed.
Yeah.
But now they've changed it again. Good at doing that.
Yeah, but the thing is about the weird thing, strange thing is these people don't want to talk about the size of this ball. When they're talking about the horizon, they always ignore the radius. It's as if it doesn't exist. It can be as big as you want, but as long as it's the ball, it's like radius.
Yeah,
Science.
like when they
what the fuck?
Like when they say the sun's setting, the sun's setting. Yeah, look what it's setting over. And you go, how far do you reckon that fucking horizon is?
Right.
It's too far to be Earth curve.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
And just to chime in, I feel like the battle, I'm not sure who that was talking, that was like, don't use their words, that kind of thing. I feel like you're going to expend a lot of energy dealing with that kind of shit, and I don't even know what could come up whenever you're like, oh, the sun doesn't rise.
But
when we're all talking about the same thing.
Yeah, sorry.
Right.
The point I was trying to make, this is a golden opportunity for practical people with intelligence to rewrite scientific language. To get rid of all this globe earth shit and all this fake science and peer-reviewed bullcrap, we can start again and just rewrite it.
I feel like we're reclaiming it. It's literally the horizon.
No, it's not changing the words. It's changing the words so it fits models. And
you're talking about creating a new word. Like,
getting rid of this fictional science they've created over 5 centuries based on no evidence. There's still no evidence for anything they've say.
Well, if you start changing words, then we start arguing, and you come up with an argument, and then everyone goes, "Oh no, my word means this. Oh no, my word means this," and then you can never come to a conclusion on what a word means.
A consensus, yeah.
Yeah.
I understand, but
so even in a group of flat earthers, you're having to expend energy, and so are we, in this kind of disagreement. Instead of being like, it's called the horizon, we know what it is. It's called a sunrise, we know what that is. It's called a sunset. Not like we spent 10 minutes now discussing third grade vocabulary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, curvature. I mean, level. Look. This whole week, people coming in saying level is curved. Right? It's the same thing. Like,
you know what
we have.
Sorry, Don. Go ahead, mate.
Go ahead. No, you go.
You know what I tell the guys at work? I say, you're making an easy job difficult. It's simple. You're making something easy difficult.
Stop complicating it, mate.
Yeah, that's it, man.
If we can invent a new language, then we don't have to abide by their rubbish anymore.
No, we don't have to abide by their rubbish, even with the language that has been created. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think we're cutting ourselves short here. I think it's time to move forward and create a whole new language. As I said, a whole new scientific area.
Well, do you have a glossary that you can show us and share?
We're in a prison.
We're actually making discoveries and observations every day, and you're underestimating the significance of what we're making, like long-range photography, never been done before in history. This
do you
is
have
great
a different
science,
word for long-range photography?
Yeah, I know the point you're trying to say, but I'm just saying, you cut yourself short.
That's a good one. Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. I see what you're saying, and I think we all understand what you're saying. But in our opinion, they are the ones who sequestered or took it from us, and we are now getting it back. And we don't have to call it anything different because it is simply the horizon.
Now, anyway, I think we can move on anyway.
So what do you
and the thing is, you go bong, mate. You've been.
Yeah. Can you define? Yeah. Let me check. This is what it's like, right? Define woman. This is how stupid it is. Everyone is like this now. They don't know what words mean, and they can't use certain words because they're scared somebody's going to get offended. This is where This is 2023. This is what we're dealing with, right? Everyone's doing it.
Can I define woman?
When I'm asked, define woman. Peng ting.
Woman is the man with the shirt. Woman is the man with the shirts written woo.
And I'm going to say this also, Globers are blind. Like, he's on deafened. But anyway, I'm going to say this for the audience. Make a stance, man. Stop. When they move the goalpost, don't move with them. Stand your ground. Bring that shit right back. Don't move. Make them bring the battlefield to you. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah, you're 100% right, man. You can't just keep changing the meanings of words so that everyone's confused as fuck anyway. Keep the words. Everyone knows what they mean. We've got dictionary meanings of them. And everyone can go, okay, let's confirm what this means. And then you can argue about the word. Because it's got a meaning.
It's like if you're building something, you say, I know I said 3/8, but I meant 7/16. Don't you understand that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or this one. How about this one? Hey, you guys know where I can get some water? You mean like from the toilet?
What do you mean by water?
Idiocracy. You mean like from the toilet?
I have 3 questions for Globers. Always good one.
Yeah.
How the body of water will look like if Earth is flat? If Earth is flat, how will look like horizon? And if we are not moving, how that will look like also?
I can answer that. It would look exactly
the same,
like it looks now, right? Like a ball, right? Because nothing would change. Because look, it's a ball, but it looks flat. So if it was flat, it would look flat. That's how the globe mind thinks. Yeah.
When I flat smack in person, I do that with people though. Like they'll look up at the sky and they're like, "Well, what about the stars? How do you explain the stars?" I'm like, "Dude, I see the same stars you're seeing, dude. Let's talk about the Earth now, where you live."
Exactly.
We don't see the same.
What would the stars be doing?
No, the star we see the same, but the Earth we don't see the same.
Right.
In other words, it would make more sense.
Where's the sun then? It's right there in the sky, dude.
Yeah. Where is the curvature? No, refraction. Don't ask me now that.
Oh, bro, I think I'm gonna beat refraction. I think I got my own personal argument on refraction.
There is no refraction, man.
Yeah, it's the same answer. Where's the curvature? It's up there in the sky. It's the same answer. How do you know that the Earth is curved? How do you know the Earth is a ball? Oh, if we look up at the sky.
Bong, look at the black swan. Don't read the article. Don't read the distances. Don't read nothing. What do you see on the picture?
Which picture in the live stream?
Black Swan. Black Swan. Don't read anything. Let's imagine that picture has nothing written. What do you see if you see the picture? Do you see the 2 oil rigs and do you see the ocean?
Yeah. I see one oil rig that's closer, another that's farther, and the horizon way behind them.
Yeah,
and a
leave
boat
it
in the
also
middle.
horizon alone. Do you see the oil rigs and ocean?
Yep.
Is that oil rig real?
Pretty sure it's real.
Okay, is that ocean real? Is that ocean what we see on the picture real, or something is happening that some colors giving us some imagination that maybe is not the water?
I am going to go with it's real because if I had to, I don't know, shoot something that's over there, I'm just going to assume it's flat.
You know all that water. Does any part of that water it's looking to you that something? It's not physical. It looks that it's some whatever. It's refraction, whatever you want to call. But on that picture, that water. Does any point of that water? You can tell me on the left corner. Look at this blue color. That's not water. That's only color. Because they want to speak about refraction. What refraction? There is a water there.
Yeah.
And nothing is happening.
Yeah, I feel like if somebody brings up refraction, right, you explain it to them as fast and as simple as you can, and then move on. Okay, and if he wants to keep bringing it up, you can just mute him right there. That's how I feel about it. There's no time to talk about. Like, come on, man. I'm not gonna sit here and talk about some bullshit with you, man. Like, go do your research if you're too lazy. Like you were giving them everything they need. You know what I mean? So we don't have to go into these. I mean, come on. Like science doesn't even like this. NASA doesn't do that. Like, if you're a glober, follow NASA's example. They follow NASA to the T, else you're gonna get thrown under the bus. Like, that's how I feel about refraction. If NASA doesn't say refraction, you don't say refraction. Are you anti-NASA? Are you against the narrative? Are you against science? That's what they're doing. And we can't have that kind of talk here. When people tune in and they hear it, they miss the context, they're going to tune out. What is this bullshit?
You know how they're speaking? Other day, guys start like this. If we take 3 satellites, and I am thinking, for God's sake, how I will take 3 satellites? If we take 3, what that mean if we take 3 satellites?
I don't know. I explain what a satellite is to them.
Yeah, but if I take 3 satellites, well, how the fuck I can take 3 satellites and make anything?
No idea.
Because
look, I got a drone. I got a drone here at home. To me, it's a satellite because when I send it up, it does what satellites do. Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't go away from you.
Yeah, I fly it away and I fly it back.
No, when it's hovering, it doesn't go away from you.
It doesn't, yeah. And when it does go away, it does exactly what satellites do: take photos, send back data, whatever, sensors, whatever I got on it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a satellite. I mean, the word satellite, the meaning of the word satellite is follower. Follower, right? Those remoras that clean the sharks and kind of catches a ride on the stingrays? Those are satellites. The disciples of Jesus? Those are satellites. I don't know why Arthur C. Clarke decided, let's put satellites in the sky, into space. And then all of a sudden, that's what people know as satellites. We have satellites in space. I know what you're talking about, bro.
They also refer to small towns surrounding a big city as satellites too.
Yes.
They're only forgetting one thing. Before satellites, radius was 3,159 miles.
Yeah. Yeah. So the idea of satellites also goes. It goes with the idea of gravity.
Yeah. Before satellite, Earth was spherical.
Hey, Sasha, do satellites make water curve?
Yeah, because now you have a data showing you positions of the towns, and that positions telling you that could be only on the globe.
Only
because that is only sensical shape what can exist. I heard people saying that is the like a why spherical, because it has more sense.
Yeah, it's more. It makes more sense that we live on a ball. The fuck are you talking about?
Why is not making more sense to live on cylinder?
Come on, stupid. Explain it.
or pyramid, because look at everywhere our pyramid. Why we don't have a in mind that maybe we are in pyramid? Because everywhere our pyramid, that means that we must be pyramid.
Well, the only thing that makes sense is that we live on a flat plane. So I don't care what anyone says. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Nothing else does.
Yeah. We're all satellite.
You know why the Earth's a globe, right?
No.
Did I ever tell you why? So the Earth is load bearing, right? So like it's curving, but because all of us are on it, it flattens out.
Like we are like because they are saying we are Earth is big, we are like ants. We are so small, we cannot.
But there's so many of us.
Like a beanbag, right?
Yeah, but I can understand that. That's correct also. But that's only 1.2 miles, not more.
Remember when Matthew Learn said the ant on a clock, if he's on the hour hand, is going twice as fast as people on the Earth because he's going around the clock twice.
Yeah.
How fucked up is that from a math?
Clocks are flat. Clocks are flat. Flat and round.
You know what? They think that if you have, for example, 8 inch per 100 miles squared, that it's flat. They think that. If you have the sphere, it's going 8 inch per 100 miles, not one mile squared, 100 miles squared. Can you imagine how much that it's like it's really, it looks flat, but it's still sphere. If you have a radius 100 times bigger, of course the distance will be bigger, and of course that you cannot see the curvature for 100 miles. But this is the globe 3959. It's not 3,900 or I don't know.
The Black Swan doesn't even fit 8 inches per 10 miles square.
Yeah.
Like, or not? Is it 10 miles? Not 10 miles squared. What would be the equivalent?
Yeah,
it'd be like per 3 miles squared.
10
so
by
8
10
inches per 3 miles squared.
It's 100 miles squared.
Right. Well, I mean, like at the horizon is behind the oil rigs, and that oil rig is just under 10 miles.
Yeah. Wrong way
Like
around.
even if it was curving 8 inches over a 9 mile area, like it still wouldn't make sense.
But yeah, it's still a sphere. It's a bigger,
I mean, how big do you want it to be?
Yeah. The other thing about satellites, I think, this is my opinion, is because Copernicus said that it makes sense for the sun to be in the middle, right? Because it makes sense for the lesser to serve the greater. So, gravitas, right? The elites, you could call them the sun, right? And we are the satellites that revolve around them. See? Anything they teach us, we revolve around it. Science, history, math, all that stuff. So it's a philosophy, So the idea of a satellite, that's for the profane, But for people who have eyes to see, It means slaves or followers or servants. It means we have to follow them. They're the sun, and we are the satellites. We're the servants, and they're the rulers. So we have to revolve around them. You know what I mean? It's a spiritual thing. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the globe Earth is a spiritual thing. It's a religion. It's a philosophy. It's history, Babylon. Yeah, it's the mystery religions. And I don't know. People want to be monkeys so bad. It's like fucking rocks. You guys.
very expanding religion. It's not like a written rules. Every time it's something new.
Yes, always changing.
Yeah.
With technology.
No, with the phenomena, man. With the new stars, new galaxies, new black holes, new everything new. And then you add stories, whatever, and then it's not written religion that you follow and you say, okay, this is only solar system. Come on, it's not only that. When you go to solar system, then you go out of solar system, then you go more out, and
that's the miracle of technology. Before computers were around, people had to calculate stuff and people make mistakes. So it was very slow development of anything. When the computer came around, they could calculate anything you can simulate in your mind mathematically. You give it to a computer and boom, it'll calculate it perfectly. And now you've got reliable data and numbers you can work with. You don't even have to worry about mistakes anymore. And when we fast forward to today, you'll hear people like Neil deGrasse Tyson bring that up, say, well, now that we have computers, we know that... Like what? What the fuck does a computer have to do with reality? Math? You're telling me that you use a computer to calculate reality? And that's what Michio Kaku means. Nobody in my field uses the scientific experiment, right? We're by the edge of our pants, or the seat of our pants. This is math. This is calculating, and you can't do this. You can't develop all these new theories and new sciences without the supercalculator, the computer, the programming.
Like whatever you want. I will build a house here. Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And you calculate everything computer. It's everything okay, But the land where you want to make a house, under 1 meter under that land, it's fucking lake,
Yeah.
And that house, I don't know, whatever. That'll, that you have lands that where you cannot build the houses. Where is too much rain, or where is land it's moving, how you call that? There are field where you cannot. No, I will calculate on computer how much big house I can make there. Okay, great.
How many of us here know what an electron is? Probably all of us, right? Most of us, yeah. How many of us here has actually seen an electron or worked with it, like knows what it looks like, the thing? Nobody.
It's a mathematical construct.
An electron microscope.
Well, it's a model.
It's a mathematical construct.
Yeah, it's a mathematical construct based on cause and effect.
Yeah, when you're trying to fill the valence shells, like how do you know how many electrons are in the valence shell except by math?
Yeah. So maybe Tesla's brain was like a supercomputer. I don't know. There are gifted people, but computers now anyone can be a Tesla. Anyone can be Tesla. Just tell the computer what you want. The Oracle.
Well, you know what the word oracle means, right?
What?
It means the word. The oracle is a word.
Ooh.
I know. I found that out looking that up in my Bible study, and I was like, oh my gosh, like an oracle is a word.
Well, it's a message from a God expressed by divine inspiration through a priest, through a scientist.
Yeah, but in the Bible, some of the translations, like the transliteration, would be oracle in Hebrew, but it'll translate to word. Like even when it, like with John, the word was with God and the word was God. We know that was in Greek, but the Hebrew translation would have been the oracle. The oracle.
I love that it says that the logos is the theos, and the theos is the logos, and theo is the root word for theory, meaning, and most people don't even know that at all because they don't know Greek or Hebrew or anything. No, they're just going to know their own language.
Right. But if you go back into all the Hebrew texts, wherever it says the word of God, it says the oracle, not the word of God.
Yeah, and right now I think everybody sees Google as a god, as a messenger from God.
Don't the CIA or whatever, they refer to Google as being the oracle?
Yes, literally, yeah.
Yeah, some of them, they worship that thing.
Consult the oracle. Well, Google is like a god.
Yeah, but to keep in mind for anybody who doesn't know me yet, I use the word worship to mean what it literally means, the worthiness of something.
Yeah, because Agent Smith will come and become Oracle.
He'd have to curve first.
Yeah. It seems like as knowledge and technology develops, things change because of new access to information or data we couldn't have before. So I think it is technology that's going to be the end of us. That's just me.
Well, I think I kind of agree with you. But I think it's more of like taking all the warning labels off of shit and letting it, letting nature run its course.
It looks that was like that also in the past. There's some kind of technology fucked up something.
I suppose you could technically say that all of these sophists out there have artificial intelligence.
Yeah, AI is the new computer.
No, I was talking about just their intelligence is artificial. It's not real. They're just devising a way to make it still seem wise.
It's going to be everywhere. So check it out. This is some serious shit, man. Minecraft. Okay, Microsoft has developed an AI, right, called Voyager. Now, you guys can look up the paper. You can download and install it and run it and watch this AI agent in Minecraft. Explore Minecraft and do everything in Minecraft just like real people. So Microsoft says this about Minecraft. Minecraft is the perfect place for us to train our agents to interact with the world the way we do in the real world. And then from there, after we've trained it and tested it, we can bring it into the real world. This is Microsoft. It's called Voyager. It is mind-blowing what this thing can do. It watches all the videos on YouTube about Minecraft. It reads all the articles on Reddit about Minecraft and all the stuff on Wikipedia about Minecraft. And when it does play Minecraft, it plays it like a god. So if this came into the real world, okay, after you train something in there and bring it into the real world, just like in Minecraft and the real world, well, yeah, it's flat, but it's interacting with things, with people. ChatGPT, that the whole language model, large language models, is in there. It's how it's learning, and it's automated. These are called automated agents. It doesn't need any input from you, right? It just needs to be trained on what to do, and it does it, just like a normal person does. So this is going to be in everything. Everything. I mean, especially in you, right? And if it's not in you, it's going to be in everything around you, because it has to be. because everyone's going to need to use it. And why not, right? You're going to be left behind if you don't use AI. So, we ready for the next 3 years, next 2 years when all this shit is going to blow up? Every month there's something new coming out. It's increasing. The rate that this thing is exploding in development, you can't keep up with it. You download something today, next week there's a new thing. Last week was obsolete. That's how fast it's moving.
Does anyone really want to use it?
Yes. Just like you wanted to use the cell phone, just like you wanted to use the internet, just like you wanted to use a car.
But if
you know,
Actually, I've been a bit of a Luddite. I was like forced to use the internet.
If you have diarrhea, how AI will help you?
No, it won't.
I use AI all the time.
Because no, the AI is trying to disconnect you from your own personal understanding of yourself and your environment.
Yeah, you're going to end up having a bunch of people who are trying to pass off AI artwork as though it's real, which they're already doing it, but it's going to get worse.
Yeah, you're better off going talking, living with the hippies out in the forest than talking to an AI machine. Because you'll learn more off a gardener.
I don't talk to the AI. I mean, I've played with a chat GPT, bro, but I don't talk to it, but not like that. I've been messing with the music ones and the pictures, like Deep Dream Generate and that kind of stuff. I agree with what you're saying, though. It's going to get way worse. People are going to become reliant. That reliance on it, that is the problem. Because somebody who didn't need a crutch is going to need a crutch now because they've become reliant.
I was in the supermarket, right, and I heard this girl talking in the aisle, and I thought she was on the phone to a friend, but no, she was asking the AI questions. No, I'm thinking you're an idiot.
You see them, dude. They're walking around with prosthetic brains in their hand.
Yeah, and why are women so addicted to cell phones? It's off the charts.
The endless scroll. With that endless feed on TikTok and Facebook.
It's called the feedback loop.
Yeah, with an 8-second attention span and the feedback loop of the endless scroll, yeah, they'll stare at it forever.
8 seconds. Goldfish.
I posted the link to the paper if you guys want to read it or watch a video on it, so you guys can research it. But Microsoft, they're the ones developing this. You know, they got Bing. I mean, what's the Bing AI? They have Sydney. I don't know, but it's pretty huge.
I'm actually getting this right now, and then you post the link, but I was reading it already. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna get this.
That's the code if you want to play with them, man.
I'm wondering if I can use it for more than Minecraft, though. Can I put it on, like, Left 4 Dead and train it to kill zombies?
I don't think so. Minecraft is the starting, it's where it's starting. I'm pretty sure it's going to be in every video game.
And I've read how they do it, too. It starts with the basics, like you're teaching a child how to walk, and then it picks up, and it'll start running on its own.
Exactly. And, it's scary what's coming because, they built a character, a video game character, a whole bunch of them, and they trained it to just be, right? And the first week, they simulate 10 years in 1 week or something like that. But in the first week, it couldn't even stand up. It kept falling down. The next week, it was walking, fucking, man, I think the third week, it was doing shit like you would see on a movie, like you throw something really big. Now, let's say you whack it with a fucking, a big ball, you know what I mean? One of those smashing balls. Whack them, it's going to go flying, hit the ground, flip up, land on its feet, and fly back at you to kick your ass. Like, what the fuck? Did that just happen in 3 weeks? Actually, that's 30 years of training it. I mean, it's scary. This is now you take that algorithm and you put it in a humanoid robot. Oh no. Put it in a humanoid robot, right? And you connect yourself to it like you're the remote for it. Now you can explore the world using this Now you can police people using this, right? I mean, you can do all kinds of crazy shit with it. The implications are scary, very scary. I mean, you think it's scary, a drone chasing you, right? Imagine an actual drone chasing your ass.
There's a movie called Chappie, and this robot, they like train it to be able to do stuff. It has like AI, and it learns from it. It's like a child to begin with, and then it learns how to do a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Airplanes are now, they drive themselves. You don't have to risk putting a human into blah, blah, blah. Pretty soon there's not going to be any actual people policing and doing any of this enforcing. It's going to be all bots, robots, and you don't want to mess with them. They don't have feelings. Minority Report was scary, right? Well, this is even scarier, in my opinion. You thought nuclear war was scary? But I can only imagine if there was an outside threat to our planet, how quickly we would put aside our differences and unite as one world, right? A threat from the outside world, right? What about a threat from inside the world, bro?
Age of Ultron.
Yeah. You guys seen that movie V for Vendetta?
Yeah.
Or 1984, or Brave New World?
Yeah, we lived through all that over the course of the past 5 years.
How the hell did they see all this from way back there, man? How the hell did the Illuminati cards get created way before these things?
I know how. We've gotten dumber. That people actually knew, A leads to B leads to C back then, and now we don't even know what the fuck A, B, and C mean.
Yeah. Well, if you had a plan, right? I mean, you could have.
Do I really look like a guy with a plan? I'm more like a dog chasing cars. I don't know what I would do if I ever got with it.
Oh, the plan is so brilliant. When you use the word brilliant to describe something, in chess, a brilliant move, right, is either a genius player or a computer, a bot. So a brilliant plan, for the whole world to lie to the world, it has to have come from somewhere, right? A brilliant mind. An illuminated, brilliant mind. Right?
Well, it's kind of like the word invent. It means kind of inward ventilation.
Right? Yeah, we were just talking about it.
God, man, I don't have a headset, so it sucks. I have to hit this button to talk, and then I have to wait and listen.
All good, man.
I'll get myself a new headset next month. Just can't do it right now.
They've been way ahead of the game for a long time, Bong Sao. They've been way ahead of the game.
I agree.
Being ahead of the game is kind of like they started at the finish line. All right, take 3 steps and you win.
Well, I always think about John Dee and Edward Kelly and how science, the Royal Society, came from them talking to angels, but they had to perform a ritual.
Yeah. And that's very much like the Aleister Crowley thing where you're talking to that big-headed alien dude.
Yep, exactly. And you know what the angels told John Dee? That man must first learn how to convert matter into energy and energy back to matter before man can take the next step in his
I know how to do that. You make a fire and then you eat something, and after you're done converting it into matter, you poop it out.
That's what science was built for. That's what all this shit is built for.
It's like alchemy.
Yeah.
It started out as alchemy.
Work. Yes, and it still is. And we're the ones that are contributing to that great work by going to school, learning the shit, going to work, finding a job. We're all contributing.
This actually kind of reminds me of an episode of Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. So Blue's kind of a narcissistic asshole, but he's one of the imaginary friends on there. He does whatever the hell he wants to. There's a door, and everybody's like, don't open that door. It's a bad idea, Blue. And he's like, well, I'm going to open that door because I'm Blue, and I want to know what's behind the door, and nobody will tell me. He opens the door, and all these imaginary friends that were created by basically babies, infants, they can do only one thing, or they'll freak out. And he figures out that he can teach all of them to do one thing and do it very well, and he can control all of them, and they'll do anything that he asks of them. That's pretty much what's happening here. You got a bunch of scribbles obeying a system doing one thing very well, like weaponized autists.
Yeah. But we're unknowingly working towards the goal of this system.
Yep. And most people can't even handle having more than one bit of information, so if you try and tell them that, they'll just fucking melt down.
Yeah. That's what I think AI is going to be. You know, whatever they're trying to, the alien scary story, you know, like it's going to come through the AI, you know, technology that people are building.
And it's also kind of like this too. Throughout all of history, everybody's been trying to build idols that can actually do things for them. Used to, they would puppeteer them using like chords and speak through tubes in order to make it sound like the god is speaking to them, like this entity. But now they actually have robotic gods that can think and process and speak to you and actually physically do so. They're building idols that they can worship.
Yeah.
They want a god. They want an artificial intelligence god to rule, because they already know it's the quickest and easiest way to their form of technocratic communism, and that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, you know about the computer that BlackRock uses called Aladdin? Have you heard of this supercomputer called Aladdin?
Well, I have now. Tell me more.
BlackRock has like something like I don't know, like $20 trillion assets under management, right? It's like the biggest corporation like in the whole freaking world, right?
Yeah.
Well, the way they manage all those trillions of assets is with this supercomputer, and it's called Aladdin. They've had it for a long time.
So they basically have ladders.
And I'm pretty sure that they have probably worked AI into Aladdin, but even like before AI was like a thing, I mean, they probably had access to it like way earlier. I mean, no, I don't think anyone really knows about Aladdin except for people like with inside knowledge about it, but it's like a serious supercomputer that they've been using, and it can basically map the economy. Like it can predict the economy like very well.
So it's that kind of supercomputer. They can make bets on. Oh, damn.
Yeah, like this is the thing that is like actually managing the whole fucking economy, because these BlackRock has everything. They've got their hands in everything.
Yeah.
That's another thing that's interesting is BlackRock, like Black Mesa on any of Valve's games. It's pretty much their, it's like their joke version of BlackRock, but they do exactly what BlackRock does. Researching weird combat shit.
The thing that everyone's like, one of the hopes that people are holding on to these days is the hope that somehow Bitcoin will come out on the other side of all this as the anchor that like allows, you know, good people to function, you know. Like,
even if it did, it still wouldn't make a difference because it's still part of the same system.
I don't understand why we're going down this path. It just sounds stupid.
Well, in a video game, when people exploit something, they can get a bunch of money or whatever out of the game. They enjoy that type of cheating, even though it's legal within the game because they're just exploiting the system itself. And there's a lot of people who like doing that, using Bitcoin to exploit the real world like a video game.
I think
that's how I have a laptop. I paid that $800, $900 for this laptop, but I basically effectively got it for free playing with crypto.
Nice.
the scary for me, I talk about it because AI can fake anything, anything, and make it look real. And today, like right now, we're trying to tell people to go out and look at the real thing, and they go out and look at the real thing, and they don't believe what they see. So AI can definitely create a better model, a better explanation than any of these scientists. That's what I'm worried about, because it's going to create. Man,
No,
I don't know.
it sounds like a false belief and a false worship. You're putting all your chips or your bet on one AI program. It's dumb shit.
Well, we know that, right? We know that, but people don't know that. That's why we talk about it, so to inform, make people aware.
Yeah, that's why they put stupid. Yeah, they put stupid people in politics and low IQ. Well, a lot of women, low IQ women, in politics because they don't understand anything. So they'll just tick boxes and say, yeah.
The way I see it, they put in people into politics who understand reality about as much as the average person, like a C student or a D student who barely slid through. Yep, that. So of course the politicians are going to have the same understanding too. They can't know any more than what the average person knows. Otherwise, they're going to be talking outside of, out of their perspective, out of their depth. We haven't had a real president, ever, probably. But as far as, if you want to get into American lore, it's been decades and decades and decades since there was a real one. And people could try and act like Trump was a real one, too, but...
Yeah. He just had really bad advisors all around him.
He was great at making money and shit. He's a money man. And I expect, all right, I trust that everybody's going to do exactly what the hell that they would do. Regardless of who you are, I trust that you're going to do exactly what you would do. But I see somebody doing exactly what they do, I'm not surprised. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's exactly what they would do. Warp speed.
Yeah, that was fucked when that warped.
And then we transitioned out of this conversation with the how bad can it be guitar riff and go back to flat Earth.
Yeah, warp speed. That was not a good look for him, in my book.
It's not about the medical stuff though. That's not what I'm saying. It's just about corporate. That's all I'm saying.
Well, look at the dude that
Speaking of flat Earth. Speaking of flat Earth, though, you gotta look at he also created Space Force. What's up with that thing?
That's kind of funny. Yeah. And then the Buzz Aldrin, his reaction, where he was all like, "Damn, that dude looked like he had ants in his pants, getting torn up by fire ants."
I mean, so there's a lot of suspect things about Trump. So when you're like, "Oh, he had bad advisors all the way around," I mean, sometimes you gotta question, maybe it was by design. Maybe that's what he wanted.
I hate this conversation.
Maybe that's what he wanted.
I hate this conversation because none of us can speak freely about it here, and it makes I'm only able to say 10% about what I want to say, and I have to keep the rest of it shut.
But yeah, Trump was elected, they declared war against him and all his voters. And
or maybe that's what they wanted you to think.
Yeah, it gives him credibility, You
got to remember, too, a lot of these things are based off of assumptions that people naturally produce. So the whole they think they don't have to do anything, people just naturally assume shit. Oh, well, maybe it's this, and then they'll run with it.
Well, Fauci said in 2017, he said Trump will face a pandemic epidemic.
That's right.
And he was right.
And Biden said that there will be another pandemic, and he basically said that it's going to have to do with children this time. We do need more money.
I digress. I digress back to the Simpsons episode.
I was just agreeing with digressing from this conversation. It goes too far away from the FE stuff. I was really trying to bring it full circle, though, bro. It's all about fear. They just instill fear, and it creates obedience, and blah, blah, blah. Damn, I might go back to sleep. I just woke up like an hour ago and I still feel like crap.
Yeah, I might go back to sleep too, but I'm only up because the power's out, and so it's hot as hell in here.
Oh, damn.
The power's been out for like 4 hours now.
Should get one of those little generators, man. The one that's like $200 or something, the cheap one, but they last like 12 hours. You put like a little bottle of the engine oil in it and some gas.
I could just drink a lot of fucking engine oil. What the fuck's going on here?
But anyway, if you haven't seen that movie Level with Me, yeah, it costs $5 to download, but it's so worth it, man.
Sheep, didn't you send that to me earlier?
Did he make several parts to the movie, or is it just one part?
Well, it's in English, but he's got subtitles for Russian, French, and Spanish, I believe. Maybe Portuguese.
That's awesome.
Oh, you did send it, but it's not the whole video.
No, it's you have to scroll down and then it'll say download the movie, and you click on download, and then it'll ask you to put it in the shopping cart for like $5, and then
I gotta pay $5.
Dude, they put their life work into that movie. And you're talking about some of the
I could get
the big talkers. It's the big talkers, dude. Hibbler does the production for all the podcasts. All those guys that do podcasts, Hibbler produced the movie, right?
I don't even know who that is.
Hibbler, he does
Heinrich Himmler?
No, Hibbler. Sean Hibbler.
Okay, yeah. I don't know who that is. I don't.
Well, you have to look into it. He does Eddie Bravo's podcast. I know that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But anyway, he's the producer of the podcast. He does all the production shit. Witz is in there.
Type out my
Dave Weiss is in there. Flat Earth Millionaire is in there. All these people, like all these big name people. Bryce Mitchell, MMA fighter, he's in there. All these big name people in there. They all come together and have a full on discussion about the lie that's going on.
You know what I'm starting to think, to be honest, is that they're all shills. That they might be all they can tell you about the flat Earth, but they don't tell you about how the Matrix works. Everybody.
You're a shill.
I'm a shill.
The word's so useless to me these days, bro. Everyone's a shill. You make money. You make money to live. You're a shill. Like that seems to be the definition these days.
There's a litmus test for shills or not shills, and one of the main things
about quantum theory.
One of the main things to know if someone's a shill or not is whether they will ever discuss Freemasonry. That's one thing. If they don't ever discuss Freemasonry, then they're most likely part of Freemasonry. That's it.
I don't know.
That's the thing. That's the group.
No, I mean, like, you gotta know, you gotta be like a fucking veteran of Freemasonry to even get into this channel, or like get into Flat Earth.
I'm just saying, if you're like looking like out there's a lot of people out there who present themselves as truthers, like Russell Brand, or
Russell Brand.
There's a whole bunch of people. You know what I mean? I don't need to name them all. But do they ever talk about Freemasonry or expose Masonry in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's because they're under oath.
The chats, and you start talking about these topics, and that's when someone might bring it up.
If they're under oath to not talk about that, then you know that they're holding back a lot of shit. So that's it. And let's face it, there's millions of people that are under that very same oath They are under an oath of silence. That's just the way it is.
But anyway, if you've not seen Level with Me, just pay the $5 and download it, man. It's worth it.
Can you send me the whole thing? You can't do that.
Yeah, I sent it to you. Scroll down on the website. Scroll down on the website. That's the preview.
Shit, I gotta find it. 1 second. How do I get? Oh, here it is.
But yeah, kudos to the guys out there making that movie. I can't wait to see
What am I going to learn from this?
What documentary comes next? It's not what you're going to learn. It's. I mean, I don't know. You might learn something. I don't know. I don't know what you know and what you don't know. Only you know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know.
I know what I know that you don't know. No, and I know what I don't know what I know.
You don't know what you don't know.
Sorry. Why isn't the sound's not working? Hold on.
Did you pay for the movie?
Nope, not yet.
All right, fine. Be a cheapskate, dude. It's $5, dude.
I know it's not about the $5. It's about like putting it on my credit card. It's like it takes so long. I guess that's the part. That's the thing. It's hard to do that when I'm drunk. You know what I mean? I'll do it later. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll tell you that. I'll do it tomorrow. Did everyone just die? What's going on here?
No, I'm just scrolling another. I'm scrolling another chat.
Where did Timbo? Did Timbo leave? You go to sleep, or you go catch some kangaroos?
No, he's probably on his way to work.
Oh.
Or he might actually. Let's see. It's 4 a.m. here. That would put him at 9 a.m. Yeah, he's probably on his way to work if he's not there already.
Probably going to go catch some kangaroos.
It'd be 9 p.m. there. He's probably getting ready for bed.
It's 7 here. Dinner. It's dinner time. Yeah, he's probably having dinner.
Oh, it's 7 there.
Bong Sao, where are you from?
Sydney, Australia, mate.
Oh,
Australia.
What time is it there for you?
Just past 7.
That's not that bad.
Yeah.
It's like 2 a.m. for me.
You must be upside down.
I must be. I just can't tell.
You're upside down too, Kay. Don't lie.
Where are you from, Kay?
I'm from the Philippines.
Yeah, you sound like a Filipino.
Because of the accent?
Yeah,
you sound like
I can tell. No, I can tell right away. I go to the casino here at where I live. Like everyone there everyone there is Filipino, and I can just like I guess like second nature now. I just know exactly. I just know you're Filipino. The voice.
Hey, next time, Kay, when somebody asks where you're from, just lie and see if they say really. You'll be like, oh, I'm from Brazil. Oh, I can tell by your accent.
Well, it's either Brazilian or Filipino.
I'll try next time.
Next time, say, hey, I'm from Switzerland.
Anyways, I should go to bed soon. But shit, serious. Were you guys talking about anything or anything?
No, not in particular.
I have a question.
What's up?
Shoot.
When it first dawned on you that the Earth isn't. How did you feel?
That's interesting.
It was, for me, it was mixed in the
It was
beginning.
crazy. It was like, holy shit.
Like for me, I already knew, like, the leaders of the world were already lying to me about so much. So it was kind of like the icing on the cake for me. For other people, like some people, they get really mad. That's why, like, a lot of people who aren't even ready to let go of the globe yet, they already are mad at you for being a flat earther.
Oh yeah, I get tons of hate. A lot of people hate me in real life. I play poker in a lot of places, and a lot of people hate me for they don't say it to my face because they're fucking cowards, but I can tell.
But they, you go through that anger phase a little bit. Like for me, it was an enlightening moment. Like I was immediately filled with joy because I knew that the scriptures sent. Like I always had my questions about the scripture, but it basically fulfilled the entirety of the scriptures of the Bible. Once I knew that, the Bible said it describes exactly what God describes as how the earth was made. I was like, oh my gosh, it all makes sense. Thank you.
It makes you feel special. It makes you feel like you're here for a reason. You have a purpose. And a lot of these people might be a fucking like NPCs. That's a theory, but they might be fucking retards forever.
It definitely makes me feel like, not necessarily that I feel special, that I was here for a purpose, but I am the center of creation. Like I didn't explode into nothing, from nothingness into everything. I wasn't formed from, like a single cell amoeba that eventually evolved into something else.
Yeah.
And I didn't even believe any of that at all either. But like, I was always conflicted, and I would make up excuses of how to blend what scripture taught me and then what evolution was teaching me. So I would like come up with my own idea of how I think this whole thing came into existence.
Are you a flat earther, Kay? Do you feel Filipino flat earther?
I've been awakened for about 1.5 years now, and the moment it dawned in me, it felt like there was a light bulb moment. And then I had this question from like 5 years ago when I was reading my Bible. What is this thing called firmament? Firmament that divided the water above and the water below. So because I don't know what it is, I just shrugged it off. But I had in my notes, in my journal, what the purpose of the firmament is. So I had a note there with a question mark because I don't know what the answer is. So when I realized firmament is the sky that we see each and every day, the blue sky. The feeling was so ecstatic. I was so overjoyed that I rolled over and over on my bed and I cried so hard and I knelt and I praised God. I thanked Him. I was very grateful. I can't explain. Happiness or overjoyed ecstasy is an understatement. I just can't describe feeling joy that day, that moment. That's it.
Yeah, I had the same kind of thing. I just felt special, like everything.
Yeah,
life means something more than you're not just some speck of, like you're not just an accident. So, also, it's nice to know that you know something that nobody else really knows.
I wouldn't even say that. For me, I'll put it to you into a better perspective. This is how I felt when I like came to terms with the Earth being flat and it being exactly the way the scriptures described it. I felt like I broke even with the world. I had always been struggling to stay afloat in the world. For the first time ever in my life, from that point on, I feel like nothing can pull me down anymore because now I know the truth. I've broken even with everything around me in the world. I have a good grasp on reality. Would you?
But anyways, I'm too drunk to. I gotta go to bed. But guys, have a good night. Okay.
All right, man. You too.
Yeah.
And Kay, the only thing I can say about you with your husband's situation and everything, while you're in here, just get better with your arguments and your knowledge and your understanding of the nature of the world around you. And then, it'll just be more of a flow in conversation. So if it ever gets brought up, you're not all emotionally invested or passionate about the conversation. And then when somebody says, well, let's just drop it, it's like, okay. And then that's the end of the conversation. Because, obviously friendships and relationships are more important than, flat earth. And I've always said this, like, flat earth does not determine your salvation. Like when somebody says, well, what does it matter? Well, I mean, it matters and it doesn't matter. It matters if you want to know the truth. But if it doesn't matter if the earth is flat or round, you still got to go out there and make a living and do what you got to do in the world. Then that's the nature of your world. And whether it's flat or it's a ball, it's not gonna determine the struggle that you're going through. It's not gonna save you when you're when you stand before judgment, before God and before Jesus. So that's the way I see it. So it's not worth the argument if your husband doesn't want the conversation. But good to have a good base. That way, should he ever, have that conversation with you, at least you're prepared.
Yeah, thank you.
It does separate us from like everyone else in a way. Like it's very crazy to like have it in your mind that and you're convinced and you just know that it's true, but and like that like everyone else is convinced of the opposite. And it's like it's like very jarring in a way.
Well, I don't feel better that I know something more than somebody else, because what am I always trying to do? I'm always trying to share that knowledge with somebody else. So like, it doesn't make me feel better knowing something that somebody else doesn't know. What makes me feel better is like I feel better knowing that I'm not being lied to. And I mean, I'm telling you, I looked into every conspiracy theory out there. And I mean, I went down rabbit holes, and there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there, like the whole JFK and Elvis are still alive conspiracy theory. I'm not down with that. Marilyn Monroe's still alive, Michael Jackson's still alive. I'm not down with all of that, dude. I accept there's a finality in some things that are out there, but there's some things I'm still skeptical about and everything like that. But when flat Earth was the last lie, like for all the lies that have gone on in the world over the last several centuries, when I came to flat Earth, it was the final lie. Like I thought I had cracked the code when I discovered that they were worshiping the ancient deities from the old mythology, right? And even the Bible confirms that those mythologies were actually true stories. If you go to Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, it will tell you that, when the angels came down and they mated with the women, they created the giants, the Nephilim, and all of the men that were of renown and of the old. Like Hercules, that was probably a true story. But, not to get too far into the conversation on that, that's what led me into flat Earth, was I was discovering like all of these like ancient mythologies were like real stories, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it all makes sense on like all the symbolism that's going on in the world, and blah blah blah. And then someone told me about flat Earth. I'm like, it only makes sense to be true. I gotta look into it. I didn't. I'm like, there's no way they could pull this off. We've been to space, we've been to the moon, and then I'm looking into it, and I'm like, God, it all looks fake.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. Yeah, 100%.
So, I mean, and it's just like fake after fake, and it's like I don't get any pleasure out of, I know something more. I know something that somebody else doesn't know. I don't want to know something else that somebody else doesn't know. I want them to know this too. Because I felt great when I woke up.
I'm like cynical about my ability to like convince anyone of it though. Like I haven't really tried to convince people like personally in my personal life. I've like barely ever talked about it at all. So that's kind of weird to me because like I kind of feel like that it's something that I don't see myself trying very hard to like talk about it to other people for foreseeable future. So it's kind of like it just kind of sits there in the background. It's just like, yep, everyone's a globe. Actually, you know what? I shouldn't assume that. There's probably a lot more people out there that are flat than I assume. So, but yeah, it's just a little.
I'm going to share a video with you. I'm going to have you watch it. If you're on the computer, just keep the volume down a little bit so that way it doesn't blare through the thing. But it's like 3 minutes long. Whenever it loads. Come on. Come on. Anyway, this guy, he's playing in one of the little segments. This guy is playing like World of Warcraft or something, Diablo, and he's having a conversation with somebody in a headset, and he's like, and it's kind of like the whole flat Earth thing, and people just don't understand. And then, so the world is flat. Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and just do a quick survey and see how many people really think that the Earth is flat. And so he types it in, and there's a lot of people following his thing or whatever. Well, he does a survey, and it's like 2,100 people that do the survey in like a matter of a couple of minutes. Is the Earth really flat? And then 56% said yes. And his mind, he's like grabbing his hair and pulling it out by the roots, like, oh my God, do it, man. Don't be an asshole. Right?
I was trying to listen to Sheep, but he was roboting. He logged. I don't know where he went. I was trying to follow what you were saying there, Sheep, about the video, but you were roboting a little bit. And your mic's not working now if you're trying to use it. Can't hear nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear something.
Roboted me out of the room.
Mm-hmm. So the video you said was like someone did a survey and the results were surprising.
Yeah, it was like 2,100 people watching his gaming stream, and it came back 56% were flat earthers.
Ah, that's interesting because the gaming stream, that means that they're probably like mostly Gen Z. So it's getting around. I think, I think there's a lot of flat content on TikTok now that's getting around. Gen Z is like all over TikTok, and I think there's a lot of flat earth stuff on TikTok that's getting around. Yeah, I find that very interesting. The younger generation is more inclined to, like, I think like the old, I mean, this is kind of obvious, but like the boomers like all believe in the moon landing, whereas like the younger generations are like much less inclined to think it was real. So I mean, that's pretty predictable, but like, yeah, it is very interesting to see how that works. The boomers will really cling to that though. Like they're like emotionally invested in the moon landing, and like, if they believe the moon landing, then of course they have to believe everything that the moon landing entails. So I mean, they're probably never going to let it go. Like Bart Sabrell, for example. Like I have mad respect for Bart Sabrell. I think he's a very smart guy. I thought he was a clown before I looked into him, just because he always had a bad rap, and people used to make fun of him. Got punched in the face by Buzz Aldrin. People said that he was a clown, but I actually looked into the guy finally, and I was very surprised. He's a very smart guy, very passionate and sincere dude, and but he will not accept the flat Earth. He's thinks the moon landing being exposed is like the most important thing in the world, and he's like very aware of a lot of things going on. He's presents himself as a man of God and all that, but he cannot turn the corner on flat Earth. He does not believe that he thinks that it's like a psyop or something. Like he just can't, unless he changed his mind in the last year. I mean, he just can't turn the corner on it, which I still respect him, but I think it's just like the age thing. Like he's a boomer, and I think a lot of the boomers just not to be like offensive to like people for like being a boomer, but like that's just the trend. That's just the data. Like, just seems like it's harder for them to let go of the globe.
Yeah, but I don't know. People are going to believe whatever they want to believe, and to think that flat Earth is a psyop. I mean, what better psyop to hide in plain sight, right?
There's a lot of guys who say it's a psyop. I know a lot of like truthers who are like convinced that like they're like, oh, flat Earth is a psyop. They're trying to just make you believe that stupid thing because it's going to discredit all this other truth. But like, the fact of the matter is they can't win the actual argument, like the physics argument or anything like that. But like, yeah, like they try to make it sound like, oh, it's a psyop. But then on the other hand, see, this is where it gets real like complicated. Is then you got like the Flat Earth Society out there, which is actual psyop trying to actually like misrepresent the flat Earth. So that's where you have like these these double agents behind enemy lines, so to speak. You know, the Flat Earth Society. Like everyone here, the consensus is that that's a shill operation. Like, you know, so we do have agents.
Well, there's no proof. There's no proof that the Flat Earth Society is even a group. It's just a website at best. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that. But you know, it's funny because like Barack Obama, like mentioned the Flat Earth Society at least one time in a speech, kind of like as like a, you know, a cheeky remark to kind of like make fun of something. You know, he talked, and the fact that he would mention the Flat Earth Society in the way that he did, Obama, indicates to me that it is set up for that purpose, to be like a foil. So like, and a lot of people who are like looking into Flat Earth, that might be their first stop. They'll be like, oh, it's the Flat Earth Society, let's go over there. And then they're going to see some bad arguments or some stupid crap and be like, oh yeah, this is just a bunch of crap. And that's exactly what it's set up to do. It's set up to be like that. And but that to me is just, that's how like tricky things can get with disinformation and psyops. It gets very, very, like, there are levels to the psyop, and it's to unpack all of that to someone who doesn't really understand the information war is very challenging.
Oh yeah, but that's why it's important to do like what we're doing in here, learning all the talking points and everything like that, because I can tell you right now, I've changed minds, like gotten people to drop those walls in their mind just by knowing the conversation. And then they say, well, I'm not an expert on the piece, so I'm going to defer to somebody else. And then that's where I just make my last little comment. I'm like, what, you're going to defer to the government? So you don't trust anything that the government does, but you trust the government on this particular topic? All I'm telling you to do is just look into the geometry of Earth. That's all I'm asking you to do. It doesn't add up. And that's the end of the conversation. And then even if they don't look into it, the seed is planted. They already know, like, well, shit. Like, even my roommate right now, he's told me, he's like, you know, I don't believe the Earth is flat. He's like, but you make a lot of good points that make a lot of sense. And so the seed is planted. That's the most important part. Once you, like, I don't know, like, if somebody has a mind virus, you know, like, what do? You correct it, man. You got to correct it.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, planting the seed. It's all you can hope for, really. Planting that seed.
Yeah.
The biggest hurdle for my dad to get over was that was it Columbia that exploded in the sky and made the shape of a snake? But anyway, he witnessed that one explode during its launch, and that team of 7 people tragically died on the news.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I started flat smacking my family openly, his main rebuttal was, so they just faked all their deaths. And I was like, yes, here's a video showing them still being alive. And he was like, well, how did they do it? And I was like, well, here's a video showing them how they would have slid down the ladder or down the slide, the bunker underneath.
Shit, they didn't. You know, they could have just not even gone in.
Yeah.
I think they do kill some of these people, though. Like some of the people that like kind of like work for them, they do get killed off. Like people, there are definitely people that really get killed off. Like these people are into, like, you know, they do like ritual killings and shit. I agree that not all the deaths are real. I think you're right that not all the deaths are real. People do fake their own deaths, but there are definitely some real people that get killed in this shit too.
sometimes in order to get the most emotion out of people, you gotta be real. Anyway, are y'all gonna keep talking in here? I'm gonna head off to bed. If not, I can put on a bot.
Yeah, it is getting about a bit late. It might slow right down.
Yeah, I'm gonna not be. I'm not
Do
gonna
you
be
have
able to
access
carry
to the
a
bot
combo.
phone?
I don't know how to use it, but if you want to check it on, yeah, I like listening to it.
Okay. Let's see.
Just put it on while I'm in bed, like closing eyes.
Yeah, I'm looking for. Let's see. I'm looking to add some things to the playlist, and my playlist is only like 30 minutes long.
It was Challenger that exploded. Not Columbia. I represented that.
We're gonna.
I don't like the word usage of the word round. I don't.
Round.
I think that's too confusing. It's not specific enough.
Right, so spherical or oblated spheroid or something would be better.
Ball is the proper term.
I mean,
ball is the actual proper mathematical
pejorative term. Yeah.
It's the actual proper mathematical term because a sphere is actually a 2D surface only. It's in mathematics. It's not the three-dimensional part. So in 3D, it's a ball.
Right. I have a thought actually is because I'm mindful, I'm trying to sort of essentially not piss people off again. But if you're interested in talking about it and you're interested in street epistemology, I could attempt to give you my best impression of doing street epistemology or stream epistemology if you want, to explore the discussion about a flat earth, which essentially would be I don't make any claims, I don't hold a view, I explore for one of you how you hold your view.
Go for it. I'm game.
Okay, so who would you? Let me also get up something so I can make some notes. And I'll quit this game because all I'm doing is shuffling around inventory. Anybody who knows Tarkov will know what I'm talking about. And I'll Yeah. So who? Ideally, it's only talking to one person because I think as somebody was just saying, was that
I'll do it.
Indio was saying other people hold different similar claims for different reasons. So
I'll do it. I find this entertaining. So yeah.
So what is it? Just like a questionnaire you're giving him, or what?
No, so it's my job to ask questions about what the belief is and how it's held. So let me.
Makes you think it's a belief.
Yeah, so that's the first thing to start with.
But I'll go next if you want another one. But go ahead.
Sure. So who am I talking to first of all? Is that Indio again?
Yeah, that's me. Am I low or something?
No. I just wanted to make sure I was still talking to you. So how would you like to put what we're discussing is, because you said belief, you don't want to call belief. So I don't want to call anything that you don't call. And throughout the conversation, if I'm saying anything where you're like, that's not what I said, absolutely feel free to jump in and correct me on it.
Don't worry, I will.
Okay, good stuff. Okay, so conversation with Indio. All right. So how would you put your what would you like to discuss?
What do you mean? What? Now I'm confused.
So
what would I like to discuss? I mean,
so the idea is to talk about things that you hold or think to be true.
Okay.
What is?
Okay. Yeah. So I'll start there. I start from this. I'm going to talk for me personally. So this isn't talking for any. Doesn't represent the views of anybody on the server, but my personal stuff. So I look at it from this viewpoint. I start with what is self-evident about the Earth. So you go from first impressions. So first impressions of the Earth is that it appears flat and it appears motionless. That's pretty much the common experience of all men and women that have ever lived. that the Earth appears on first impression with our senses flat and motionless.
Okay.
Does not appear to present itself to us as a globe. It does not present itself to us as spinning. So you can use that as a logical axiom.
Okay, so
it's self-evident. So it's self-evident. It's self-evident that that's how it appears.
Okay.
Doesn't prove it like any axiom, right? Axioms don't prove things, but they are self-evidently true just on their face. So what's self-evidently true is that the Earth appears flat and motionless.
Okay, excellent.
To our senses.
What is self? So it seems your my impression is you're taking you're avoiding using the word I believe or I know it to be, but asking.
Because that's actually my experience, right? So knowledge comes from experience.
Yeah,
knowledge comes from. So who's
can you? Yeah,
open mic, dude.
Hot mic from somebody. So could you help me understand?
That's Firestorm, dude. You want to get booted off of here, clown?
Not you.
So Indio, could you? I don't actually know what an axiom is. Really embarrassing.
No, it's something that's self-evidently true. It's an axiom.
Self-evidently true. Okay.
Yeah.
So something
it's self-evident. Like it's self-evident to I don't know what to say. Water in the ocean is a liquid. I mean, that's like self-evident. I don't need to tell anybody that. Sure. You know what I mean? It's things that are obvious to everybody, like perceived with our senses. It's common human experience.
Okay, excellent. So
it's not based upon rationality. You don't need to prove it. It doesn't need to be proven logically because it's self-evident.
Right. Okay. So some axiom being something self-evidently true.
Yeah.
And that is that you observe.
Which is different than it's a logical axiom, which is different than like a mathematical axiom. A mathematical axiom is like you're going to just say, like for instance, like if I was in spherical geometry, I would say there's no.
I got it.
Yeah, so like in geometry, I could say there's no such thing as a straight line in this mathematical system. And I can create a whole mathematical system based upon that axiom, right?
Assuming those axioms.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that is a different type of axiom than like a logical axiom. A logical axiom would be like you start with this axiom, and then from that axiom, you think of the consequences, premises, as opposed to starting with like a presupposition that in the mathematics would be like a presupposition. I'll presuppose that this is true, and then say what are the consequences. And then say that this is likely true because all these consequences from this presupposition add up to this is what we actually observe.
Right. So in some cases we can sort of return back to do the maths, but in the case of axioms, because we know it to be self-evidently true, we can build from them rather than needing to.
Notice I said appears too. I said appears flat. So I'm not saying that it is because you can't know just from looking at things.
Okay, because this is,
and we know that from experience. We know that from experience too, right? You can't go build a house by eyeballing pieces of lumber and smashing them together. You actually need a tape measure. Right, because vision, we see things. They could be at an angle. You can't just eyeball things and know their actual absolute sizes, and you can't know absolute sizes and distances just by looking at things. Right, you can only know angles.
It sounds like this is leading perfectly to what the next question would be, which is, have you tested this? Which I think I know the answer to, but I'll ask anyway.
Tested what? Okay. Whether the Earth is, whether I experienced the flat Earth. Yes, I tested it.
Well, sorry, if we're to build up from that axiom, would you agree, I guess, that sometimes people could take things to be axiomatically true through their observations, but for them to be wrong?
Oh, of course.
Right. Okay. So then what would how would an outside observer tell the difference between something that you observe and know to be true and something somebody else might observe if they were different in some way, not necessarily with regard to the flat Earth?
Oh, yeah. If they're like, well, that would mean they're subjective, and you would need some objective empirical method to see which one is actually the reality.
Okay, so
like you'd have two people's subjective interpretations of something, right? Let's say they're based upon the same type of observation, right? So one person views say a windmill from this location, and another person views a windmill from that location. One person thinks there's 4 blades on it. The other person thinks there's 3 blades on it, or the blades are spinning at this speed or whatever. You could take some objective device and measure and see which one of these viewpoints is actually correct.
Right. Okay. So we take these viewpoints and test who's correct.
Yeah, with some sort of objective measure. Yes.
Yeah. Would you say it'd be possible for everybody to be incorrect? So
yeah, that's possible.
Right,
yeah,
okay.
Of course.
Okay, so it's possible that we could use an objective method to determine who was right if it came to that, looking at a windmill, for example.
Most of the time there are not all things are testable, but I would say generally most things are testable.
And it sounds like it's important that these things be empirical and objective and able to be measured to you. Is that the case? That's me guessing, so I will ask that. Yeah,
to be proof of something, and I'm talking about proof versus inductive versus deductive logic, basically.
Right. Okay.
So could deductive things can be proof, whereas inductive, all you can say is this is likely true, which is actually a logical fallacy of appeal to probability. So no matter how likely it is to be true, doesn't mean it's true.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's important. Yeah, we don't sort of fall down those. Yeah, absolutely. So of the objective empirical methods you use to test this observation that the world appears to be flat and motionless, which did you find to be the most compelling, the strongest proof?
Well, there's a couple, but I would say the most rigorous and compelling and controlled test done is the EpiCore laser transit test.
EpiCore?
Yeah, the EpiCore laser transit measurement.
Transit measurement.
Right,
tell me about it. That sounds interesting.
Okay, so it actually 7 different tests.
Okay, tell me about it.
So 2 were at Lake Balaton, but they were actually a short distance. So let me give you a little background. It's very hard to aim a laser, okay? A long distance. Slight deviations, right, in aiming result in, let's say a change of an angle of 1 degree. And the other end of the laser at a long distance is hundreds of feet.
Right.
So you're trying to pick up the laser at the other side of, say, a lake, right? And you're trying to aim. Somebody's trying to record, observe the laser, right? To see if it's over their head, under their feet, or whether they can see it. But because it's very hard to aim it. So at Lake Balaton, they went and did this, and they aimed it by hand, so they had problems. They also had problems. It was very cold. The distance wasn't that long. So they created an electronic aiming system, right? So you punch in the coordinates into this electronic aimer.
Super cool.
There's a stepper motor. Stepper motor does it's accurate to 0.000024 degrees of change.
Sounds like those things in movies they used to hold a sniper rifle if the sniper doesn't want to be there.
This was like a long piece of tubular steel with a motor on it hooked up to an electronic.
Send me that. Yeah, right.
I'll send you the whole PDF.
Yeah,
I'll put it in voice.
Yeah, cool. I'm on live stream too.
They went to Lake Balaton, or they went to Lake IJssel, which is in the Netherlands. Mm-hmm. It used to be connected to the ocean, but they cut it off, right? So it's I think it's a saltwater lake, but it's right next to the ocean, right? So it's right up against the ocean. But they have some sort of barrier that separates them. Because they have a lot of fjords and bays and all that weird stuff over there in the Netherlands. You know what I mean? They have they don't have a smooth coast. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So they went there and they I'll tell you kind of how they executed the test.
Now and so the test was
it was 2 tests. So it was 2 tests on one day, and then 3 weeks later they went back and did 3. So the way they did this, right? It's then now they try to level the laser, right? So they used a laser level, and then to level the device, and then they used a reference target at some distance away, right, to see if to see the laser, and used kind of that as longer level, because you're talking like far distances. Like I said, a small change in angle makes our wild changes at the other end. So think of this, right? A change in angle at 25 miles of 0.08 millirad, which is something like 0.004 degrees, amounts to like 2 meters, which is huge, right? This is a tiny angle, smaller than the width of a human hair at like 100 feet. It's tiny. You know what I'm saying?
Super precise, yeah.
So it's almost impossible to aim like by hand. So that's why they did it electronically, right? So they put like coordinates into where the device is, and they punch like where their target is at some distance, and the thing computes the angles and horizontally pans to that location, so that the beam, if it were on a straight line, would hit that target.
Right. Okay.
So this is what they did, right? So they did a series of distances where they panned it. So they start with one location, punch in the coordinates to the new location. The thing horizontally pans, like left to right. It swivels. Right? So swivels left to right to the new target. Then it swivels left to right to the next target. So they panned this laser through all these distances. Plus, they took meteorological conditions. They had weather stations at both ends, right, to tell you pressure, temperature, wind, all those things. So they took this. And this was actually, I think, the fourth time they did this, because they kept doing it, and Globers were like, oh, you did account for this, or you did this wrong. You got to do this. So this is like their fourth attempt, right, to like get it right. They actually got it right. So, so their longest distance, right? So they horizontally pans for all these targets. The laser is 2.92 meters above sea, right? Their target is 1.5 meters above the sea, right? And they pick up the laser at all the targets that are all the same height. So all these targets are the same height, but they're farther distances, right? So if the Earth is a curved surface, right, the further distances, that means the laser should be higher, right? You should have so you have the surface of the Earth, and you have a laser that's straight, right? And you have the Earth curving away from the laser, the same as if you put a ruler on top of a basketball. You would see the surface of the basketball in the edge of the ruler further and further away from each other. Right? So you understand what I'm saying? So this is what they were trying. This is what they're trying to test. This is what they're trying to test.
Right.
This laser, and they're expecting, what the gold model predicts is that the laser, the surface of the Earth, they'll get further and further away from the laser, right? And then if you do the math, it comes out that at 25 miles, the laser should be 127 meters above the ground.
Goodness gracious, right? So, could I?
So what they actually, but let me tell you what they actually measured. They actually measured that it was 1.5 meters above the ground. So this is a 2 order of magnitude discrepancy from what the gold model predicts and what they measured. They did this twice, separated by 3 weeks. So you could, I guess you could say that there's some weird atmospheric condition. Well, that weird atmospheric condition must be the general condition, because.
So I realize I forgot to ask you a question at the start, and then because I wanted to ask you again. What degree of I guess you don't like the word belief. What degree of certainty would you put on this observation that the Earth is flat and motionless? Like if I put it, let's say in percentages,
of my personal observation, 100%.
100%. Okay. And how much of that 100% would you say is? Because it seems like there's two heuristics, maybe might be a word to use, that you're using to get to that 100%. One is that initial observation that it appears flat and motionless, and then also this study with the EpiCore laser transit measurement.
Well, that's just one. I just think that's the most rigorous one. There's others. I mean, there's plenty of others. I got a wiki page with like over 100 on them.
So would this one, like if I were to test just this one by itself, and I'm not saying I've got any evidence or suggestion in this is just a sort of thought experiment.
Fine,
if I were to present to you something to say, that prove to your satisfaction that you agreed with me as well, when I said, look, this is actually what's going on here with this laser experiment, and I gave you an explanation that you found compelling, would that affect that 100% confidence that the Earth is, as it appears, flat and motionless?
Okay. The only thing that can affect the 100% confidence of whether the Earth appears flat and motionless would for it to appear another way.
So it's
right.
More about
so like maybe if I climbed a mountain or jumped in an airplane or something else, and then the Earth appeared as a ball or it appeared as moving. That's not going to happen. Everyone knows that. No one that's ever experienced that, except for the people that claim to be astronauts, right? Everyone.
Okay, so it sounds like then if I were to
we're talking about appears our direct experience, right? I doubt that I'm ever going to experience anything in contradiction to that. But if I did, I would, I don't deny the obvious. It would be obvious that I experienced that the Earth is something other than flat and motionless, and it would necessitate that either there was some anomaly. It wasn't that it appeared to be something else that it wasn't, or that's what it was, and observing the Earth is flat is the anomaly.
So if I were to then, it sounds like
then it would be 50-50.
Yeah,
we are more than willing to be globe earthers.
Can I just stay with Indio?
Yeah, let him go with Justin. We're one-on-one, Justin.
And then I'll absolutely take the feedback. So, Indio, if I were to try and summarize what I think it is that you might say is, it's self-evidently true. My senses tell me that it is flat, and it is also important that we measure and find a method, an objective empirical method to determine the truth of something. And the Epicor laser experiment is important to that, but it wouldn't, finding that experiment was in some way deficient or mistaken or something like that wouldn't affect the truth. What is more important is the observation. Would that be accurate?
No.
Okay, sorry.
That's not what I'm saying at all. The initial axiom, that's not the determination of what the final result is. That's just a starting point. It's a starting point from which you start testing.
Right. So the axiom is the initial point, but I misunderstood. Then you were saying if I flew up in the plane
I start there.
That would what would lower your
should I believe my own eyes? Basically, should I believe my own experience? Should I believe my own eyes? Let's go out and test it with things that aren't subjective.
Right. So
and then I'll use those devices to determine whether my subjective experience is true or not.
Okay, right. I see. So you would lean more towards believing your own eyes, and then to support or test or challenge that.
No, I'm not leaning anyway. I'm just like, hey, this is what it is. Okay. Is it really that? Let's go look. Let's go test it. It's no preference either way. It's just like you have to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You have to start somewhere. So I think you should start. I'm a kind of a direct realist guy, right? So what you directly experience is, it's kind of in the vein of, I don't know if you know the philosopher Thomas Reid.
Tell me about
it. Thomas Reid wrote a book called Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. So we experience the world with our senses, right? So that's the starting point from which we build all our knowledge. Like we're not brains in a jar somewhere, and we're not a bunch of Helen Kellers running around, blind, deaf, and mute, right?
Right.
So we start with acquiring to the world with our senses as a child, and then we build from there. And there's no reason to start with the rational, right? Start in the mind, and then, cherry pick our senses to see which comport to our mental.
So it sounds like if there was a trade-off, if one had to give, if you're looking at a situation, you said, let's say something other than the flat Earth situation, and you're going, my eyes tell me this, but I have a method that I use, which is objective empirical measurement and controlling experimentation, I guess, and they don't agree with one another. How would you pass that difference? Which would you? Yeah, what would happen next, I guess, is the question. Indio, are you there? I'm not sure we're getting your mic.
Oh, he dropped out.
He drove.
Oh.
Indio.
He should be back in a second.
Yeah, the mic's not deflecting yet.
He probably has to rejoin.
Oh, right. I can see he's pressed the mute button and then maybe
And maybe he got a phone call or something. But to fill in, he just messaged in voice text. But to fill in while he's gone, if I may make a comment to what you just said just now, what you just described actually already happened because the laser test has been done 4 times. So,
right.
There was
more than that. There's like the summer laser test is somewhere around 12.
Oh,
I mean, if you count EpiCore 7 test as 1, it's about 12.
Okay, right. So the question we got cut off. I'm not sure if you heard the end of it, Indio. Is
probably not.
If I had to choose one or the other. So if I said my eyes, the world appears to me to be a certain way, and this we could look at this aside from FE to be something else, and something appears to me to be a certain way, and then the other sort of pillar, I think I'm using this metaphor of a house, so maybe another sort of foundational wall or something was this empirical objective method to determine whether something's right or wrong. If they were in conflict, how do you think you would resolve that conflict?
What? I don't care. I already told you how to resolve it. It's using some objective tool to figure it out.
Right. Yeah. So I guess my question is, let's say you went to do the EpiCore laser transit measurement and you did it, and then you were like, wow, that beam is 147 meters in the sky.
Yeah, I'd be like, well, that matches the goal prediction.
Okay. And would that affect the 100% certainty that you have?
Of course.
Right. Okay.
Of course.
Would it bring it? What would happen to the 100%? Where would it end up? Do you think? Because you said there's a lot.
Oh, I don't know. I would need replications. You know, just like anything else, you need replications. Just like because but whether you know this or not, some of these laser tests that have been done, it's been caught on camera of beam like bending up, like doing a J hook, like almost straight up in the air.
What? Wow. What's
so we like that's the thing. Like there's a few of them. Hold on.
Bending is fascinating.
Bending up, dude. Bending up, like and this is there's a few of these. I think John D did one. I don't know who Dr. John is.
Right.
Do you know who that is?
I'm not.
Dr. John D.
Think Dr. John D. No, I can do Google though.
Oh, he's like he's got a PhD in physics. He's like before he was a flat earther. Not part of his profession. He did some laser tests, and he's got some images where the beam leaves the laser, and it literally just like takes a right, like a 45-degree angle turn and goes straight up into the air. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So so that would be a good example.
I would have to eliminate that like atmospheric condition that causes that as a variable. That's why, like I said, replications, right? You control the variables that you can't control, and see what shakes out. So, like it would go down. Like I wouldn't draw any conclusion. I guess you could even say I'm 100% certain of my observation and my experience. I've never experienced anything different. But the measurements, that's always subject to change, right? I mean, someone could. It's the thing. We don't have any contradictory measurements. No Glover has gone out with any lasers, right, and measured anything to the contrary to what we've measured. So I only have one data set. One data set confirms one thing, and no other data has come in that says, "Hey, this is or it could be anybody. We're flat earthers, we're globe earthers, we don't care what the earth is. We have these measurements that contradict all these other ones. Those don't exist. There's only one thing right at this point, right? There's all just what we have. That's all there is. Now, I'm sure there's globe earthers that have done laser tests. They're just not going to release the results. This has been going on a long time. So we're like in, year 5 of this, right? So flat earthers have been doing laser tests from the beginning. Like, hey, we're going to just take this laser, see if like the water and the laser separate, like as predicted. And it's hard for me to believe that there's not a single globe earther, right, that has gone out and said, I'm going to prove these stupid flat earthers wrong. I'm going to test this.
So what would you accept as a test that you would say this is a disproof? This is strong.
It depends on what they do. Just go out and do it, and go out and do a measurement and verify the prediction, right? at a sufficiently long enough distance so that like there's no so there's some certainty to it. Right, so if you're doing distances shorter than the horizon and like trying to measure like inches, then that's not really compelling. Right. So I'm trying to measure the deviation of an inch at 2 miles. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it has to be a sufficient distance.
Sure.
You know, which I would estimate as 10 kilometers would be the minimum distance. But it should be further than that. But when I say 25 miles, like this laser test, you're probably in metric system, right? So that's 41 kilometers. It's 41 kilometers.
Yeah, so because that was what I was asking.
That's very far. It's not like a short distance.
Because the bit about the exploring the epistemology is to go, could we test this in a falsifiable way, and would falsification matter? So if we went, we are getting those observations, but
did you test the test? Is that what you're talking about? Are you?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
The test?
Or if we
all you can do is like repeat the test, right? So like if I use this analogy all the time. Right? So I have a table, right? And I take my tape measure and I measure it as like 48 inches by 48 inches, a square. Okay? You can't really falsify my measurement unless you were there. The only thing you can do is do your own measurement or do more measurements and see if that initial measurement was accurate.
Yeah, or sort of if it was something.
That's all you can do. So someone would have to go out. Yeah, so someone have to go out and replicate it or do some near type of replication. Doesn't have to be exact, obviously, but something similar. And say, well, this is the result we've got. Or say someone 100. So say someone went out and did the test 100 days in a row, and they got results that quote unquote confirmed or matched the globe model, the globe prediction. Obviously, that the sum of all those, they would have a larger sample size. So just from a straight, quote unquote scientific viewpoint, the one with the larger sample size, that's more likely to be true.
Right. But
just from a statistical basis.
We established though was if we did find a reason to doubt the outcome of
I'm just going where the data is, dude. I have no opinion about it whatsoever. Listen, wherever the data says is what it is to me. Whatever the results of the measurement is what it is. I don't sit there and think about theories of freaking woodworking when I measure something, right? If I measure a table. 48 by 48. Well, how can it be that? How can it be a square table? Because the theory of woodworking says it can't possibly be that. I don't think about it like that. I just this is what it is. We're just trying to measure like a physical quantity. Often, this is a common problem. Well, it's not really a problem because they admit it. If you read deeply into the literature on the globe or geodetic survey, they admit this, right? They admit that they can't actually measure this, that they have to rely on the theory and use that theory, like the theory of gravity. There's a theory of gravity, the Earth, that gravity forms balls in space, right? And because gravity exists, the Earth must be a ball. You see the difference. You see the difference here. I have a theory of physics. I have a physics theory. Physics theory predicts that the Earth is a ball, therefore the Earth must be a ball, which is a bit different than saying I went out and took a tape measure and the Earth is flat. They could also go out and just say I went out and I took a tape measure and the Earth is a ball. They're not doing that. They're saying we have a theory of gravity, therefore the Earth's a ball. It's a different logical progression.
Right, but I think you would agree that there is a bit more to it, to what people are saying about why they're suggesting it's a ball.
When it comes to
because what
do you mean?
Their claim, I understand.
From the physical standpoint of measuring the Earth, that is their claim. There is no more. Listen, there's the globe. Let me break it down to you like this. There's the part about the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the sky, the shit in the sky, the stars, the moon, the planets, right? How they move, their motion, how they appear, right? Their periodic motions, their patterns, their cycles. There's that. It says nothing about the Earth, right? Because you're not even looking at the Earth. And then there's the Earth itself, right? Its physical form, right? Which you can measure directly.
Yeah.
If you look at the literature, geodetic surveying, like you can look at Helmert, which is considered the grandfather of geodetic surveying. It's like in the first 3 paragraphs. He talks about, since the Earth can't be measured in all its places, we have to rely on the theory of gravitation and its revolution and its rotation.
And if somebody had an objective empirical way to show that to you,
if they had that, I would look at it, and I would I would evaluate the experiment, right? The same way you evaluate an experiment. You look at sources of error, you look at assumptions, you look at all that stuff, right? You evaluate every experiment the same way, right?
Because they could
evaluate the experiment. You look at the data. See, I look at data. I don't look at interpretations of data. I'm one of those people. I'm not going to be like, I'm going to read the conclusion, and that's what I'm going to just go with. I'm going to actually look at what they did. I'm not. I just don't look at the conclusion. It could be easy to just
take it on face value of somebody else's calculations, but we don't know.
A human being has to. Well, their calculation can be whatever. It can. But the thing is, there is subjective interpretation of data, and there's how data is processed, and then there's the equipment used, and then there's sources of error and controls, and there's all sorts of stuff. You have to take each experiment on its own. You evaluate its own merit. Right? You just look at it as okay, this is what they went out and did, and I'm going to evaluate that on its own merit. Is this data probably reliable based upon that? And if it is, then I look at the data and I go, hey, what does the data tell me about, what they did? What conclusions can I draw from this?
If that empirical evidence was contrary to what you saw with your own eyes,
I wouldn't care. I would just accept the data. That's what it is.
So you would So if you saw that objective empirical method to determine the some sort of measurement, and you went, actually the measurement doesn't match with what I'm seeing, I would disbelieve my eyes and go, well, my eyes are not a reliable way to know things.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I would say my eyes aren't a reliable way to know this.
This, okay.
Yeah, this particular question.
Okay. All right. I'm also,
because I'm pretty sure I can recognize my mother unequivocally all the time, and I'm not probably going to doubt my eyes about that.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
We partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
What actually brings you here?
What actually brings me here is the idea of trying to understand different perspectives. I'm not saying that I believe one way or another, but I want to see the evidence that would want me to go this direction.
Okay, so your question would be, sorry, I was just going to say, your question would be, what's the evidence for the Earth being flat? But I'm sure Crypto's got something.
100%. What is the evidence that shows the Earth is flat instead of being round?
That's the wrong question. The right question is what? Okay, well let me give you a really good question. What's the best base axiom to start from when pursuing knowledge on this subject?
Place of non-biased.
Okay, so that's actually impossible, but let's go with that. So
I mean, that's the best place.
No, but no human is capable of being unbiased. That's just not possible.
I know.
Regardless, okay. But let me just take him to.
You're going to prove with a non-biased axiom anyway.
Let me just take him to the start. Let me take him to the start, and then we can move from there. Okay, so what would you say? How do you interact with the world?
I perform my daily activities and duties while trying to better my position in the social.
Yes.
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Okay, so would you say that you see things?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and do you hear things?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you know I'm going with this. Would you say, therefore, you use your senses in order to interact with the environment that you currently exist in?
100%.
Perfect. Okay, so when you use your senses,
may I just ask who you are? Because I actually really like the way you're approaching this.
Okay, I'm Crypto.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So when you use your senses, do you detect any motion within your environment?
Yes.
Okay. What motion do you detect?
I have a fan on right now, so I detect the movement of air.
Okay, fine. So not a fan. I'm talking about of the environment.
Is the
environment itself moving?
Oh, I mean, technically, yeah, because I'm in an enclosed capsule in my house, so yeah, the air is moving, and I've felt like earthquakes and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
And
so
like hurricanes and.
We're not talking about earthquakes. We're talking about the entire Earth moving from point A to point B. Can you just?
Oh, do I feel the Earth moving from point A to point B? No.
Yes. Okay. So, would you say that that's a good base axiom to start from, that the Earth isn't moving?
I'm not sure. The reason why is like when I fly on a plane, right? I feel the vibrations of the plane, but I don't feel myself moving from point A to point B.
Okay, but that's not. I'm not talking about planes.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm extrapolating your idea. It's like, I don't feel the Earth moving. No, not at all.
Okay, fine.
But, like,
I'm not saying that that's evidence of anything. I'm not saying it's evidence of anything. What I'm saying is that we're talking about axioms, not evidence, right?
Can you define axioms for me?
I mean, I could give you my own personal definition, but it's probably better to give you the dictionary definition. So, I mean, an axiom is
something that is self-evident.
Yeah, so it seemed to be self-evident. Now, If we just make sure statement representing
Water's level.
Yeah, fair enough. Close enough. So as an axiom, I would suggest that the Earth isn't moving because I don't detect any movement. Right, my senses are pretty good at detecting movement. I know that because I've travelled in cars, travelled in planes, travelled in trains, and I always know I'm moving. Right, so
can I just ask a question about the planes, because this is a point that I want to develop and just understand, right? Like the plane, I don't feel the air moving, right? When I look out the window and I'm over the ocean, I don't see anything moving, right? I don't feel as though I'm going 500 miles an hour. So
are you telling me when you're in a plane you don't see things moving underneath you?
Over the ocean, like when I'm over the ocean in the night sky flying from Philly to Portugal, right, and it's a cloudless night, there's no reference, or if it's just black outside, there's no reference to.
But that's because there's no reference.
Right.
That's
so I'm saying like, right. So in that,
moving.
Right, but I don't feel myself moving. Like that's what I'm trying to say.
I've travelled in plane for 15 years. I always feel myself moving in a plane.
Okay.
It blows my mind when people say they can't feel the movement in a plane.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. If you stand up on a plane even at night time and you are to walk from the back of the plane to the front, opposed to walking from the front to the back, you will feel a difference in the inertia.
And also, you're actually in a container. So, that's probably one of the main reasons you don't feel it as much.
Okay, but we're just establishing axioms at the moment, right? So let's stay with the axiom and then we can go forward. Because I never say that this is like full evidence of anything. It's just where you start from. So for me, it's pretty obvious that you start from the fact that the Earth isn't moving. And if you find evidence to the contrary, then you can consider it. You can say, is this true? Is this false? You can look at it later, right? So for me, it's self-evident that the Earth doesn't move. And for me, it's self-evident that there is no curvature anywhere. Now,
why is it self-evident?
Well, because I've never seen the Earth curve.
Okay.
So we start from that basis.
Unless you've seen the Earth curve.
So if we're starting from the basis of the Earth doesn't move and it doesn't curve, who has to bring the evidence to the contrary?
I don't know who would have to bring the evidence.
The person making a claim counter to the axiom. Right? So, where is your evidence that the Earth is in fact moving?
Horrible.
The evidence would be the seasons.
No.
Why would that be evidence of the Earth moving?
Well, because what it's showing is that as the Earth travels around the sun.
Hold on. Before you start telling us a story, right? Before you start working your presuppositions of the Earth being a ball at a distance from the sun and it orbited around the sun in this place called space. And because of the tilt of this ball, this is why we've got seasons. Because of all of those presuppositions, we're just down here on the Earth with base axioms. The Earth isn't moving yet. We're trying to find that movement. You're saying seasons. Now, what would you say causes the seasons, things to be hot and cold? Would that be the light source and heat source in the sky that seems to spend longer in areas where it's hotter and not as long in areas where it's colder for seasons? So being as it appears that the sun is moving, I mean, unless we can prove the Earth is, as at the moment just standing here on the flat stationary Earth, isn't it easier to understand that it's probably the sun that's causing it to be hotter and colder?
Yeah, it is the sun that's causing it to be, well, in the model that I believe currently, or as I understand it.
That's a lot better. I appreciate that.
It's the distance that is the distance between Earth and the sun. So the sun is always producing the same amount of energy, but it's a distance. Yeah. So it seems like you and I are saying the same thing, but we have different models.
Yeah, so the sun is still closer for those areas on the flat stationary Earth for the summer, and it is further away from those areas of winter. and that depends on the sun moving between its northern path, the Tropic of Cancer, and southernmost path in the Tropic of Capricorn. And when it rebounds between these two areas throughout the year, you get your seasonal cycle, not just your day and night, but your seasons too. But standing here on it's not proof that the Earth is moving, because we can just point to the sun and saying the sun's causing that to happen.
So, like, what you're saying is, if the equator is the midline, right?
Yeah,
you're saying
for the
that.
sun.
What?
For the sun, yeah.
You're saying that in your model, the sun will move a few degrees above or a few degrees below the equator in terms of the angle to change the seasons.
Inwards across the plane of the Earth towards the north, towards the Tropic of Cancer for the summer season in the north, and then winter in the south. 3 months later then for 3 months it travels south and hits the equator, and then 3 months more, so a total of 6 months later, it reaches the Tropic of Capricorn in the south, giving summer to the south and winter to the north because of the sun's proximity. It is closer.
And that's what you observe in the sky as well. So going back to trusting our senses and base axioms, we see the sun move. We don't see or feel the Earth move. So why assume that the Earth's moving and the sun's staying still? It's literally the opposite of what you actually see.
I have trouble believing that exact thing, because like what immediately popped in my head as you said that is that, like, if there's two cars moving together at the same speed, it may not look like they're moving because they're not separating from one another. If one car starts to drive faster, even though both cars are going a certain speed, one car increases its velocity, then it looks like only one car is moving, even though both cars are moving.
Yeah, but that's one frame of reference. What if you look up, though, away from those two cars that are next to each other, you're going to see that they are, in fact, in motion. Your senses, your internal equilibrium is going to tell you, your balance equilibrium is going to tell you you are in motion. You don't just rely on one frame of reference and one sense for one thing.
Yeah, and to be fair, I didn't just say that you only saw the sun move, you also do not see or feel the Earth move. So to assume that all of those things are the opposite is frankly absurd.
So based on your analogy, you're basically standing on a parked car, watching another car drive by you.
And assuming that your car is moving and the other one's still.
Exactly.
So, when you start pointing... Sorry, go on. No, you're fine, buddy. Go on.
Real quick, the point being is that say the two of us have lived in a cave our whole life, and we just go outside for the very first time, and we both observe the sun and the stars and the moon going from east to west every day. And I say, oh, well, that's because we're stationary and everything's moving around us. Look, see? You could say, well, no, it's because, we're moving, everything else is stationary. One of the two of those things could be right. We understand what you're saying. Now, we say it's self-evident that we're just literally standing here doing nothing. We don't observe any emotion, or we don't detect any motion, and we see that it's observed flat. Then you say that's because we're a giant sphere and we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour and going 100,000 miles an hour in this direction and 100 million miles an hour in this other direction, and all of these you're making all of these other claims based on the same exact observation, and you don't have any data to back up your claim other than, well, that's just what we were all taught in school. We say it's self-evident that it's flat and not rotating because it's not. We don't observe it to be. If you say that there are these movements and motions, it's up to you to prove that. Yeah? Does that make sense?
And I'd like to add as well that you said that you were going to look at this from a non-biased view. And the reason it's impossible is because as soon as you're coming up with things that contradict what you see and experience in real life, you immediately go into the indoctrination that you already know that, I see two trains moving, that don't mean we're moving, or, the seasons of the summer, they're still creeping in. These answers are still creeping in. You need to look at it solely from what you see, what you experience, and what you can tell. Only things that you're going to change your mind at is the education that you've been given. For example, I look at the sun, I look at the moon. They look about the same distance away from each other. From me, sorry. But the only reason I believe the sun is 93 million miles away is because I've been taught that. So if somebody said to me, without me being taught that, how far is the moon? I mean, how far is the sun? I'd say it's probably about as far as the moon, because that's what my senses tell me. My senses don't tell me it's 93 million miles away.
Right. I mean, it's the same. Like, if you say that you make all these claims, and then the obvious like axiom of like, well, if we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, why don't we fly off in all directions? Well, because there's this thing, gravity. Oh, well, can you show it to us? Well, I can't demonstrate it, but it's happening. Okay, cool. So, but we're definitely curving. Well, I can't really show it to you because it's too big, but believe me, it is. Okay, but we are spinning. Well, I can't really show it to you because it's all relative, but trust me, it is. Okay, you're 0 for 3, and these are things that. Do you see the pattern that emerges here, or do you see how, especially when you said you can't be biased, like you said? Do you see the problem?
I never said that. I am capable.
No, you said let's look at it in a non-biased fashion.
I'm looking at it.
No, he said that was his aim. To be fair, yeah. I mean, I don't think he was saying that he was unbiased. I think he was just aiming to be unbiased. So, yeah. To be fair, I don't think he meant what you said.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, you're right, Chris.
No, I just meant one thing. We have to look at it. Yeah, I hear you, but yeah.
Let's put something back.
Yes. Oh, fuck's sake! I think I've. Give me a. Oh yeah, that's it. I had a thought the other day, and I've been dwelling on it more and more. And obviously, you know, when we say gravity, right? So gravity is things falling down, right?
Yeah.
I was asking the other guy.
Oh, okay.
It's the yellow guy. Is he there?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So gravity things falling down. So explain the helium balloons.
It's a gas much lighter than the surrounding atmosphere, and it's concealed in a container.
So is gravity involved there as well?
Yes.
Okay, so gravity's involved when things go